Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical Plausible Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, but prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to a Saturday night extravaganza here on Logical Plausible Probable. Gonna be doing a Saturday night rant. I may start doing this on a regular basis. Then we'll have an open mic and hopefully have a good time. Perhaps it won't be quite as big of a dumpster fire as last night, because last night was rather epic. I think I have been pushing the envelope in regards to open mic dumpster fires this past like week and a half. They've been starting to get rather entertaining, as well as off the charts madness, a little bit of nuttiness, and sometimes things go a little bit too far. We got to boot some folks and, get things back into normalcy. Last night, they were at one point, I think I may have been the only person who was sober on the stream. So it was definitely pretty funny. Big shout out to Kajara. What's up, man? Good to see you. Redefine Living, Hurricane Havoc's here. We got the one and only Doki Doki, SFT Fan Club slinging super stickers. Thank you so much, as always, Doki Doki. We got members, Jerome. Oh, and Doki's a member as well. I think I saw Andrew Graham. What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you. Patrick, is in here. Shelly, what's going on? How are you? Thank you for coming here on a Saturday night, and hopefully we'll turn this into some madness. Oh, there's another member. We got Keith Colvin's here as well. Thanks for everything you do and for being here as well. Jason Izzard's here. He's actually backstage, but Jason, I won't be opening up the room just yet. I'm going to be doing my rant here for a few, and then we'll start opening things up. But so anyway, the reason I decided to do this little pre-open mic rant was I was really kind of contemplating the hilarity, if you will, of atheists always talking about how much they hate the Bible, God isn't real, there's nothing to, like, I don't care about all this. I reject everything. Yet they want to spend ridiculous amounts of time debunking things that they claim they don't care about, has no relevance to them, and is just, goat herder written Bronze Age mythical babble, and just nothing of real substance. And then last night, the interaction about abortion, and we got into the looking at Psalm 139, and now you want to register or recognize that whether or not you agree or disagree with the what the Bible says, does it indicate that God recognizes life in the womb as being alive, and that God knows that you are formed and are coming at his behest, right? And the original point that I was trying to get to is trying to get the atheist to admit that, yes, the Bible says, again, caveat, you don't have to agree with the Bible. You just have to say that, yes, this is what it says. And then the next stage was to go to the Ten Commandments and say, okay, well, let's look at commandment number 6. It says, thou shalt not kill. So if the scriptures recognize the infant or the fetus as alive, as recognized by God, then obviously scripture does say thou shalt not kill. What that would, so therefore, abortion would by default be forbidden under the scriptures, even though it doesn't say you shall not kill a baby that is in a pregnant woman's womb. Like the hyper literalism of the atheist hyper literalist disorder was strong in this whole confrontation. But just for fun, I wanted to do a little bit of a translation, if you will, of the 10 Commandments into atheist speak. Okay, so number 1, we've got, you shall have no other gods before me. Okay, it's pretty straightforward, rather difficult to misinterpret. If there is only one God, that is the ultimate. Therefore, you really can't put anything before him unless you're just making things up, and that by default rejecting his position. But I think that atheists oftentimes just say, whatever, I'm the only thing that matters. Therefore, I'm going to kind of sort of reject God, or I'm just going to say that God doesn't exist, or I'm going to claim I lack a belief that God exists. Therefore, I can be the only thing that matters in the ultimate sense. Everything can ultimately revolve around me because I am the most important one. All right, let's go back to number 2. So you shall not make idols. Okay, so what is the atheist translation of not making idols? Who says I can't make excuses to evade responsibility? Oh, yes. Let's put things in front of yourself. There's other things that you're focused on, that you are worshiping, that you are obsessed with, that you are completely consumed by, that you can shift blame or worship or adherence, whatever it might be. You can easily shift it. But if you didn't replace the one true God with one of these faux idols that you've created, then you wouldn't have as many excuses. So, interesting. Okay, number 3, you shall not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. So obviously from number 1 and number 2, they're already trying to avoid this whole, the ramifications of all this. But what do they actually mean? I can totally be a jackass and blame God for it. I mean, because what do we get ad nauseum from the atheists? Well, if there was a God, then all this bad stuff that's happening as a result of humans being idiots would, I mean, how can we take responsibility? I mean, that's God's fault. If God exists, the bad stuff is all of his fault. We can't possibly be held accountable for anything that we do under free will that has been given to us to allow us to do what we want. And if we wish to reject and to break these commandments, we can do what we want, but then we're going to blame God for it. Ironic, is it not? Isn't it ironic? Even, I was kind of cracking up. I was watching an old atheist experience with Matt Dillahunty and G-Man. It was pretty funny. But Dillahunty kept saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." And it's like, so you're literally on a show and you're literally debating the premise that God does not exist while simultaneously using God's name in vain to somehow debunk the points that are being made by somebody who's arguing in favor of God while simultaneously claiming you have no worldview that is necessitated by the existence of God. If nobody recognizes the irony of this and just the double standard, it cracks me up every time I come across this, although it's very sad. Okay, number 4, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. All right, what do the atheists think about this one? What? You mean I need to recognize God exists? Oh, shocker. How dare you? And irony of ironies, folks. As I was driving home earlier, lo and behold, I drove by this billboard that said, "You can sleep in on Sunday." And guess who that billboard was by? It was paid for by the Freedom from Religion Foundation. So I think we might add to this one and say, wait, you mean I need to recognize God exists and I don't have to, but it might be worthwhile for me to wake up on Sunday and think about the existence of God. Whether or not you go to church or not, whether you get on YouTube and watch a sermon or think, ponder, pray, open your Bible, whatever it might be. No. This is just a ridiculously dictatorial, totalitarian request that I don't even have to live up to. But the fact that he even asked me to do this is just beyond the pale. How dare the creator of the universe ask for my recognition? It's unbelievable. Okay, so let's go on to number 5. Honor your father and mother. This one is oftentimes a lot of atheists don't want to do that. I wonder why that is. So that basically boils down to, you mean I need to respect my others? Obviously, this is I use others as a joke in the context of, other people around you, whether it be your parents or just anyone else that is around you, either your fellow human being. Do I actually want to respect their existence and to, if they're people have done something for me, maybe I should, help them out and do some stuff too. All right, number 6, you shall not murder. Ooh, man. This one, it's really funny how this one is usually, in the whole debates over objective versus subjective, no, it's wrong. No, it's bad. And then there's always like the subjective, or as G-Man loves to say, which cracks me up, the objective, subjective opinion that kind of used to dance around this one. But okay, no killing unless I don't like them, because that's oftentimes what this really boils down to. At the end of the day, it's, well, if it's somebody that I care about, somebody that's important to me, or I have some level of association with, yeah, we shouldn't kill them. However, in any other context, well, maybe they were being a jerk, or maybe they're blocking something that's for the bigger picture or something to that effect. And therefore, maybe it would be worthwhile for us to take them out of the equation. And yeah, that might be justified after all. All right, you shall not commit adultery. Ooh, this one's a tough one for the atheists, because they claim that we should all get down and dirty. But then, well, as long as it's like an open marriage, then that's okay. But then I don't necessarily know if I would want mine to be doing that. But if people want to do it, that's totally fine. But if I don't know about it, then it's not fine. I mean, there's just so many so many different barriers to that equation. But the ultimately boils down to is, yeah, so I have needs, okay? And if my needs are not being fulfilled by my partner here, then I think I may need to just, I have needs, folks. Like there's desires. I'm only human, okay? And if I'm not getting what I need emotionally and physically, then, cheating is actually not that big of a deal, okay? So I'm just need you guys to stop being so holier than thou on me. And, I got to get down. Now, in this context, for everybody who's listening, I want to clarify that I am not suggesting that people who do this are somehow just the most evil people of all time. That is not anywhere close to what I'm trying to say. The point I'm making is about the irony of the subjectivity of the rejection by atheists of all of this, while claiming that there is no objective standard being handed down by the creator, but then wanting to objectively hold people to the standard when it benefits them. It's very fascinating. Okay, you shall not steal. Oof, this is a good one because right now we like justifying the theft of people's wealth and holdings and everything else through government takeover, but that's another conversation. But let's get down to what we hear all the time, some version of this. Well, they probably took it from someone, or maybe one of their ancestors took it from someone. So if, somebody in their past and their history or whatever may have stolen from somebody else, it's probably okay to steal sometimes because, they might deserve it. It's, well, normally you shouldn't, but, there's always within the realm of possibility that it's okay for me to steal from somebody else who's never done anything to me. I don't know. It's not mine. Not something of mine they took. But stealing. Every once in a while we have to come up with something like that. Okay. Number 9. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. So it's pretty straightforward, folks. Like, don't lie about people. Don't make up crap. Tell the truth. And obviously, in a court of law, don't go make up crap to get your neighbor thrown in jail or lose their job, whatever it might be. Like, don't be a dick. It's not that complicated. However, again, subjective opinions oftentimes get in the way of all this. And, it's just because they didn't do this thing they're accused of this time, they still deserve to be punished because, well, they were a jackass to me last week. So even though I'm going to completely lie about this, it's okay. It's justified if we do this because, nobody's perfect. Yeah, nobody's perfect, and they probably deserve it. Okay, number 10. You shall not covet. Obviously, covet, be envious, be jealous, be twisted with the green of envy, and be wanting to take away from somebody else, or being consumed by the premise that somebody else has something that you have. Therefore, you must hate that person or do everything in your power to, even if you don't get it, you want to make sure that the other person doesn't have it. And I think we are seeing that more and more in the era of social media and all the influencers and people that are just obsessed with getting likes and very minimal response and acknowledgement by folks, but then simultaneously trying their very best to find things to point out about other people that can embarrass them, make them lose their standing, lose their position of influence, even if that person doesn't really have anything to do with them, doesn't even know who they are. We have people always trying to, cut down, if you will, the other person's status. So the atheist interpretation is covet. What are you talking about? I'm not jealous at all. I'm one of the most humble people that's around. Like, I don't care if I get recognition. I am all about just, helping everybody as they literally attempt to make up crap or go do ridiculous background checks to find something that somebody said 25 years ago. And, oh, wait, well, this person said this one thing that may or may not be out of context or whatever it may be, and utilize that to, destroy that person's life or, like I said, lose their job, lose their family, friends, standing, whatever it may be, and versus, recognizing that we are all imperfect and that ultimately we will all have issues and ultimately bear responsibility to the Almighty and should at some point recognize that we are only in our position of reconciliation with God through his mercy and grace, not through anything that we have done personally. It is all ultimately to the glory of God and as a result of the actions of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And therefore, we should be humble and recognize that while we are no longer bound by the law, given the fact that Christ has fulfilled it, these are the moral standards of God, and therefore we should do everything in our power to follow them, adhere to them. And quick clarification, when I say no longer bound by the law, I mean that from an eternal perspective, or eternal existence, not the fact that we will not have ramifications if we do not do our best to maintain the standing that we have in terms of our fellowship with God, which can be shattered if we are willfully just obliterating the very basic common sense commandments made by God. Okay, so I'm done with my rant for the most part. If you guys want to join the stream, I'm about to post the link again, and we will get this going into open mic time. Have some fun here, folks. 1 sec, let me pin that. Oh, big shout out to Timothy. What's up? Appreciate you. New member. How are you? Jerome. Brandon's in the house. What's up, Brandon? How are you? Man, Brandon, I can't believe I didn't give you a ranch, man. Why didn't you tell me that? Oh, and Jill's here as well. What's going on? All right. Well, link is now inside chat, ladies and gentlemen. It is now pinned. Let us get into conversation. And take this off.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Pretty good, man. I say the angel never came down to Mary and said, "You're with fetus." I mean, like she was like just instantly pregnant at that time, like straight away pregnant that moment, and angel came down and said, "You're with child."
Say it again, Jason. I was people were saying my mic was crackling again.
Oh, was my mic crackling?
No, they said mine was.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh well, yeah, I was just saying that, and there was one other thing. Yeah, and it said, "Thou shalt not have murder in their heart." Well, there was a time when I went driving around with my bulldogs, and there's this serial killer in Australia. You can look it up. You can Google it. It's on Facebook. It's on the internet everywhere. Ivan Milat, and it said that he had a partner. And I remember in 1997 when I got my license and this nice car, and I was driving around with my dogs, and I used to drive around through the Belanglo State Forest whenever I was out that way looking, hoping to see Ivan Milat's partner dragging off a body or something so I could jump out with my dogs and chase after him and, sit there and smoke a cigarette and say, "What was that, mate? I can't hear you," while the dogs are ripping his face off. But anyway, so, I mean, I suppose that was a good... I suppose that was not such a good thing, but I had murder in my heart then. But yeah, so so the stuff with is the most important thing is that Mary was just like pregnant that moment, and the angel came down and said, "You were with child." So that's as simple as that. It just kills all arguments. It's all over and done with. There's no such thing as a fetus. It's a child at the moment of conception.
No, that's very, very true. God is now here. Just join. What's up, man? How you doing? And the summary of the rant is basically I did a translation of the Ten Commandments into atheist interpretation, real quick, and I thought it was just joking on them a little bit, but also I think pointing out some truth as well as poking a little fun at the atheists and the way they try to dodge the implications and the whole point of what the Ten Commandments are in an effort to avoid the obvious common sense aspects of God's orders in terms of, doing what is right from the big picture. Andrew, what's going on, man? How are you? How's everything down under? How's your weekend been so far?
Oh, it's been okay. Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, actually. Back to church in 2 hours or so. Lots of fun. But yeah, no, I'd actually like to see your version of the Atheists' Ten Commandments, put that up against Richard Dawkins and then put them both before a court of law, because I think that would be rather hilarious.
Yeah, the atheist version is interesting, to say the least.
Your mic's still crackling, dude.
I want to know what is going on with StreamYard. I don't understand why it keeps happening. I'll be back.
Oh, somebody was doing some. I can't remember. Oh, there he's gone.
hilarious, mate.
There's the picture on the back of this GDX Nissan.
Petrol, they go,
And wait a minute, and there's it's a really like powerful car, the GDX XR Nissan, and it's got a just above the exhaust pipes, and on the it's got these I'm live. It's got these headlights that look really angry and red, and it's got Greta Thunberg on there going.
Yeah, rise in the headlight.
And then one of the most gas guzzling horse-powered cars you can ever get.
They're collector's items now.
Yeah, they're collector's items. So yeah, now they are anyway. So just funny. That's all.
Well, hopefully that reboot fixed it. I'm hoping.
Yeah, you seem okay.
Okay.
Seem okay. I'll let you know.
Speaking of Greta Thunberg, on Sky News, they had a hilarious clip. I forget the guy's name which the journalist it was, but he went off. He like listened to her latest clip.
Yeah, that ain't like her much.
And then went off on her. It was hilarious. It
wasn't Rowan Dean, was it?
I don't. Is it? He's probably in his. I don't know the guy's name. He's probably in his late 50s, early 60s, maybe.
Not the American, because there's an American that's James Morrow.
No. This guy was definitely Australian, no doubt about it.
Okay. So there could be either Alan Jones. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Balding?
No.
Very bald?
No. He had hair. Let me see if I saw it on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it again. It was pretty funny.
I got to think of the other presenters who.
It was probably the Bolt. Andrew Bolt was the Bolt report.
Maybe. Yeah, that's another one. Paul Murray.
Bolt doesn't like him. Alan Jones doesn't like him. Alan Jones came up once, and now get this. I'll tell you something Alan Jones did. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Alan Jones for obvious reasons if you look it up, but there's one thing I like about Alan Jones, what he did to this guy. This guy was an environmental scientist, right? And he was on Alan Jones's show, and he said the carbon in the atmosphere in our atmosphere is 0.04% of our atmosphere, and 97% of that 0.04% of atmospheric carbon was put there by natural causes. Only 3% of that 0.04% of atmospheric carbon was put there by humans, right? So that's like a microscopic amount, like he said, in all of human history. Then he went on the ABC and he said that Alan Jones is a climate denier, and Alan Jones is this, and Alan Jones is that, and he's a liar, and I never would say something like that, and blah, 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 blah. So, like, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I was watching this thing, and Alan Jones brought up the clip of the scientist saying it, right? And he admitted, and then he spoke to another climate scientist that admitted exactly the same thing, that human-driven global warming via carbon is a lie, right? Okay, so you've got stuff like what do they call that stuff? Methane.
Let me play this real quick.
Okay,
I found it.
And he absolutely destroyed this scientist anyway, because just. And I'm not a fan of Alan Jones at all, but he just killed him that day, mate. That was awesome. Shut up, Doug. I'll knock you out.
Take me somewhere expensive. He took it to a BP service station.
Young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. And yet, I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales and economic growth. How dare you?
Hey. Okay, that's fun.
Okay, so I forgot the guest guy was bald, so you guys probably picked up whoever it was. The commentary just came on. But what always strikes me about her is that
disgusting.
I'm like, okay, so I feel like I am watching, obviously, the full-scale manipulation. I mean, they've been obviously brainwashing that poor girl since she was a kid. And she's now living in terror of all this stuff that's supposedly happening. It's the end of the world. But I'm like, I feel like you could also take that clip, and if you put it in black and white, you could be watching a propaganda film from like 1937.
Yeah, I know, but you've also got things like they say that the Antarctica is melting and breaking apart because it's melting. It's not breaking apart because it's melting. It's breaking apart because there's 2,000 gigatons of snow falling on it. And what's happened is the new data coming from satellite data, which is giving very accurate data of how much snow falls across the whole thing. The reason why when you put out a snow measuring device like one that like physically catches the
Jason, YouTube is now like being Big Brother on this topic as well. So I'm gonna.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's a new thing that started last week. So we're not gonna we're gonna play the news, have a little minor commentary. We're not gonna get into all that stuff right now.
Right for climate change.
No.
You're the first generation who've required air conditioning in every classroom. You want TV in every room. Your classes are all computerized. You spend all day and night on electronic.
But I have DOI numbers.
Ride bikes to school, but you arrive in caravans of private cars that choke suburban roads and worsen rush hour traffic. You're the biggest consumers of manufactured goods ever, and update perfectly good, expensive luxury items to stay trendy. Your entertainment comes from electric devices. Furthermore, the people driving your protests are the same people who insist on artificially inflating the population growth through immigration, which increases the need for energy, manufacturing and transport. The more people we have, the more forest and bushland we clear, the more of the environment that's destroyed. How about this? Tell your teachers to switch off the aircon, walk or ride to school, switch off your devices and read a book. Make a sandwich instead of buying manufactured fast food. No, none of this will happen because the piece says you're selfish, badly educated, virtue-signaling little turds inspired by the adults around you who crave a feeling of having a noble cause while they indulge themselves in Western luxury and unprecedented quality of life. Wake up, grow up, and shut up.
I got a good chuckle out of that. I thought he gave an excellent evisceration of the stupidity that's happening in the world regarding these topics. Man, it's spot on, absolutely spot on. I thought that was
typical Alan Jones.
Yep, it's a sad state. It's a sad state of the world where that is the unfortunate reality that we have multiple generations in a row that have been so spoiled that aren't even recognizing how good we have it while simultaneously bitching and moaning and it's so bad, we just have it so horrible. What do you mean I don't get insert whatever brand new, or I don't get to have the best thing on demand, instant gratification? Well, if I don't have that, then good grief, this is just beyond.
Look at the side chat. Look at the DOI number. That's the DOI number of the peer-reviewed published citation that shows exactly what I was just about to talk about. I can actually publish it in the chat as well. It's a DOI number, but because it's a DOI number, I can even post it where you're not allowed to post links. I can actually post that, what I just gave you in the side chat, where you can't post links because it's a DOI number, a legit one, right? So the stuff I was going to talk about is 100% spot on science. It's not like maybe, or it's conjecture, or it could be. So that stuff.
I agree with you, Jason.
Yeah, I know. So okay, all right, I get the picture. I'll shut up. All right. Yeah. Okay. No, all right. I see.
No, I'm saying I agree. The point I'm making is that it's beyond. It's been proven beyond doubt over this past 18 months that actually really over the last like 3 or 4 years that something being reality has zero relevance to the big picture narratives that are being put forth by the establishment. I mean, that's just
yeah, but that's from them. And you know what they say about that is the reason why there's 2.2 trillion tons of snow falling on Antarctica every year is because of global warming, because of the extra moisture in the atmosphere. But the data is only just microscopic old. You know what I mean? It's only just recent. It's the most latest and greatest from the satellites, mate. It can't be argued with. You know what I mean? That's why I put up the DOI number. You can literally post that DOI number straight to YouTube if they pull this and say, there, have a look at that. Exactly what he said is written in those words verbatim in that article, in that citation with that DOI number. You can post that DOI number anywhere where someone has they have links blocked. They can't stop what I just gave you in that side chat. That you can post that anywhere. So they can go and jam it, mate. And there's that much snow falling on Antarctica. I mean, you think about it. If you had 2 trillion tons of snow falling on you every year, I mean, you'd be sort of bursting at the sides, wouldn't you? And I mean, it gets to the point where it's getting ridiculous. We're just lying about everything, the whole lot. That everything is going haywire. I've got all the data on how much carbon's in the atmosphere. They know we're at 400 parts per million ppm. They know 100% everything. Or everything I'm saying is 100% scientific fact. There is no conjecture on that. It's just that, I mean, it's the way they go. And I understand what you're saying, John, because unless you're talking about exact scientific data and you've got DOI numbers like I just gave you to back up exactly what you're saying, then they can just pull your video down and cause you trouble on your channel and all sorts of stuff. And it sucks. So I do understand, mate, and I'll stop talking about it. So.
Yep. So, on a slightly different topic, I'm going to be reviewing. I'm probably going to review this either tomorrow or Monday. But the conversation that was had on Friday between Mark Soul, I believe his name is, and Michael Egnor over on Theology Unleashed was absolutely phenomenal. The two brilliant individuals, both with expertise in neuroscience, psychology. I mean, it was fascinating. They had an epic conversation. It was one for the ages in relation to the significance of the mind. What is consciousness? What is? Yeah, it was epic, and I can't even put the words on. I'm gonna have to review it just to let these men share their knowledge with everyone. But I strongly recommend checking that out because it was fantastic. And I think they're going to try and have a follow-up conversation on the topic as well. And it was pretty epic. So I strongly recommend checking out Theology Unleashed and the conversation they had on Friday. Dr. Michael Egnor and Dr. Mark Soul, who I believe is from South Africa. And it was one of the fascinating things they were discussing was how in academia it's become, you become persona non grata to even question anything about the conventional paradigms and the current status quo consensus, and how they got a whole thread of conversation about how they thought that perhaps it was limiting science and really hindering discoveries, which is ironic because obviously that's something that I've ranted about and other folks talk about on a regular basis. And anyway, enough of all that. Oh man, major shout out and thank you to God is Now Here, who's been going crazy with the super chats lately. I appreciate it very much, brother. Says, watch LPP's interview with Dr. Galt. I took an unplanned 2-hour lunch to listen. You should too. Man, that was I don't know about you guys, everybody's seen that, but I really enjoyed that interview he and I had, and thought we got into some very interesting topic or aspects of the conversation, and the whole topic itself was, to me, is very fascinating when you think about the ramifications and implications on where we should be going in scientific research, as well as what we must account for from an evolutionary perspective. Brady says, don't know if this helps, but even the video crackles for some reason. May help you pinpoint. What the? Okay, why don't you guys talk for a second? I'm going to see if I can figure out what the heck is going on with my computer.
Okay. You can unmute yourself, Jason, I think.
Oh, Jason must have gone. So
what was that?
Greta Thunberg on the back of it. No.
Sorry, what was that, mate?
Nothing. So Andrew, how's everything going for you with all the Has Freedom Day reached you yet? Like you're a part of
No.
Australia?
No, not fully. It's only if you're double vaccinated and certificated. So basically, that's what's been going on in Australia. The freedoms for the unvaccinated are coming in December. apparently.
Yeah, but that's one thing that you shouldn't talk about on YouTube. That's one thing that
Yeah,
gets your videos.
I get
I
it. I
say this
understand,
too,
but
but not to you.
But you shouldn't.
that's
I
Like,
say
I mean,
this too.
we can talk about so many other things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Read it.
I'm talking.
Well, I'm going. You have to put money.
Okay, I will. I'll do it. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to my friend here. I'll be back in a
you're right, dude. Jeez.
Andrew, you guys are coming into summertime now for you, right?
Yeah, it's very hot in Brisbane. 35 today. 35? Where are we? 21 today. Must be a really high humidity day.
Yeah, I think it's amazing how so many folks, their knowledge of geography is so horrific. They don't grasp the premise that it's summertime and we're going into winter in the northern hemisphere. Therefore, you must be going into summertime in the southern hemisphere. Like this is some pretty basic, like second, third grade type stuff on the season, learning about the seasons.
Well, in shock of all shocks, we actually had a spring this year in Brisbane.
Oh, really? Do
So,
you guys usually just like jump from winter to summer? Or?
yeah, usually it just goes from being very cold to being very hot.
Interesting.
So I had a heater on for a few weeks afterwards, sometimes at night, just to get to sleep. Now I got a fan on.
Do you guys have? Is air conditioning common? Like, is that the norm in Australia?
Oh,
or
if
is
you've
that...
got it in your house, yes, but my unit doesn't have it, so.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I grew up in the United Kingdom, and the whole concept. I mean, heck, the UK is so far behind that like central heating and air doesn't exist in houses there. It only exists in some newer buildings and such. Most of them don't. I mean, heck, half of them are still using radiators for heat. And
Yep, that's correct.
I remember when I moved back to the States, and I mean, I experienced it when I was a kid growing up, coming back to visit family and such. But when I first moved back to the States, this whole thing of like having AC all the time was interesting. But then the only radiators I ever saw were like in, very old buildings, or like were only in pictures. Like most people didn't even, I mean, because central heating and air started becoming the norm back in the like 60s in the United States.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Well, my parents didn't get air conditioning until we had the office, and even that was a hand-me-down from my grandfather. So they installed that. They didn't get induction into the family home, and they didn't need it because they had 3 French doors that they could leave open and get absolute wind flow through. They didn't have to worry about it. But then it did start to get so hot that they got the induction in, so they've sold that house. But yeah, for the first 15 years, we didn't have air conditioning at all in the house.
yeah, I remember reading some books when I was a kid about like the 1840s and 50s and the people going west to explore the United States, or what's now the United States. And one of the things that they would do is they would soak sheets in water and then basically lay down and go to sleep at night with a damp sheet over them. That was how they dealt with the extreme heat back then.
Yeah, I can't tell you how the Aboriginals did that. I think they would have just dug into the ground and found the cool parts.
That makes sense. I'd say one of the most interesting things I ever came across when I was in Europe, and I'm drawing a blank on the name of the castle in Germany, but they had.
Suffolk 3,
Sorry.
Suffolk 13, the scene of the
Mm.
Great Escape.
I don't think so. They no, they one of the castles they had there was a waterfall. They said basically they built the castle in such a way that basically the king's chamber was butted up to the side of this hill that had or mountain that had a waterfall falling down, and they engineered it so that the cool mist from that was coming up off of the waterfall as it hit, crashed down, would kind of waft into the king's chamber, basically act as basically natural air conditioning, right? And it was very interesting because we were there in the summer and it was pretty hot, and I remember you as soon as you walked in to the king's massive chamber, it was immediately cooler than everywhere else in the castle. That was kind of cool. I was like, man, that's some very interesting engineering. And then the other thing they'd done was under the waterfall, they had dug into the mountain and created a theater. So they had a stage and everything, and they'd go and they had their performances for the king. That was his personal theater. We go and hang out, but they had the cool breeze coming in from being underneath the mountain, as well as having the damp air coming off of the waterfall. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. It's, excuse me. I think that's sort of the inspiration behind getting air conditioning.
Yeah, I could see that. Trying to figure, recreate that natural temperature reduction, right?
Yeah, trying to get a breeze going through. Because if you get a breeze going through, you don't have a problem. And I mean, my dad spent literally hours. He wanted to even build the house out of house bricks and make them from the mud on the block that they bought, but they couldn't do that. So anyway, he designed the house so that they didn't need air conditioning in the first place. And so he had a lot of research into it himself. And being a lawyer, he was used to heavy research into our topics for hours, and so he'd do that. And yeah, the end result was a house that was like no other.
Well, a custom created concept and being able to put your own personal stamp on it and not just following necessarily the cookie cutter solutions. It's amazing what those, in some cases significant, in other cases very minimal, but end up having massive significance into the overall experience. That can be those very minor modifications to a construction can result in a much more enjoyable atmosphere and living environment, of course.
And they even had louver windows on the office above the garage before they got the air conditioning in, so that also controlled the airflow. So there's a whole lot of things that you can do.
Absolutely. So on a slightly different topic, who is aware of the Alec Baldwin shooting the director of cinematography on his movie with a
hand up? Definitely.
I want to know how it is remotely plausible that he managed to shoot not one but two people with a prop gun that supposedly doesn't have live ammunition. I'm just this seems way too good to be true in relation to just being an accident,
So I heard a few days. Sorry.
In an attempt to answer that, the way they're painting it is that they were right beside each other, and there's a ricochet theory that I've heard. I don't know how much I buy that. There's also the possibility that the gun had one live round in it anyway, and that's the round that he happened to fire unintentionally. Alec Baldwin has come out and said it was all an accident.
Well, of course he has. I mean, I think they're in full-scale spin mode, and here's why I have this. What I'm about to describe is clearly a spin move by his PR folks, but it makes me more suspicious of Baldwin than thinking this is actually an excuse. So they are now trying to blame not directly blame, but to imply incompetence on the armorer, because she's a couple years ago, after her first job as like the chief armorer for a movie rather than an assistant, in an interview she said, I'm paraphrasing, but it was basically, I was so nervous, I didn't know if I was going to be up for it, my first time as a big movie as a the top person, right? Then like if you leave it there, then it's, oh, she's didn't know she could do it and all this kind of stuff. But then she follows up with, but everything turned out great and was awesome and stuff. But if you look at the headlines, that I've seen in the the clickbait, it's all, was the armor incompetent, and she wasn't part of the union and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you're trying to blame it on the armorer when you pulled the trigger and obviously weren't following protocol on this stuff. But
well, they don't know whether the protocol was fully followed there. So somebody is at fault. I don't know if they're trying to blame the person who's responsible for ensuring that the guns are monitored, and that would go with a logical sense that he didn't realize that the gun that he'd put in there, somebody else might have slipped a bullet in there, some reason, somehow. I don't know. But, well, first of all, condolences to the woman's family. And, of course, the director didn't get off scot-free. He's still in hospital, okay, to my understanding. Do you have any more news on that one, John?
I believe he got let out of the hospital today because he had issued a statement and all this. But to your point on earlier about the ricochet theory, all that kind of stuff, the latest one I'd heard was that the bullet passed through the cinematography woman who died and then hit him, like completely went through her body and then hit him. That was the latest one that I've heard. But who knows?
I heard a pretty big report on it. That's
a
couple days ago. There was a walk-off of a bunch of people because of that there actually was another actual misfire, or actually, it sounds like a negligent discharge somehow that happened like right before this, supposedly. And I had also heard that when this happened, he was in front of the camera, and I guess this is a Western, and it happened as he was pulling the gun out of his. So that that means he pulled the gun out. And that means somebody handed him a gun that had a bullet in it. That means he didn't check the gun, and then he's obviously pulled it out. And if it fired as you're pulling, chances are your fingers on the trigger. And then I hear that they were standing behind the monitor, like I guess at the camera. The operator was there, and they were standing behind the operator. And the two people that got shot were like standing up, like behind, I guess, watching the thing on the monitor. And then he pulled it out and did that. The other thing is that he's the producer on this. So ultimately, this all falls back on him.
So the real question is Alec Baldwin finally reaping the ridiculous amount of karma that's been being built up against him over the last 20 years of being a prick? And the ultimate irony for me is the fact that he's such a staunch, hardcore anti-gun. Not even just somewhat, again, like just goes on rants, has been going on rants about it for 20 plus years. And then this happens. It's like almost, it's just like, talk about reaping what you sow. I don't know what you guys think about that, but it seems like a very ironic ramifications for just being a jerk for the last 25 years. Even one of his brothers was basically saying he deserved to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Probably Stephen.
I think it was Adam.
Okay. I forgot that was the other. That was the other.
Yeah, I think Stephen and Adam both basically disowned him.
See, Stephen is the Christian one of them, right? So,
I believe Stephen is, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a lot of. He's about the only Baldwin I actually like, in all honesty. However, his daughter is ironic. One daughter of his is married to Justin Bieber. So, how smart can that be?
Yeah, and Brady makes a good point. Says LPP, the Capitol Hill policeman that shot Ashley Babbitt, was there in the bathroom. I bet. Yeah, that whole deal. I still haven't got. On the day of, I saw that. I was watching a bunch of stuff live and saw her get taken out, and I'm just like, I don't understand how you justify that, but he's officially not being charged. I don't know how, but
Oh, you didn't see the interview with that guy?
Oh, I saw it. Yeah. All right. The fact that he had the audacity to come out and make after, like, okay, we're letting you go. You're not going to have any ramifications. The fact that he even went on and did that interview showed that he had zero remorse.
Questions. Oh, how scared were you? What kind of names did they call you? It was. He was like, yeah, but I stayed brave when I shot that woman. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, this was the. This is the point that Brady was making. Yes, and he'd gotten reported for this, and there had been some kind of he'd gotten in trouble. There'd been not just reported, but it also been he had received basically a citation on his record or whatever for leaving his gun in the bathroom. Honestly, how do you leave your gun in the bathroom if you're on the job doing security at the Capitol building and you leave your gun? How do you not check that? That's like a wallet, keys, phone, gun check. Do a little allusion to Jersey Shore, if you guys remember that. Wallet, keys, phone, check before they go to the gym, tan, and laundry. You guys remember that?
Not really, but wallet, keys, phone, head is a common one too.
It's correct.
Is my head screwed on?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Yes, I would agree with that. And it's Truth Defender says hopefully the family files a lawsuit for wrongful death. I would agree with that completely.
Oh, I hope he gets prosecuted if that's what it needs to take place.
I'm sick and tired of all these rich and famous folks getting away with all this stuff. Look at what's going on. Smollett's case is going back to the judge officially refused his motion to dismiss a week ago. So that guy's finally 2.5 years later, he's finally going to be tried for the ridiculous dumpster fire that was Chicago for 2 months over his supposed assault. And it's at this point, it's proven beyond, it's known that he paid 2 guys to stage an attack on him. He was so dumb, he didn't even hire randoms. He hired his personal trainer and his brother to stage the mugging. I mean, and then he's text messaging them right before it, and I think he Venmo'd him the cash. I mean, come on, dude. How dumb are you? You don't even give them literal cash. You have a electronic transaction of you paying them off to facilitate a false police report. Come on. Oh, Brady says you wrote a check. Okay, you wrote a check. Okay, that's even worse. You left a physical paper trail to. It's amazing how just people are so dumb. I don't even know this happens.
Well, I mean, to take that the other way,
But
you get
maybe there's people that just don't care. There's some people live in countries where, the cops are they might care, but they probably won't, and they know, they couldn't give us stuff. I mean, there's lots of countries like that too.
Yeah, and then of course you get the Trump supporter who was shot too, and he was found, and they basically said, "Oh, here's one, we got one," cornered him and shot him, and got away with it. Yet George Floyd, who was in the process of carrying out a crime, a legitimate crime of passing off forged banknotes, he gets under arrest, then tries to fight his way out of it, and then ends up
goes to prison
dying, and
for
they
no
get
reason.
27 million out of it. I mean, come on,
Mate, I'm no
just
fan
dumb.
of coppers, but I'll tell you right now, that cop shouldn't have been convicted. That was horrible.
Oh no.
That guy asked for it, mate. He should have just, you know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing with that. What I have not been able to get over is how Chauvin got convicted of both manslaughter and was it 3rd degree? I'm like, how can you both intentionally? I forget which the one, but
Didn't
one
do
of
anything.
it was obviously manslaughter is unintentional and murder is intentional. Or it's like, so how can you get convicted of both an unintentional and an intentional crime that are both resulting in death?
That'd be good grounds for an appeal, wouldn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, well, his
mean-
case has so many grounds for appeal. It's unbelievable.
I mean, the guy was trained that way. He was trained to hold people down that way. Police officers are trained.
One long name. That's it, isn't it?
Hang on.
yeah, that whole deal is just beyond the pale. But Kelvin, you had unmuted a minute ago and then muted again. Did you have something you wanted to add in?
I think I was just going to rant about rich people and actors and how like it's pretty clear that it's not from their intelligence that they get to where they are. And I was thinking of a way to reference a particular skit from the old Mr. Show, but I don't think I can find a graceful way to do that. So I wasn't gonna. I don't know if you've ever seen that show where they're like, "Yeah, you didn't know that the whole world is just it's just a series of of how well people can please each other." I'll just
Right. Well, your point about the actors really gets me. So up until really the modern era, actors were considered the dregs of society. Like they were way down on the totem pole. And then somehow with movies and such, they've like done a complete paradigm shift. But what always amazes me about it is I'm not bashing all actors. There's plenty of smart ones and very intelligent folks, right? However,
sure.
if your profession, if the literal skill that you are being paid for is to pretend to not be yourself and to pretend to be something that you are not, you are physically pretending to be what you are not and to be somebody that you are not. And yet I am supposed to operate from this perspective that because you can do that, I should trust what you are saying when you get paid to say things that you do not mean. The irony of this seems to just like fly over the heads of people who are obsessed with actors and actresses and all this kind of stuff. I'm just like, the vast majority of them have little, if no education. They celebrate the fact that they're drunk and high all the time. They very often cannot maintain a relationship. They are high maintenance, not all, but many are high maintenance, very obnoxious people who are hated by their employees. And then but somehow as a people, we should like listen to their recommendations somehow and be like, well, so-and-so said this, therefore it must be true. Like, are we that dumb? I mean, apparently so. This has become the norm in modern society. And now you extend this even further to, quote unquote influencers on YouTube and Insta and Snapchat and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, so again, most, but not all, have basically no substance to themselves other than like they are attractive and take good pictures. I mean, like, or they're crazy, or they're actually crazy people that will go do completely insane stuff, and then somehow they gain standing. It blows me away every time.
That's like they're like empty. They got to be empty vessels. So I think a lot of it that's got to come natural. But I don't know if I necessarily believe it as that. I mean, there's documentary evidence that the original actors, like back in the day, people didn't have like when people did priestly rites in temples, and they would speak out their rites, and then Venus said this, and then Venus did this, blah blah blah, and then Zeus said this. The actual concept of acting at that point didn't exist, I would say. But when the priest decided finally, like, hey, how can we do this in a different way? So they would start acting out their myths, where they would dress up like their gods, and then they would do these lewd acts in front of people. And then you get this Artemis temple and this kind of Venusian worship. And so this means that kind of the original actors were that's basically the roots of acting, are these priests acting out their rites in front of people, and that basically became the synonymous. And then and then you sprinkle that, mix that with regular culture, and then because the way that culture attaches itself to the religion, and then it spreads out from there. So I think we have
Okay, that's how religion started, is it?
Satanically. I mean, because what better way for somebody to become demon possessed than to pretend to be a god in front of a bunch of people and then have a bunch of people act it out? I mean, it's pure demonism. I mean, and that was pretty much their entire culture.
Well, I think that an example of the potential ramifications is Heath Ledger. I think that his performance as the Joker was one of the hands down best character acting performances I've ever seen. However, it was rather obvious that it made him crack. And then, of course, he committed suicide not long after. But a lot of people were, I remember reading about that stuff.
Didn't Heath Ledger die of a heroin overdose?
Yeah,
he
but
did. Hey, Doug.
It was intentional, I believe. But my point is that
Heath Ledger died of a heroin overdose, man.
I think he talked about committing suicide. I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying
he never committed suicide. Heath Ledger, he died of a heroin overdose. River Phoenix died as well as a heroin overdose as well.
I don't think. I'm not saying he did. The cause of death wasn't a heroin overdose. But you can also intentionally overdose.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know if he intentionally overdosed. Do you know if he intentionally overdosed, Doug?
Who?
Heath Ledger.
No, I think it was an accident like River Phoenix.
He thinks it was an accident, Doug says. He thinks. He's not sure.
Yeah. And they left him there to die and fucked off.
Yeah, sorry for swearing, but anyway, they that's what they did anyway. A coward act, he says. Anyway, poor River Phoenix. But anyway.
Well, I think it was a result of all the stuff that. Anyway, there was a lot of reports that he had been like the extreme level he went to in order to become the character. He was having a hard time separating, returning to himself, if you will, during the further they went into the performance.
Yeah, addicts will use any excuse.
Well, I think in this context, if you're trying to mentally turn yourself into a psychotic individual, that's going to have a ramification on you. If you're actually trying to, you view yourself through that prism and project the psychotic individual through your performance. I don't care who you are. That's going to have a ramification on you.
It wouldn't bother me. If I was doing something like that, it wouldn't bother me. I just think drugs is because it's just not who I am. I could act out that sort of stuff if I really had to, and I was getting paid a lot of money to do it, but it wouldn't change me. Wouldn't bother me one little bit. I can tell you right now, 100% guaranteed.
Well, it's known to be a common problem with actors.
Oh, probably. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it is with some people, but I'm just not like that.
Yeah, the character actors have been known to have a hard time separating, returning to their true.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or for a time, or for a period after the movies or the show is over, slipping back and forth into the character and into themselves and back and forth and having a
but junkies are real bad creatures, mate. They just keep going back. I mean, it's only 1% of all. It's a disease. It's not just an addiction. It's an actual disease. It's only less than 1% of all addicts that get off it for life. Less than 1%. Less than 1%. I mean, that's massive. I mean, you got about 1%. Let's just say 1% for argument's sake get off it. 1 out of every 100 get off it for life and stay off it and do the right thing. It is one of the most insidious. It gets into it's the drug of dreams, mate. They keep chasing the dreams and they just want to be asleep and not deal with reality. It's a mongrel of a drug. It's a horrible drug.
God Is Now Here makes a good point. He says maybe this Baldwin guy will find Jesus in his despair. I would say that would actually be a good thing for us to contemplate there, that maybe this will be the thing that is necessary to And of course, he's had his brother has been praying for him for years, I'm sure, and witnessed to him. So hopefully, maybe this will be the thing that's necessary to turn him around. That would be.
Yeah, amen. I think it'd be a good idea for everybody to pray for that guy, because if there's anything that's going to shake somebody up, and yeah, you're right about somebody praying for you. If somebody's praying for you, then that's got to make a difference. If that, I didn't know that he had a brother who was a Christian. That's good news.
Yeah, Stephen's. I believe Stephen's been a Christian for quite a while. I believe.
Yeah, he played Graham. There was a movie about the Australian missionary Graham Staines, who was burnt in his car in India with his two boys. He played the lead role of Graham Staines.
Interesting. Is it Stephen or William? I need to Google this real quick.
No, Stephen.
Okay.
Stephen. It's not William. William is married to I forget her name, but she's the daughter of Michelle Phillips, who was one of the Mamas and the Papas, for people who know the Mamas and the Papas in the 60s music scene.
Yeah, man, she went out with Picard. First season.
Yeah, here some people. Stephen Baldwin is asking for prayers after brother Alec accidentally shot and killed a crew member and left another injured on the set of his new movie.
Doug saw Mama Cass back in high school, back in the 70s. He never met her, though.
And I saw the Seekers and all those other soft pop bands.
They saw the Seekers and all the other soft,
The
you know what
Seekers,
bands.
yeah, well, they're a bit different.
He wasn't his cup of tea, but he went anyway, he said.
Yeah, well, so who covered California Dreaming was it Body Jar? I can't remember. There's this Australian punk band.
Yeah, he said, yeah.
Beach whale.
She was built like a beach whale, he said, but she had a really great voice, an awesome voice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Gives rise to the song. Everybody's getting fat except Mama Cass.
She's already hit critical mass. Yeah.
We were popular in the 60s. They all took fucking psychedelic drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Not that I know, I've just been told about it.
Yes, I'm sure Doug. Yeah. Doug wouldn't know. He said he's just been told about those drugs. Lying prick. Anyway.
So, Kelvy, have you recovered from the dumpster fire madness last night?
Oh yeah, I couldn't handle all that. It's like being in a bar, you know. It's either it's either turn up my own volume and then probably go a little beyond what I wouldn't end up regretting later, or just bow out. I can't handle drunk people. Unless I'm drunk.
Yeah, Jason, I was talking earlier about how I think at one point I was the only sober person in the room. Yeah, that was definitely got interesting there for a while. That Wildheart guy, I couldn't understand a word he was saying. That dude was just absolutely schmammered. I mean, just like just drunk as a skunk, man.
That's funny.
Yeah, I've been drinking. I mean, he said it was what? I think he said it was what, 6 a.m. his time. He'd been drinking since 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. the day before. Like, man, that's.
I don't know. I had a friend once, and he'd been drinking and all sorts of drugs for days, and he was sitting there and he was going. And when he was talking like this to us. He was going, and but in his head, he was speaking complete normal English, right? And we couldn't understand him, and he thought we were insane. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? It's like you never know what's going on inside someone's head, mate. And there are, I've seen some pretty funny things.
So poor Slavic. So he's relatively new to all this, and his response to recovering, he says, "I haven't. Still scared to go on stream." Yes, Slavic came on was being nice. Then the dumpster fire started. They left, and he came back. And they came back, and they left again. And they came back. And I don't think he was because that last night got wild.
I'm actually a very passive drunk. I'm one of those drunks that, like, when I'm blind drunk, even little children are scared of me, because I just get up and I just like walk into walls and try to open doors that aren't there, and I gently just sort of get led to bed and I lie down and I go to sleep and I don't hurt anyone or anything. I'm so on like, I mean, I am one of the most, like, unless someone would have to attack me, and like with a lump of wood or an iron bar and start just wailing into me to get me to go. And then if I went off, like, like only God could help them after that, you know what I mean? But I mean, I'm so soft and gentle. I mean, I even used to get my missus's handbag once. And I put it in the hallway and I put pillows down to make it comfortable and covered it over with other pillows and all sorts of, like on Step Brothers where they put pillows in the oven. I was putting pillows in the oven, all sorts of weird shit. But I was soft, like they just get up and lead me back to bed and I just lie down and go to sleep. I'm the most benign, harmless, person you'll ever meet. Unless, like, if I was like in that state and someone broke in the house, I would just turn into something that, most people would not want to witness what would happen to that person, and what I'd do. But I'm a very that's why that's one thing I like about myself. I'm very soft and gentle. I'm a very gentle by nature person, and my first reaction is to people is to help. And I can't help myself, and I have to actually stop myself now because I just don't trust people like I used to. So I'm one of those people.
Well, that's understandable.
My
I
problem
will
is
say
drunk
it
people
does take
can't get
practice.
through. Can't get through the drunk people. It's not a optimal environment for exchange of information by any means.
Okay, so
No,
I
that's
have
true.
I have a partial theory
Right.
of this. So after my brain surgery, of course, I was recovering from all that. I didn't drink. And then it was probably 8 months after I had a beer. And the next day I was just like, I felt like I'd been on the worst bender ever, the worst hangover. Like I couldn't walk straight. It was bad. And then I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'm not recovered yet. So I waited another almost a year, and I had 2 beers and 1 shot. And I was out of commission for almost 3 days. I mean, I literally could not walk straight for 3 days. And unlike, you have a hangover, you can just force yourself to function. I wasn't even able to do that. I mean, it was bad. Then I found out that if you ever had brain surgery, the intracranial pressure never returns to what it was, and that like causes all sorts of ramifications in relation to alcohol and stuff. So I was like, well, I guess I don't drink anymore. However, this led to my theory, which was, I'd go out with some friends when, of course, I'm just sitting there drinking water. And up until a certain point, it was fun, having a good time, all this kind of stuff. And then once there's like a tipping point, and then I no longer was able to truly understand what the heck they were talking about. And the hypothesis I came up with was, okay, at some point, one of 2 things happens. Either drunk people reach a new level of communication, and
they leave themselves open to be infested by demons, I reckon.
And sober people are unable to understand them. Or, and here's what I lean towards. Once a certain level of drunk is reached, the reason that 2 drunk people are able to talk and have such a great time and back and forth, those kind of stuff, is neither one of them actually understands the other, but they think all the nodding and yeses and all that kind of stuff is the other person agreeing with them.
That's actually pretty good.
Even though neither party actually knows what the other person is talking about. Therefore, the next day, it's, oh, yeah, I had a great conversation.
That's right. I agree with you.
It was awesome.
Absolutely, John.
We were just connecting on such a great, it was just an amazing, like, we were bonding, right? Now, it's like, what did you guys talk about? Oh, I don't really remember. I just know we were getting along great. And we just like, well, we talked about such and such. And there's like little glimpses of what the quote unquote conversation was about, right? And then when I started to develop this theory, I actually kind of like started to do little anecdotal tests. And I would
if someone comes about guns, then I don't forget.
I would talk to, the one of the people I had observed having this conversation, asked them what they were talking about and all this kind of stuff. And I'd be like, okay, so from what I observed, that was not what the hell you guys were talking about. Of course, I didn't say this, but I'm like, my curiosity was getting me. So then I'd call the other person, like, hey, how'd you do? Oh, yeah, it's great. Oh, it seemed like you and so-and-so were having a great conversation. Like, oh, yeah. What were y'all talking about? I stepped away. What were you guys talking about? And then start telling me what they supposed the conversation was about. And it was almost never what the other person had thought the conversation was about. And I just thought that was hilarious myself, but it also would explain a lot of things in relation to the madness of late night drunkenness. But I also reached the conclusion that other than sometimes I'd hang out for a little bit once they reach that point, and I would mess with them and just do a little bit
of 3 p.m. here,
back and forth. But then after that, I quickly realized that, after about that like 10:30 range, usually the alcohol's reached a position where there's almost no point in me hanging out anymore as a sober person, unless I'm going to be a jerk and manipulate the drunk people. And I don't want to do that. So I would just bow out and let the let the madness continue without being present. But like I said, I'm pretty sure that there's a whole nother level of drunken communication that
the person that doesn't want to talk to drunk people, I promise not to be a pain in the neck and cut you off like drunk people do. Like I normally do anyway when I'm drunk or not. I promise not to be myself.
Well, it's so Kelvy, what do you think about? I know Jason agrees with me on my hypothesis about drunk people communication. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's pretty spot on. Except sometimes when you're drunk and you're young and your memory's good and you're talking about memories and stuff like that, then yeah, you'll remember. But yeah, you're pretty right. Like sometimes you see people when they're really drunk and they're just talking to each other and they're just talking to the air. You know what I mean? Each of them.
No, I'm not suggesting.
But they're both. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm not saying you can't have good conversation.
2,
3 beers, 2 or 3,
Yeah.
maybe 4 beers in. I'm not saying at that stage, yes, good communication, good bonding, good reconciliation and reflection can happen, right? But once you get past the 3 to 4 beer mark and a couple, a shot or two in, that's when the transition. That's when the transition happens. And
I saw my Uncle Philip drink 18 cans of beer. He drank 18 cans. We're at my grandmother's 80th birthday, and my mum will vouch for this. And my mum wouldn't lie about this. And in 3 hours, he drank 18 cans of beer, and he smoked like a packet of Winfield Red cigarettes. And as he was walking across the road, as he was walking off, and I was talking to him, he was talking to everyone. He was completely coherent. He was he was not a violent drunk either, my Uncle Philip, even though he was the hardest, toughest. Like when I say hardest, toughest, yeah, people say that stuff, and this guy really was. And he was just, he was listening to people, he was conversing, he was speaking without slurring. He wore leather shoes all the time with leather soles, like really good quality shoes. And he walked off across the road, and you can hear his soles clacking on a wet sort of asphalt as he walked off. And he walked off completely thinking. And I said to Mum, Uncle Phil's had a lot to drink. I said, how much have you had to drink? She said, 18 beers. And I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, how can somebody, if I had 18 beers, they'd carry him off in a stretcher in 3 hours. I mean, that's equivalent to a bottle and a half of spirits in 3 hours. And then completely be like, this is a guy that could drink a case of beer, which is 2 bottles of scotch, right, in one night, smoke a packet of cigarettes, and he'd hold his hand out when we were kids, and $5 back then was a lot of money, right? In 85 and 84 and 85 was a lot of money. And he'd say, if you can see my hand even quiver one little tiny bit, one movement, I'll give you $5. And we'd sit there, and he'd put his hand out after doing that, hung over everything, and he'd hold his hand out, and we'd like a plank. And we'd be staring at it, and we'd be like, as hard as we'd give up in the end and just walk off and go, damn, without the money. And his hand wouldn't even, like, have you ever seen someone can put their hand out and no matter what, their hand is just like a plank? There's not even a tiny quiver or shake or anything. This guy was incredible. He would just stand up. I've got witnesses to this. He put this bottle, this glass bottle, and this is back in the days when before it was plastic. when it used to be glass, 2-litre bottle. And he put it like so far away that this German friend, Erwin Lang, he was in Hitler's Youth when he was younger, by the way, because he was forced to be anyway. But Erwin was looking in the binoculars, and he said, I was looking through these binoculars, and he told me where to look, but I couldn't even see the bottle through the binoculars. And Uncle Phil, he said, Uncle Phil just put the gun to his shoulder, and he said, just look in that direction and keep looking. Don't take your eyes off. Put the gun to his shoulder within 2 seconds. That's all it took him to aim and fire. And he fired, and he said, Erwin said he couldn't see the bottle, but he could see the glass and the water shimmer in the sunlight as the bullet hit it. And like, this guy was just an amazing, incredible human being. I saw him shoot from his hip, and I'm not, and if I'm lying, Jesus Christ, send me to hell right now if I'm lying. He just picked up a semi-automatic shotgun, held it at his hip, threw a empty Coke can on the ground, shot it once, it jumped in the air about a meter, right, about 3 feet, and he just kept firing until the last bullet, that can just hovered in exactly that spot until the last bullet from his hip. And I just stood there in utter amazement, like, incredible. Like, and when you walk through his house, you'd see gun trophies, like for pistol shooting, handgun shooting, handguns, and you'd see like first, second, third, first, second, third, first. You know what I mean? Like, incredible person, man. Like the sort of person that you would just, it's blessed to have seen someone like that in action.
Right. All right. So real quick, for those of you who are unawares, Jerry Nadler is a representative of the United States government, and he's a complete idiot. He's from New York. He's a character, and he is known. So he's currently the chairman of a committee, right? He's been chairman of a committee for a while now, but he has been known to fall asleep while conducting different hearings in the United States Congress. I mean, he literally dozes off, and apparently he dozed off again while they were having a hearing with the Attorney General of the United States, and he has fallen asleep again. I gotta share this because Jerry Nadler, I loathe. He's a complete idiot. I mean, he's just, last year when Portland was burning and going down, he claimed that the riots in Portland, which, by the way, for Americans know that, like, the riots in Portland are still happening. Like, it's still going down. It's not even safe to go to court in Portland right now. But this guy claimed that was being made up, and that was just propaganda. That wasn't actually happening. And then here today, he falls asleep again.
Whether we're investigating, what the status of investigations are unless and until there's a public charge. That's important to protect.
Man, can't make this stuff up. That guy gets me every time.
Jerry Sadler, that's what I call him, because he's very sad.
Yes.
Quite literally.
Let's see. Let's see if I can find the one. Jerry Nadler falls asleep. Let's see if I can. There was a compilation I found a while back that was pretty funny of him just like doing the head bob over and over again. The one, this is a good one. When he fell asleep during the impeachment trial of Donald Trump, or hearings of Donald Trump, I was like, you have got to be kidding me. We're supposed to take this seriously right now. We have a guy who's the chairman of this committee who is literally falling asleep, and we're supposed to take it seriously. You can't even make this up. All right, let's see. Here we go. Oh, am I sharing this? Okay, here we go.
And he said, what do you think of President Obama's speech? And I said, I'm sorry, I watched it, but I fell asleep.
says that 10 years from now, you're a 65-year-old.
I look at Joe. I don't know about him. I don't know.
Well, that one didn't show it.
No, but it shows you the state of the Democrats.
Yeah, it's a very desperate situation we're in right now with the insanity of the. I just can't get over how this continues to be perpetuated on both sides. It doesn't matter if it's Republicans, Democrats, whatever. Like, we have full scale insanity happening around the globe with politicians. I mean, the Aussie ones are bad, the Americans are bad, the Canadians are off their rocker, the Germans, the Brits. I mean, Boris Johnson has turned into a complete and utter nut job.
Of course.
I mean, it's just like, what is happening across the globe of other than just full scale denial of reality has been implemented and is being executed on a very aggressive level at this point.
I think Joe Biden threw him off his game.
Well,
you know, when he was at the G7, when he assumed that Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the South African leader, he was clearly introduced by Boris Johnson. But by the time it got round to Joe had thought that he hadn't been introduced. So he then tells Boris Johnson that he hasn't introduced the president of South Africa. And it is utterly hilarious as Boris stumbles out an answer to say, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, whom I just mentioned.
Maddox, did you hear back from John Perry by any chance? Because I had to exchange with him earlier. He still holds that James Torres is totally clueless.
No, I haven't heard back from Perry now.
Okay, yeah, because I was trying to get him back on, but he just went silent on me. And
I don't think
I'll meet Trump a couple of times.
Yeah, this. Go ahead.
Yep.
So no, I have not. I haven't. I don't.
Yeah,
I've started
they're a waste of time.
I've started to stop taking Perry very seriously as anything other than a propaganda agent.
Yeah, that's what they've all become.
Like his entire, like his business, everything he does is about the perpetuation of origin of life research and evolution. Therefore, if it's false, then I mean his entire professional career gets annihilated. He's no different than the PhDs and whatnot. No, I'm saying the PhD researchers, Evo Devo and such, that everything about them is dependent upon evolution being true.
Right.
And
Trump dies in poverty, bald.
And I've noticed you have to be a PhD in origin of life and be an atheist, or else you're not allowed to discuss it.
Well,
it's an omnibar.
In Andrew's world, yeah, you do have to. It's the only way that anything is real. And real quick, so Slavic says, so is it better for you that you can't drink or worse? So Slavic, actually, I'll tell you this. One of the things that I've found extraordinarily fascinating in this past decade of the 100% sober status is the world is actually dramatically more vivid, interesting, and fascinating, to be honest. And one of the things that really struck me is, I'll never forget this. I was driving down the road and I was out in the country, and it was just like the colors were so vivid to me. I was like, man, I feel like what I'm looking at is like it was on a few extravaganzas in my younger days where you were on substances that might make colors look a little bit more vivid. I felt like that's what it was, except I knew in this context, I am 100% sober. And that kind of sparked my interest into researching some of like the effects of alcohol and just basics in terms of the impact on your executive function and different aspects of your brain. And I realized that even if you're quote unquote sober, for several days after you drink, your cognitive ability is slightly deprecated. And so when I looked back and analyzed my 20s, basically, I realized that even though I wasn't like drunk, quote unquote, all the time, it's just going out being a 20-year-old party and having a good time and going out drinks with the buddies and all that kind of stuff. I realized that I had not been at my peak mental faculties basically up until having brain surgery, because of the fact that I was, going out in the town all the time. And when you think about the things we observe in the world of people doing stupid stuff and just being like, why would you do this? Even when they're not like necessarily just left the bar and stuff. It's we've been being conditioned to deprecate our cognitive ability ever so slightly. And in some cases more than slightly, and basically stay in that position in perpetuity. And then we wonder how so many things are being able to be perpetuated on civilization. And then when you start factoring in the ramifications of mixing that with different prescription drugs and antidepressants and stuff, and then we wonder how people have been turned into sheep and are just being, swayed to and fro by the powers that be. Well, that would explain it. But that's my my hypothesis anyway.
Yeah. Delahunty embarrassed himself with the Michael Egnor debate. That was yeah.
No, yeah, that was brutal.
He's always claiming nobody's qualified to debate him. You they're not, no PhD, no MD. And then he finally debates these PhDs, but he thinks he demolished them.
Well, what's crazy is I don't know if you looked in the comments of that, but all these atheists were talking about how a couple people responded to me too about saying that, oh, you're just making things up. Delahunty destroyed Egnor and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, in what universe do you live in where you think that Delahunty just annihilated him? Like, not even close. Not even close to being even if you want to say, oh, well, it was a draw. Even if you want to say that, but there is no universe in which Delahunty defeated him. I mean, I think the atheists couldn't wrap their minds around the fact that Dr. Egnor refused to allow Delahunty to get away with his usual tactics. And just kept nailing him every time he tried to do it. He'd call him out on his shenanigans and his tactic.
Well, he couldn't hang up on him or just say, oh, that's an assertion. That's an assertion. What's your definition of this? That's how Delahunty argues. And then he hangs up on people.
Yep. Yeah, all I have to say is it was all Delahunty's positions have been summarized by his, I can explain, or I can defeat your position with 2 words, enigma machine. When that happened, I realized beyond doubt that Delahunty doesn't actually know what the hell he's talking about half the time.
Yep.
It's a very, very sad state.
What experts in what is his expertise in any field of science? Nothing, right?
To my knowledge, nothing.
Yeah, it's amazing. And he's such an intellectual, My 10-year-old daughter could beat him in chess, but anyway.
I would be willing to play him and sacrifice a few of my pieces before the game started.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, he was actually trying to study theology. Then he became an atheist and walked away from it all.
Supposedly he was a Christian for 25 years. Supposedly, because of his parents, but who knows? They all say that.
If that's the case and that saves them, then my atheistic brothers are saved because my parents are Christians.
Right.
That's just, it's not going to wash with me either, because my brothers have fallen down the side of there's no God. We are not going to discuss it. Mention the word religion, and it's like, no, Christianity is not going to be talked about. Hinduism is fine. Any other religion is fine, just not Christianity.
Exactly.
Well, they've got an omnibar. I'll turn Mecca to dust, walk away unharmed, have fish and bread, and them and their no Christianity omnibar are going to be left to stand on their own 2 feet. They'll last about a second and they'll fall worldwide. No problem.
Know what's funny? All these leftist socialists, they are okay with more Muslims coming here, but all Muslim men hate gay people, LGTB, trans. It's like you really want more of them coming to America?
Well, you do realize there are tranny Muslims, right?
Yeah, not very many. I mean, I would imagine they're persecuted, but
Yeah, but they
for
get
the
out.
most
But
part,
they get out. They transition, and they
yeah.
get out and transition and stay a Muslim.
Yeah. It's just, they hate Christianity so much, but
By
they're
all
okay
means,
with.
do it. Worship
Yeah.
a dead frog that has only a head. Go ahead. Thanks.
Well, see, I have no idea what you just said.
Allah is a vomit of Satan. He is a frog head. Looks like just the frog head. Has 2 teeth, like daggers of Arabia. They're on the throat, not in the mouth. Blind eyes, no ears, a dead black color to the thin skin, hollow. That is the real Allah. That is what Allah has always been and always shall be. That is what Islam prays to. That is what put the words of some of the Quran into Muhammad's head. Just as Satan vomited in your heads, saying, "Don't tell, and I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball." Satan paralyzed Muhammad a few times. If he had done it for a long, long time, it would have killed Muhammad. And put those words in that way into Muhammad's head, and Muhammad wrote them down. And then Muhammad looked at the Bible, the Torah, and the New Testament, or what he had available to him, and emulated, copied the styling of the phrases and words and poems and verses in the Bible, changing them just enough to fit his imagination as to his God Allah. If you go out and catch a frog and cut its head off and put it down on the ground in front of you and bow and pray to it, that is what Islam has always done. I would say one of the reasons they're so pissed off all the time, because Allah has no ears, is not a God, is a dead head of a frog, and cannot answer their prayers. And they never really hear from him. They imagine that they do, but they do not hear from a dead frog. And that is what Allah really is.
Interesting.
So I learned something interesting today. Did you guys know that Joan of Arc was, number one, she was 17 at the whole battle thing. But leading up to that, she talked about how she had been, the time she was young, beings of light would come and talk to her and give her different instructions and stuff. And then the sword that she carried was, she sent them, she claimed that she was told by an angel that it was, I forget the name of the church. It was in this church in a specific spot. And she sent a message to them, and they went and opened up this section, this like casket or something. I don't know what it was. Anyway, and lo and behold, there was the sword, and it hadn't been opened for, it had been closed since before she was born. And anyway, fast forward to post the victory and them winning everything when she was being put on trial. She both refused to deny that she had been given divine instruction, and nobody disputed what the point I was making about the sword and other things. Like, nobody disputed that those things had happened, but that she ultimately must be, demonic or something for all these things to have occurred. And of course, they ended up burning her at the stake. But that was it was a rather interesting thing to contemplate there.
Well, I only have, if I can have 2 minutes, just let me say this. I don't believe in Jesus's forgiveness. I'm not a Christian. I fail you when I do not forgive anything you do. So I don't really believe in Jesus's forgiveness. And Jesus showed me a foot that didn't bleed that got cut off. Now, I fail you guys because I am double-minded almost all the time because of a real mental illness. I am double-minded. I hate it. It makes me goofy. But I am double-minded, and I fail you that way. And I am double-tongued and double-hearted, and I fail you that way. And when I fail you, I fail God, and he is Jesus. So he showed me what I am like in that way. 2 little creatures, cone heads, black suits with white pinstripes, Colonel Sanders ties. One of them cuts a guy's foot off the leg, and the other lifts his hands up like he's an apostolic in a church, that neither one of them said any words. And they really did enjoy what they were doing. They really enjoyed cutting that foot off. And all those people in that pit in front of them were cut to pieces. So I saw that. So, Jesus, would you give all in this group fish, bread, and wine? Not water, wine. And if any of you guys just say, in your privacy, with no one else there but you, say, thank you, Jesus. Dinner on God.
Yeah. Maddox, the $200 still stands if you can get Delahunty. If you can
Same
somehow
fish and bread.
pull that
Same
off.
kind of fish and bread I'm going to be having when Jesus gives me to turn Mecca to dust.
He saw the godless engineer debate, and that's why he ran.
Yeah. Oh, so speaking of godless engineer, I need to check this real quick. So
What I just said, that is the sword. I don't say, Jesus, in the name of Jesus, have fish and bread, or just have fish and bread. I ask him. That is how the sword is used. I say, Jesus, I saw the green grass. It means everybody had the vision. Would you do this? That is how the sword is used. And that sword is that pearl of light in our souls. That's what the sword is. So I'll not say anything else. I know. I that's enough from me.
All right. So, so who we just lose? Who just dropped out?
Jason.
Yeah. Okay. So he's back. So I was talking about this. I'm pretty sure. Speaking of godless engineer, I'm pretty darn sure that somebody reported to him that I was calling out the stupidity of his video on Eric Metaxas.
Oh, okay.
Because I said that I was going to review it and point out how dumb he was, right?
Yeah.
Well, so lo and behold, I've been checking to see if it's been quote unquote fixed, but now magically this video no longer works correctly. So it's like just been frozen at a specific point, right? So at the very beginning, he talked the thing that I was going to make fun of him of. He like has his intro clip, which I'll play right now. But then right when it gets to the point where Metaxas start talking about it, and then Godless goes off on his tirade, suddenly the video stops working. It's been like this way for like over a week now. And I'm like, that little bastard has frozen he's like jacked with the video because he knows that I would make him look a complete idiot. He can't delete it, otherwise it would prove that the point I was making is correct, and that he like didn't realize what a moron he was being. In this context, I was just having a problem. So this is so funny.
Fuck is this shit? Well, if y'all want to fuck around and find out what Eric Metaxas is talking about, then please stay tuned. What's up, heathens? How y'all doing? I'm the Godless Engineer, and I critically analyze apologist claims to give you the best arguments and information.
At the wrong
Your voice. Today, we're not really tackling an apologist, but just a general dipshit. Today, we're going to be talking about some of the misinformation contained within Eric Metaxas's book called Is Atheism Dead? Considering that atheism was never alive to begin with, no, it's not dead. But also, it's not dead in any other kind of metaphorical sense that you could be meaning. He recently did an interview with Sean McDowell.
I guess you'll recognize him as best-selling author, radio show, TV host, Eric Metaxas, who has a new book out called Is Atheism Dead? Eric, thanks for coming on and talking about your new book.
Oh, this little thing? It's kind of funny, John, because I never thought I would write about anything like this. I don't normally kind of debate atheists or anything like that.
Well, he does have one thing right. Normally, he doesn't cover this kind of shit. Normally, he's out there supporting shitheads like Greg Locke, also suggesting that people shouldn't be vaccinated.
The bottom line is questions come up about the vaccine. People say, I'm not going to, this is experimental. I've watched this pandemic roll out and I'm not afraid of getting it. My kids aren't afraid of getting it. This is not a big deal for us. I'm not going to put some experimental thing in my system when we literally don't know what could happen. So no, I'm not going to do this. So then you have people saying, oh, no, you must do it. The government says you must do it. And I think, again, Americans need to understand if the government or everybody, nonsense, a mirage.
Things that he does publicly is mentally masturbating over the idea that Trump will oust Biden.
I have to say that I'm very encouraged. He's going to be back, folks. You hear me? He's going to be back because the election was a fraudulent election. You may not have heard that before, but the
Okay, what's happening? I'm so lost. Hello?
Okay, so this is a video that Godless Engineer did to attack Eric Metaxas. And this video is still playing, but it's frozen. He changed. I watched the entire video. I made fun of Godless Engineer for the dumbass stuff he said throughout this video. And then I was going to review. I said I was going to review it, right? And then the next day, when I go to review it, when I get to this point, as you can see, look at the clock. The clock is still running, but somehow the video no longer plays.
It is.
Okay. So that little joker realized, because the day before I had called him out on when I was reviewing one of his other stupid videos, I was like, I cannot believe how dumb Godless Engineer is. He didn't take 2 seconds to Google his talking point and realize that what he was saying that Eric Metaxas was wrong about was like front and center at the top of Google. If you took 2 seconds to enter a basic search query, right? And then literally the next day when I go to like review this video of Godless Engineers, this happens. And now it's like the video is over. And I'm like, there's no way that you don't know that a video that's been watched like 6,000 times and people have like commented on, like, there's no way you don't know this video is no longer working properly. And it's your only video that's doing this. Yeah. You realize how big of an idiot you are, Godless Engineer. And now you've gone into the editor and been like, yeah, let's mute this sucker. Let's just freeze it right here. So, nobody can call me out for being a moron, but anyway.
So that was still playing, but just freezes up.
Yes, it just magically freezes. Right. So at the very beginning of that video, Godless Engineer goes on this whole tangent about like, he said that the moon formation hitting the Earth blew off our atmosphere. And it's like, yeah, dude, if you take 2 seconds to Google it, yes, that's part of the theory of the impact theory is yes. Not just once. There were multiple instances where the Earth's atmosphere was like exploded off the planet due to the impact. And so he goes on this whole rant as his opening clip is making fun of this, right? And then right past where he gets like has Metaxas talking about Trump and all this kind of stuff. Then in the very next scene is him going for like 5 minutes, going off on a tangent about like how dumb Metaxas is because of saying that the impact on the Earth is what blew off our atmosphere. How dumb is that? Who would say that? And he goes this like 2-3 minute rant about it. And I'm just like, dude, you could have realized that this was a dumb thing to say with a 2 seconds of Google, but anyway. Biblical discussion. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Jason? Jason Ezard?
Jason, you with us?
Is Jason sober tonight?
Unknown. So Garmania, how was your stream? I know you had one. Actually, you had 2 streams today, didn't you?
Yeah, it's still going.
Are you okay?
I stepped out. I needed a break to eat.
Be honest before I go and look. Am I being sniped right now?
No, you're not. I mean, I would do that, but I have not done that. No. So earlier when I had a stream, I ended it, wrapped it up. It was good. Dr. Josh was there. It was fun. And then I decided, okay, that's the end of this. Let's go ahead and wrap this stuff up. And then I thought, okay, you know what? I'll do another stream tonight at 8:20, I think, p.m. And so that was fun. But then I was like, okay, I need to eat. So after I stepped away, I ate. And then I saw you were streaming for the past like hour and a half. And I thought, okay, I guess I'll check out your stream before I go back to mine. So here I am. And I had some weird dream that you were calling me on my cell phone last night. And I was like, John, how do you have my actual number? You were like, oh, don't worry about it. Hey, we're all meeting up for pizza. I was like, no, I don't even know where you live. What are you talking about? You're like, no. It's right down the street. And then I woke up and I was like, ooh, that was freaky.
So Germania, I don't know what to say here. Are you?
I know, it was weird for me too.
You're having dreams about me. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
that's a little bit weird, man. I'm
To
not gonna
be
lie.
fair, I have dreams occasionally about a lot of people I interact with online, and yeah, that was weird. I was like, why does this? How does Maddox have my number, and how does he know about the pizza joint down the street? So yeah, that was weird.
Well, as Bond says, Germania is dreaming about LPP.
You know what? Nobody cares what Bond has to say about literally anything. I'm just saying.
Listen, I think that both of you two are still a little bit worked up over the wrench debacle.
You know what? Bond owes me for the wrench that you gave him. That makes sense if you think about it. Just don't think about it too hard.
I guess you can come to some sort of convoluted reason for that.
It's true.
Okay,
It's
so
true.
so Germania, since you're an atheist, did you? I'm guessing you didn't see the first part of my rant of the stream about my rant about the Ten Commandments.
No, I did not.
Okay, so real quick, since you're here, so this is the.
Oh my God.
This is the atheist interpretation of the Ten Commandments.
Whatever, I'm the only thing that matters. 2, who says I can't use excuses to evade responsibility? Oh, I already know what this is going. I can totally be a jackass and blame God for it. What? You mean I need to recognize God exists? You mean I need to respect my others? You mean elders?
No, others. Have you not heard that term? Have you not heard the term? Others is like everybody else, like people associated with you. It could be your parents. It could not be. It's like anyway.
Okay, I got you. I've personally never heard it put that way, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's see. Okay, no killing unless I don't unless I don't like them. Yeah, so I have these. Did you write this, John?
Of course I did.
Yes. Okay. They probably took it from someone, so sometimes it's okay to steal. That's communism. Just because they didn't do this thing, they still deserve to be punished. Wait. Just because they didn't do this thing, they still... Okay, I don't follow on that one.
Okay, so the ninth commandment is like, don't bear false witness.
Okay.
So in this context, it's just because in this context, they didn't actually do the thing they're accused of. They still deserve to be punished, probably because they've done something else that's wrong, and they deserve it.
Okay.
This is a justification for bearing false witness.
Okay, I got you. And lastly, Covet, what are you talking about? I'm not jealous. All right. So, okay, John, are you adding to the Bible?
Well, I would say that given the fact that, no. Hey, so atheist translation. It's clearly okay. So don't try and tell me that I'm adding to the Bible because, and by the way, the first part of my rant, I was switching back and forth between the actual commandments and then the atheist translation.
Oh, nicely done.
Okay, yeah. So don't try and act like I'm somehow adding to the Bible. Don't even try that.
Totally. You know what? It says in Revelations, he who adds or subtracts from this book will have all the plagues. I can't remember. Something about all the plagues in Revelation will be added onto you or something. Isn't that right? Am I right? Am I wrong?
Yes, but I know.
So, John.
So was I adding or was I making fun of the manipulation by the atheists to twist the words of Scripture to their own end? Or I think given the fact that I made the clear distinction and was making fun, I don't think it could possibly be construed that the person who dreams of LPP.
Well, okay, and to be fair, you weren't literally adding to the Bible.
Or south. If this side of the screen is California,
what is up with my name?
And this side is the East Coast, and there's a swoosh that goes through the United States and right here would be about the Mississippi, right here, and up here would be Lake Michigan, and here would be New York, and here would be California.
Wesley, what's the question? What's the question?
Are you north or south?
I'm in Tennessee.
I'm
If
south.
you're south, get a Chinese for dummies. If you're north, get a Russia for dummies. And then you'll find out what those perversions put upon you really are.
Okay. I have no idea what that means, but okay.
It means China is going to destroy the southern part of the United States and Russia the northern part.
Okay. I can see that's possible.
It is going to happen. There's no maybe about it. It shall happen.
Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah. Yep, that's fine. I forget what I was gonna ask.
Oh, he's back to Girl Freaking Me. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was just pointing out, and I was giving Germania credit for the fact that he dreams of LPP. And then he takes offense to that. And changes it to Gur Freaking Mania.
I knew bringing up the dream was going to be problematic for me. But here's the thing. I dream about a lot of people that I interact with. And it can be some really vague, stupid stuff. It can be a dream that lasts for 2 seconds. And it can be really weird stuff, like you calling me on my actual cell phone number and me thinking, how the hell does he have my actual number? Because in the dream, I think it's real.
So Germania, are the 2-second dreams the ones about women?
No, those are 5 seconds. Get it right. Okay. So, okay, what have you been ranting about tonight, John?
Oh, I was just telling you about the rant. I was the starting point rant was in relation to the 10 Commandments.
So what are atheists not understanding or misunderstanding about the 10 Commandments, if anything?
Well, I mean, dude, you just read the atheist interpretation.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I would think that you would be able to pick up on the point that's being made is that the sarcasm that I was using was in relation to why the common atheist doesn't want to recognize the 10 Commandments as something that they need to necessarily follow, or that would be relevant, or would be a foundation for objective moral truth.
So is it your opinion that the 10 Commandments is the source of objective truth or morality?
No, I don't think. No. The source of the 10 Commandments is the source of objective moral truth. They're representative of it.
Okay, I got you. And real quick, Bond, if I ever see you in my stream again, I'm taking away your wrench. Just want to say that. I'm taking away.
Bond, are you referring to the I Dream of Jeannie TV show? Is that what? You should put Germania's avatar on the genie body. I think that would be a great fit right there, especially with this little man bun he's got going on.
I don't have a man bun. What are you talking about?
It looks, dude, your avatar, it looks
it is not a man bun. I take personal offense.
That totally looks like a little freaking man bun above the gur, right above there, like the brown little spot. That's it could be dread, dyed dreads or whatever. That's your man. That's your man bun right there.
I'm gonna fix it. Let's see here. There we go.
Oh.
Wait. Actually, you might appreciate this one, maybe. It's Danny.
Oh my god! Is that? Did you make that one, or did Peter make that one?
Peter made it. As much as I hate to give him credit, I'll go back. Yeah, I don't think Peter likes me anymore. Ever since. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say. So you had kind of responded about this, but so you're not actually hated by Speed of Pudding.
No, okay, so here's the thing. I thought I was, because he made Germania has a picture of the LPP ready to go. I come ready, Bond. Get it right. There is a difference. Anyway, so I thought I was hated by Speed because he came out with this stream, weather report, Gerbania, and I was like, he's gonna ban me? What the heck did I do? And then I thought about the stream that you were on when you, Immutable Destiny, and Leo were talking trash about him, and I thought, oh boy, I probably didn't stand up for him. That's probably what it is. And so I was like, it's whatever. And then like a few days ago, he comes out with another stream called Gur is Done For, and I was like, what the freak is going on here? And then after exchanging a few emails, I realized his sense of humor is like drier than the desert. Because he was just joking the whole time. I was like, all right, cool enough.
I thought it was sarcasm. I picked up on sarcasm when he said that you were 3 levels below Smokey Saint in terms of like, he's like, there's all these different, I can't remember, he's like layer after layer after layer, and then there's Danny. And then you go another you go like 13 or 14 levels down, and then there's Smokey. And you keep going way below that. And there you have Germania.
Yeah,
I'm like, what the hell did Germania possibly do to be more hated by Speed of Pudding than Danny and Smokey? I'm like, that is just, I don't see how that's possible.
Because
something has got to be going.
Yeah, he said, okay, picture this huge building, and then you go down 20 floors, and you have, what does he call Matt? The fruit bat Matt, or whatever he calls
the fruit bat. Yep.
And I was like, okay, where's this going? But then he says you go another 20 floors down, and you have who else was it? Sal or Standing for Truth. I'm like, Standing for Truth hasn't even been on my channel. What is he talking about? And then he says you go down another 30 floors, and you have Smokey Saint, and he's just a skeleton in the basement. I'm like, oh, okay, where's this going? And then he says you go another 30 floors down, and then after you get there, you just keep going down, down, down. Then finally, you'll come across this door, and it says it's a sub basement. And in there, you'll find Germania. I was like, what? At this point, I was laughing. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was pretty freaking funny. And that's about the time I realized, okay, this guy, he's just yanking my chain. But yeah.
That was definitely
I was surprised he did not mention you anywhere in that building.
You know, I was wondering about that myself. I was feeling a little bit left out.
Yeah, because I was like, dude,
I was like, man, he
about
hates,
LPP?
he hates Matt more than me. Like, what? I don't even make it on the list. Like, what is happening right now?
I thought the same thing, to be honest. Oh,
I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
I think maybe what it is maybe he forgot about me because I haven't been doing enough memes lately. So
yeah,
I've been doing too many streams, not enough memes, and I guess maybe I'm like falling through the cracks. I don't know.
Well, LPP, I have noticed you've been doing a lot of streams lately, and I do not appreciate it because I feel like it takes away at least one viewer for me. And I'm like, how is he streaming again? What's wrong with this guy? Doesn't he have a life?
Well,
I mean, don't worry about me, but don't you have a life?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure all of my streams have been at night. I mean, you've been the ones that doing it during the day usually. I mean, I don't tell you.
Well,
I would like to thank everybody for sending me the placebos, but I have become addicted to them.
Oh, okay. Hey, so we have Chris Keith has entered the room. I have not seen him in quite some time. Chris, I was actually thinking about you a couple days ago. Like, I wonder what is going on. I mean, maybe he found a woman or something's happening because
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm back from the dead. No, man, I've had a really busy, man. You know, ever since my pal passed away, I put like 5 years worth of like maintenance on my properties off. So I've been literally working 7 days a week, all day long, trying to get everything caught up. But my mom, we were talking about COVID before last time I talked to you. My mom came down with COVID. My niece, her goddaughter, had a wedding about 2 weeks ago, and it was outside. And she's a pharmacy tech, so she made sure everybody had their vaccinations. I did get one. I caved and got the one vaccination, but my mom was fully vaccinated. Make a long story short, like 2 days later after the wedding, she comes down with COVID.
Oh man.
But she it's overran in our county right now, so she was able to get they had the National Guard in, so she was able to get the I forget the first name starts, but it's the antibody the infusions.
Yeah.
And she turned the corner pretty quick right after that, so she didn't get it really bad at all. So, but a lot of stuff, man. I don't want to take up your stream. I'd spend 4 hours telling you what all I've been doing, but it's good to see you. I was watching I was trying to watch that mesh code video, but I only made it in about 15, 20 minutes into it. I kind of got a little confused on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Which thing?
The mesh code.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
You say you watched the interview I had with Dr. Galt?
Yeah, I didn't watch it all. No, I'll go about 20 minutes into it, and it's pretty fascinating actually. So.
Oh yeah, man. That whole deal is like some mind blowing stuff of what the potential implications are. It's a quick sidebar. So Germania, I don't know if you saw that they did on the weather report in the afternoon after my interview with the biochemist. They responded for like about 45 seconds, and then Pudding Brain says, I didn't hate it. I mean, it was a pretty good interview.
I did see him say that he did not hate it, which I was
like
shocked.
It was like he couldn't. It was like very hard for him to be like, I want to talk so bad, but it wasn't that bad. He didn't know how to rip me a new one, I guess.
What the hell are you people talking about?
What?
No.
Anyway, so Chris, so what all you been up to, man? Give me a little rundown.
Well,
other than fixing your properties, what you been doing?
Well, the one of the things I decided to go ahead. I've reopened the church. Well, it's just about open. I had a few. Man, it's been so bad with this, with not only materials, you know what I mean, as far as like you're doing just construction work and stuff right now, but finding labor and skilled trades. So I had to wait like 6 weeks to get an electrician into. I had to get it. The power had been off a year. Now they've got a new. It's considered a commercial building. So I had to wait for him to come in, and I had to pull a permit. And first I had to have it inspected, and then I had to pull a permit just so they can come out and just look at it and basically tell you what you need to do, which I didn't really have to do a whole lot because it was pretty much up to code. But that took 6 weeks just to get that done. But in the meantime, we worked on the outside, and we found a great guy to get in there. It's somebody that my mom knows. He's a teacher at my goddaughter's high school, or when she went there. So it's great, man, and that's what I've been pouring myself into on the weekends, and it looks like we're going to have it open maybe at the 1st of November. So,
that's
Lord,
awesome,
Lord willing, yes. I'm really trying to focus on like getting, because when I was young, I got saved at like a young age, like 12, and it really changed my life. You know what I mean? So I want to give that opportunity to some young folks. You know what I mean? Yeah, this young generation is really screwed up right now, in my opinion. And so if we can save 1, 2, or get them exposed to the Lord, or I would love it. So
no, that's great, man. I'm happy to hear that, and yeah, that's definitely a very good objective. No ifs, ands, buts about it.
Question. I see Wesley Curry, and then Wesley Curry 2.0. What's up with that?
Well, that's the real me down there. This is the fake me, and that's the real me.
That's true. And you need to all acknowledge the path of salvation. Because I had a dream I had a dream about
Smoky sight right there.
How
This
you
is a
lost
like rubber
last
Teflon
week on
Muppet.
Wednesday, John Maddox, you lost your wallet, and inside that wallet was a condom that expired in 2004.
That's what they made my flesh out of, was a
And if
condom.
you
Yeah.
acknowledge that truth, you will acknowledge.
That's just when he quit
understand
using them.
That you are led by the Holy Spirit and have.
I'm
your
actually
salvation.
controlled by GRR Mania, who is just below me. He has his hand up inside of into my head, and I'm just a Muppet. That's the real me down there at the 2.0. This all this is made out of prophylactic.
That is true because leaves blow westward during the fall.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the supply chain got cut off from San Diego recently. They couldn't fabricate it out of the modern latex, so they had to use Trojans.
Yep.
Right here.
And you know the one world order will
100%
be coming
Trojan.
to power when all of the latex has been replaced with silicone, because that is the seal of the sign of the final days of redemption, and that the mark of the beast is near.
Hey, Wesley, I feel like I do have some new teeth coming in.
I asked.
I dreamt about that.
Someday.
I dreamt about.
Yeah, I'll make a fool of myself. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he says no.
I know this. I dreamt of it.
I
dreamt of Germania's teeth arriving on Wednesday in the mail. That's how you know I'm a prophet.
That's exactly where I found them. So, Wesley, good on you. My teeth arrived in the mail earlier today. I'm sorry, a couple days ago. It was Wednesday. So
I am now a true prophet and have the path of salvation verified before you. As old men will see visions and dream dreams, and you will understand that we are now at the time of the redemption of man.
It all makes sense.
I don't even know how to if I can deal with all the prophecy that's happening right now. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed by.
This is what we call the piss wizard effect, Maddox.
This has been ordained right here. Okay, Wesley, I did watch your little short film. What was that about?
Trying not to make comments and putting it plain on the table. That vision that, come on, guys. You've seen it every day for over 17 years. I saw it once, like 18 years ago. One time I saw it. So that's what I tried just to put it plain without comment. Just the vision, what it means, and some nice graphics showing it visually. Want to show it here?
Fair enough. Yeah, because a few months, maybe a month or two ago, after talking with you, I did look you up and I found your short film, and I thought it was pretty well done. You know, relatively
four-handed
speaking.
part. Yeah, the four-handed part. That was my first attempt at short films. I actually got it into a film festival in London, a few blocks from Buckingham Palace.
Well, it was even though I did not understand it, even though I did not understand it at all, I thought it was pretty well executed.
Yeah, it was all stream of consciousness. I am
yeah,
I am mentally ill, and from my mental illness, my natural choice of genre is surrealism. So that's where I went.
Okay, gentlemen, I gotta step away for 1 second.
There was no story.
Try not to go insane while I'm gone. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna be listening on my phone. I'm gonna be gone for like 5 minutes.
I'm gonna change my avatar.
You better not. I'll be watching. Hey,
Yeah,
listen. I will be watching on my phone. I will know Germania. I will know.
What are you talking about? So, anyways, my name is John Maddox. I should probably stop. Pick me up.
Please,
I
only
remember
big
that
words with multiple consonant vowel
warned.
combinations, John, please.
That is definitely Smokey's voice. How you doing, Smokey?
I'm doing all right, Chris. How you doing? Good to see
Doing pretty well, man. I haven't talked to you in a while too.
It's been a minute. Yeah, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, I think this was a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. John had left the stream, and so I was the first one to join the stream. So when he left, I was at the top left-hand corner. So I changed my avatar to his avatar, and I changed my name to the LPP. And then 10 minutes later, he changes my name from the LPP to change your avatar or get kicked. And I thought, that's pretty clever. I'll give you that. So I changed it back fairly quickly.
So what's the topic tonight? Is it just rants and just whatever? Saturday night rants? Is that what it says?
I don't know. I just joined maybe 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So
man, what is up in the last few months? When just every time you turn the TV, they're just pushing some transphobia. Well, not transphobia, but transgender agenda. And,
transgender agenda. I scored an LGBTQ film with Tom Arnold about 4 or 5 years ago. And as a matter of fact, some of the music I put in that score is going to be used in the final day at Armageddon when those children sing in the Valley of Megiddo. It's called Landline. The film is called Landline. It was made by Matthew Aaron. And if you remember Parks and Recreation, the TV comedy show, there was a very large man in there who was called Gary, played by Jim O'Hare. And if you remember Life in Pieces, or the wife of the guy in Breaking Bad, her name was Betsy Brandt. Another guy, Louis from Sopranos, was in it. Tom Arnold from Roseanne, and a couple of other
Tom Arnold
movies. He was in the film. I made more than a few grand and took the money and moved to West Virginia where I could write symphonies. But the music I wrote for that whole film, I scored it.
You do. So you do the song. You do songwriting.
Yeah, well, I really, I'm not very good with words, so they tend to be really not. I don't know. I'm not real emotional with words. I write orchestral music. I like to write.
So like riffs and melodies and things. Yeah,
Wesley, did you say you composed a song that will be used during second coming?
I was hired by the film company to score the film Landline with Tom Arnold. And the music that's in that, several of the pieces are going to be used on the last day of time when the angels sing from the heavens. And when the children at the end of the 7 years, when the children walk through the Valley of Megiddo. So go buy Landline. It's a LGBTQ film. It was the first LGBTQ film to be accepted. Had Ryan Sandberg from the Chicago Cubs was in the movie.
Can I ask you
how good or bad the movie is? I won't say anything about it. But if you want to hear some of the music that's going to be sung in the Valley of Armageddon, it's in that film.
You know anybody in the business that knows anything about who loaded the gun that Alec Baldwin shot that lady with?
I've been watching the news. They're probably not going to prosecute him. It was just a bad mistake on the part of the production company.
I don't see how that happens after it happened to Brandon Lee. I don't see how in the world you've got guns like that.
Well, the guy that was in charge of the props worked on one of the films worked with the same production company that killed Brandon Lee.
Yeah, that's very weird.
Yeah.
But no, if it's
even Germania thinks his streams are boring. That's why he's over here.
I
used to see Germania in the chat. You do streams now?
Yeah. Usually
Does anybody know what?
Nights.
Has anybody ever seen this one before? Do you know what this is? It's Superman flying over a nudist colony.
Turn it upside down. And you got a
Okay,
midget.
I'll leave the jokes to you. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll go back.
I guess I missed it, Gur, but I guess Knock and Kat had another big old thing situation happen over there again. Maybe you missed it.
I don't know. I think they were cool. I have stepped away for the past half an hour. I don't know if that's true.
Is Knock
Since
still
then.
alive?
Yeah, well, him and Kat are cool. At least they were cool. I presume that's still the case, but I don't know.
Well, I just asked because there was just some trash talk from Knock in your side chat, and I was wondering if something had happened that you missed.
I thought I picked up on some of that.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The last thing I see from him is, oh boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of a thing there. Yeah.
I should probably go back.
Probably. I don't know what that's about. You might have people that you have to let back in or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I think they want you back because I think there's people that need to come in the room. I'll go over there, bro. I'll follow you over there.
All right, yeah, that's cool. John's not here, so I don't think he cares.
You stepped away for a minute.
No, that's all good. I just got back. You guys can go handle your business, and I would imagine there'll be some good dumpster fire action for Smokey over there for sure.
Oh, I'm sure. Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun with the piss wizardry. It seems if you can get Wesley to talk about normal human things, apparently he's not quite so crazy. So good
I'm
on
sorry,
you, Chris.
that's metabolistically impossible for me.
Well, okay. Well, lovely. Outstanding for that. Okay, guys, I'll talk to you later. Appreciate it, Maddox. Thanks for letting me in. All right.
I'm checking out too. I've got a Harry Potter-a-thon going on, so I'm gonna go watch. I'm like at film number 7 now. So peace out.
Right on.
Thanks for listening, and it's nice to hear you guys.
No problem, Wesley. Have a good night, man.
Thank you.
Well, I'm thinking maybe. What's up, man?
I just wondered if we could ask you a question. That's
Sure.
I've just been trying to check out this book, William Lane Craig, Philosophical Foundations for a Christian Worldview. I just wondered if you could give some sort of opinion on it. I'm assuming that you've come across it somewhere. I don't know.
I have not actually read that one of his. I'm pulling up what's the one that I've got. Let me see here.
It's an expensive book. That's why I've got to ask, really. I can't afford to just throw money at a book and then find out that it's not going to be.
Let's see. The one of his I've read is On Guard.
Yeah.
That was a good one, and it wasn't super expensive. Let me see. Philosophical Foundation. Oh, this is J.P. Moreland and William Lane Craig. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, that's right.
See if I can get that. Yeah, some of those books are crazy expensive. There's one book that I've been wanting to get for a while that's like $100 and something, like $148 or something like that. I was like, I just have not been able to bring myself to buy it yet.
Wow. Yeah. Can you not get it, rent it online or something and read it? And
I've got the PDF for it, but it's quite expensive getting it printed out in my flat,
No, I can definitely see that. Yeah, reading in the see, I can get access to the PDF. Woo, 662 pages. Good lord.
So that'd take you half a day to print out, wouldn't it?
Might be cheaper just to buy it.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I see a cheaper version. Let's see.
So
that'd be the type of book you could read more than once to digest.
So I'm seeing on Thrift Books, they got a copy of it for $17.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yeah, hang on. I'll put a link in the private chat.
All right.
There you go. Yeah, it looks
Is
like
William Lane Craig and J.P. Moreland sort of highly respected? Are they trustworthy?
Oh yeah, Moreland they're both. Whether or not you agree with their conclusions is neither here nor there. But yeah, from a professional perspective, they're both very well. I mean, Moreland may even be more further up the food chain than William Lane Craig in some contexts. But no, they're both very well respected.
Right.
And from an academic perspective, not just from a like Christian standpoint. Very good. That should take you. I just put the link in private chat. Looks like they've got a copy for $17. I don't know what it would show. You're in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So it maybe show up in pounds for you, but it's showing me $17.69.
Well, that won't be much more than 15 quid, really. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah.
And it's a hardcover version too.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that'll let us know how it. Let us know how it. What do you think about it?
I'll get that.
Give us your review.
Oh, it looks like Abe Books has a copy for $15.
Abe Books, is that in England? Is it?
I don't know. I'm gonna put a link in the private chat for you.
We still have books. Do you guys where you live at not have books? Used bookstores? We still have those.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We do, of course.
We've got a really huge one out in Knoxville.
You're talking about McKay's?
Yeah.
There's a McKay's. There's a McKay's in Nashville, literally a mile from my house.
I love McKay's.
Yeah, they got some places gigantic. I've driven past the one in Knoxville. I've never been in it. The one in Nashville.
That used to be my go-to when I was younger, but they built even a bigger one, and it's like good grief. Because they used to do when you could get school books and everything like that there, but now I mean it's amazing. I haven't been there a long time. It might have been a year since I've been there.
All right, Brandon, go get some sleep, man. Appreciate you coming by. And yes, I agree with you. Doki needs to get some sleep. I'm starting to wonder if Doki is like, I make jokes about the super sticker addiction, but I really think that Doki may, given the fact that he's always awake, I really think that Doki may have a super sticker mainline addiction. And
mainline addiction.
Something is happening because it's like you go over to another stream and like Doki is there, and then he's on Doki is there. I'm like,
I always thought it might have been more than one, but the personality seems to be just one. But I want to say hi, by the way, to Doki. He's been the one at the top in the chat.
Are you saying that you think Doki may have?
I thought
there might be actually multiple
point.
people behind the Doki account. Is that right?
At one point, I did. Yeah, I don't think so now. No. It definitely makes his way around. I saw where a trailer went for 1.7 million up where you live at, John. Did you read about that?
I did not. A trailer?
Yeah, you look it up online. Trailer and goes for $1 million in Nashville at 1.5. I don't know. It's crazy. It's because where the land was at.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the land.
Land is crazy where you live at now, isn't it?
Yes.
It's crazy where I live at too, man. I mean, I cannot believe how much the prices went up. I mean, it's just like if you've had any property or land right around here where I'm at, it's just you've made money just sitting at the house.
Nashville mobile home. Okay, where was this? Oh, okay. I know exactly where this is. Okay. Yep. I know. Yeah, they're putting a gigantic. So Oracle's moving their headquarters here, or not? I don't know if it's the headquarters or it's a giant new facility. Either way, and they're going to turn the east bank of the Cumberland River into the like bunch of multi-use condo buildings, a couple skyscrapers. They're going to build a freaking marina down there.
God, I need to get up to Nashville. It's been a while.
Yeah, so it's going to be ridiculous when they do that, and I mean, absolutely freaking nuts. Look at this. So I make jokes about Doki having a mainline super sticker addiction, and he gives me a super sticker $4. Thank you, Doki. I appreciate that.
It's crazy, man.
Yep. Doki like funds so many YouTube channels. It's like him. I don't know how many people would survive. Doki. If anything happens to Doki, there's gonna be a bunch of people are gonna be like, oh my. They'll be like sadness and reminiscence of Doki's super sticker addictions. But yeah, that area they're gonna do with the Oracle thing is gonna be freaking. I was looking at pictures of it last summer when they made the formal announcement, and the plans for it are nuts. And
Yeah, but I did see that was because there was being bought up by like a company like that. They want the land, to do something. They're buying all that out through there. So it's, but man, that's the way even my grandparents' generation, we're always taught, you buy land and you don't sell it unless you're going to buy more land. You know what I mean? So
yep.
It's all good. My dad's got a piece of property up in Galtenberg. My great grandfather bought it. It's right as soon as you go in, they built a package store right there now, or wine and spirits. I'm not condoning that. I'm just saying they built that there, and as you go in, so they actually got hit by a lot of that area got hit by fires. So
oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he actually picked up property. Is weirdly they added a portion of a road to his property when it got, but it's just been sitting there for I don't know. It's been sitting there for 100 years. Probably that property has not been used.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk my dad into selling. He lives up in if you know, he lives off the Parkway towards Gator Point. I don't know if you know where that's at all. If you've ever been familiar with the Outberg or like Dalton, go towards Dollywood.
I've been out. Yeah, okay. If you're going towards Hollywood, I recognize that.
Yeah, off that main strip, he lives about 20 minutes off there. If you go down to Gator Point, there's a lake out there. But Galtenberg, it's where that's at. So it's not too far from where he lives, but it's, believe it or not, I can be in Chattanooga faster than I can be at my dad's from where I live. It's crazy because
having
driven
through there, that does not surprise me.
Yeah.
Once you go off those roads, the main roads, good grief, man.
Yeah, man.
15 miles an hour.
Yeah, you talk about being out in the sticks. I mean, it's out in the sticks. But even where I'm living, I used to be out in the sticks. Now it's like I'm almost not in the country anymore. They're building subdivisions everywhere around here. I got 2 schools. It's just like crazy. So I'm thinking about maybe finding somewhere to move out farther too. I don't like get too close when people get around me.
Yeah. Have you thought about the property you were talking about your dad owns? You said there's a liquor store on it right now?
Well, no. There's a liquor store across from it, and somebody
okay.
built there's a couple cabins so that they rent and or chalets. So, Dad was going to develop that, but I'm kind of talking him in now. He's got COPD. He doesn't, he used to smoke, quit smoking, but he worked in did body work, frame and body work, so in alignment. So he's around a lot of like asbestos with brakes, and then of course all the chemicals, so he has COPD and it'll flare up. And I'm trying to talk him into selling out everything up there and moving up here either with me or let him behind me, whatever he wants to put a place, whatever he wants to do. So because if I have to help him out and do something, it just takes my whole day. You know what I mean? Because, hour and a half drive up there, we run around and do some things. The next thing you know, I drive back, my day's gone. So it's like,
right. Well, as he's getting older, and if that's right, happened, I mean, just that time factor, getting him to treatment could be a problem too.
Well, yeah, it's like it's only been like twice this year that he had to go with the emergency room like twice, and so, but like if it gets where he has to have it, something like that was happening again, and what was really bad was like right after I was leaving visiting him, I got home and I found out my mom had COVID. So I called my sister. I was like, I might end up being, I don't know how I can be at 2 hospitals at the same time. So, but thank God she had a very mild case, I guess, where she had the
good.
The vaccine. Well, she still caught it with both shots. So I mean, but she didn't get a real bad case. So I don't know. I'm still torn. But I didn't want to get it, but like I gave in to the pressure really, because not so much for me. I did it because I was afraid I might give it to my mom or something, and I'd feel terrible. But I got the first shot, but I'm not going to get the second shot because I'll be honest with you, man. I had symptoms from it. Like the first for like 5 days, I had like arrhythmia, and it just messed me up. And then I was fine after that, but I'm not. I was like, I'm not getting the second shot. Brady asked. I got the Moderna. I got my niece's pharmacy tag, and they just pressured me to death, man. Her, my mom. I mean,
giving you the guilt.
Guilt, yeah. And then she ends up getting it, and then so she got, like I said, the infusions, which. If you're lucky enough to get that, a lot of them being the fact that our county's overran is the only reason that we have such a small hospital that they brought in the National Guard. So they're running all that. So yeah, and she was in and out, and I'm telling you, man, within like 2 days later, she really turned the corner just right after that. Because usually COVID, it usually if it's going to hit you hard, it's the second week that it hits you. It kind of comes back, you know. First week you may have mild symptoms, and that second week is when you get hit with it. So
yeah, it's when you have the cytokine storm.
Exactly. And but she didn't. Cause my mom's real tough, man. She's a tough old bird, so she won't let on. Like she even no matter what their health, she's always keeps it kind of like. I said, my grandmother was the same way. They don't want you to worry or anything like that. But I was outside doing some work at her house, and I was doing some painting there, and I could hear her inside coughing a few times. You know, a little congestion. So, but she was it's basically like a mild case of the flu for her. But I've had several friends and family members around here that have caught it, and some of them were vaccinated, some of them were not, and it seems like the ones that did not, if they had any health conditions at all, like smoke, like my buddy Ron caught it, and he's a smoker. It was a big time smoker, and man, it lingered with him. It took him like a month to get over it. And then I know a lady up here, like top of my road, she caught it. She's like 80 something, and all she had was like maybe a little diarrhea and just like what you get with a regular flu, and she was over it. But her son is like around like 51 maybe, and he's in the hospital right now with it. And you can't wait too long to do those the antibody infusions, because you only got a certain amount of time that they'll give them to you. So
yeah, it's early stage benefits and everything.
Yeah. So I told her,
I've been pretty. I finally talked my dad into my parents have it, but I'm concerned about well, as I'm sure everybody knows, like the new variants that are coming, they're freely admitting that it's not protecting against it.
No, it's not. That's what I think my mom picked up. I think there's different variants. I won't cut you. I'll let you finish. But just real fast, I think there's different variants in the fact, like there are harsher ones, but there's also milder ones. You know what I mean?
Yep, exactly.
So go ahead.
And so yeah, what I've finally talked my dad into, we're having I found a place to have an appointment. They're going to prescribe him some of those things that we will not name and that are
yes,
you know,
the horse dewormer. No, I was kidding.
Yeah. So I found a group that will do it, like make the prescriptions and stuff. So
good deal.
I set up an appointment for my dad because I'm concerned about, like, we're going into the winter time, and I'm like, man, we're setting ourselves up for, I think, a bad winter. To be honest, that's what I think. And a lot of people are going to be overconfident as hell. They're not actually preparing themselves. I'm talking like nutritionally and exercise. Oh, I'm good now. And it's like, no, your mom being a prime example, like she had it and caught it. Like it doesn't prevent. Okay, it might minimize the symptoms and does not prevent you from having it, right?
Yeah, and you're right, John. I think so much of it's just your immunity. Same thing with the flu. I haven't caught the flu since I was probably 19. I had a real bad case of it and haven't caught it since. Whether I get a flu shot, don't get a flu shot, I don't catch the flu. And I was around. Must have been my mom got exposed, and I don't know. I was around her the whole time, and in the car with her, everything. And I got tested twice after that, and I didn't have it, and she did. So either that shot that I took like only like 8 days before, maybe prime my maybe some antibodies for it. I don't know, but I know one thing: I wouldn't get the second shot, and I'm not the doctor, so I'm not giving any medical advice to anybody. You're your own person. I think everybody makes that decision themselves. But you know, I'm around elderly people, and if I'm gonna be at this church, you know what I mean, and I'm going to be in this church, and there's elderly people there, I would feel terrible if I caught it and I passed it to some people. So, you know, I have faith in you know, the Lord that you know, He's going to take care of me, but you know, also, you know, He give me a brain to do the right thing, because there was the church that was a couple miles down the road. A lot of them caught it, and they were having services. That's when way back when it first started, they were having services and they were spreading it and they caught it. So I mean, it's just, you know, it's a fact. I can't, you know, because some of these, you get on some of these sites and they'll say, you know, it's a conspiracy. It's not even a real thing. I'm like, no, it's real. You just may not be in the area where it's real bad, but it's hit hard where I live at.
Yeah. The whole "it's not real" thing is just, that's just dumb. I don't question the fact that it's real. I would have questions about the source of it, but you know.
Oh yeah, we won't go there.
That's a whole different conversation.
Christopher said too much COVID talk. I got you. It is kind of a downer.
So Christoph, I I'm assuming you're an atheist. Why don't you come in the stream and give us some, and you give us something to laugh at as you attempt
We'd
to
love
defend your worldview.
Me and John don't know too much about evolution. We'd like to hear about it.
Hey, so biblical discussion. Do those companies ship to the UK? Were you able to check?
Yes, they do. Yeah, it's still inexpensive if I do order from there. I'm trying to find one in the UK. I could get the book quicker.
Oh, nice.
Well, I do appreciate your opinion. Give me some help with that. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. It's amazing what you can find online these days.
Oh yeah.
You never know when something might be. Like, for example, I was looking at. I was randomly Googling some like backdrop stuff I was thinking about getting a different backdrop for videos on YouTube.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I did some Googling, and lo and behold, I came across a website that sells them. And I bought 2 new ones. I'm gonna see which one I like best. I spent a grand total of $21 on 2 new 5 foot by 7 foot vinyl backdrops. I can mount on my wall. And it's for $21, man. Well, with shipping, it was 20 and tax. It was like 29.
Are those similar to like a green screen, but they're whatever the backdrop is that's back there?
Well, the green screens are usually like a linen of some kind, like a fabric. These are vinyl. These are vinyl, and I guess it's a fabric as well, but different than it's not a cloth. I guess it's vinyl. But yeah, you unroll it and like mount it. It's real easy. It's used like
that can probably roll up and get it and put out of the way pretty easy then too if it's vinyl.
Yeah. It's piece of cake. But yeah, like I will have it. My one I have used right now with like the bricks and stuff. I just use thumbtacks and you like mount it onto the wall and it takes 2 seconds.
I'm not really good with that stuff, but my buddy is. And those green screens are pretty cool to play around with too.
Yeah, green screens are cool, but the problem with them is that like you have to have the lighting's got to be good and the wrinkles. I have a green screen. But getting the wrinkles out of those things is a ridiculous pain in the butt, and it takes forever. Like you have to get a steamer and like steam them out and stuff. It's a pain. And then if you take it down, the next time you want to use it, you get the same problem because they wrinkle up the folds wrinkle up so quick. Green screens you need to have like set up. Yeah. Well, it looks like Gerd Stream says, well, I stepped away from my stream for half an hour and now I have a dumpster fire in my hands. Thanks, LPP. Well, Ger, if you stopped dreaming about me, maybe you'd be able to keep track and control of your phone.
Yeah, I heard that was weird. He said he dreams about you. I don't know if I've ever dreamed about anybody online, but
yeah, he said that he dreamed that I called his cell phone number and was talking to him about going getting pizza at I guess it's a pizza store or a shop right down the street from where he lives. And yeah, so like, well, I guess I am living rent free in some atheist heads these days.
Oh, so that's right. He is an atheist. I knew I knew the name, but I couldn't really place it. He's changed his name. Is it Ger Streams? Is that his YouTube channel?
So he's got Germania and Ger Stream. So Germania,
I'll check it out.
He used to do his streams on there, but then there's so many dumpster fires. He felt like they were like, deprecating the quality of his channel. So then he started Ger Streams, where that's where he does all of his live streams now. And they have, he likes the dumpster fires.
And the fires just kind of moved over. They go from building to building, stream to stream, channel to channel.
Let's see. Let's snipe
it.
Let's snipe the atheists and see what happens. See if we need to give Germania some therapy. Let's see what's going on over there.
Why am I being punished with math?
Are you laughing or are you crying?
Yes.
Yes. Wait, are you doing both? I don't know because before I thought you were crying, but now
I don't know.
I'm enjoying this way too much.
Are you?
I
mean, you're a sadist.
Immutable. Do you think we should? Do you think we should take some derivatives here? And
let's.
Let's do it.
Well, wait,
I will share your screen, Leo.
Might as well explain the difference between a covariant and a contravariant derivative.
No, hang on. I want to say something.
Okay, I would say there's a high level of intoxication over there.
Yeah, it's Saturday night. They probably are.
I don't know, Chris, did you see any of my stream last night? That was an epic dumpster fire of drunkenness. You see that?
Man, I was had it on to listen to, and I fell asleep. It was like 11 something, so I didn't get to catch that one. But I did catch the one before. A little bit of your and a little bit of your 1800. Congratulations on that, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, man. Late by 1 o'clock in the morning, the level of drunkenness was hysterical. This one guy had literally drank almost. He was real close to finishing off a liter of whiskey. But he kept holding up the bottle, and we were like watching it decline. He became incoherent. I'll tell you that much. Jason and Doug were sloshed. Germania was drinking. I forget who all was on, but it was at one point. I think there was myself and two others that were not drunk, and it was interesting.
You know how it is when you get older. It's bad enough you get hungover, but like if I haven't drunk in so long, even in the fact from the age, I would just be hungover for like 2 days. It's kind of like eating out. I don't eat out, but I eat out. It just makes me sick. I can't even imagine it. I did catch some stream. I haven't really been keeping up a lot what's been going on, but I did catch one stream of yours, and it was a dumpster fire. Had I think Smokey and Stanton. I didn't know they were going at it.
Oh, you saw that one? Oh, yeah. When I was like timing them and they were like ripping each other a new one. Yeah, that was that definitely was a dumpster fire for sure.
I didn't catch it live. I caught it the next day.
Well, the two of them have just been going at it. They've been like streaming about each other for the past month and a half. It's ridiculous. I've been telling you both. I'm just like, can y'all just drop this already? This is getting part of the reason I let them both on at the same time. I ended up kicking them both out at the same time too. I'm like, okay, these two have been like doing streams about each other for like every couple of days, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. Like, I know if they both are in the stream at the same time, it's going to turn into a knockdown drag out. So let's just do it and get the blood spilt and get it over with. Yeah. So there was like a very, very brief, like, okay, we're on the edge of maybe a truce. And then, that imploded. And then they started going at it again. And finally I was like, okay, I'm done.
Like, well, I'm
done. I booted both of them. I'm like, you guys are, you're out. I'm done with this.
I don't blame you. Like it must have been well over a year ago. I told him, like, there's I don't hold it. If somebody's older or if they're younger, it doesn't matter to me. It's not a salvation issue to me. So, but it's kind of like the same thing with, like, do you believe hell's eternal torture pit or eternal destruction? And like I think I typed this Smokey a long time ago. I was like, you're not really going to get anywhere with that. So it's just. I stay, I just stay away from those arguments anymore. I've just learned to, because it's going to end in a dumpster fire every time. But I also haven't really listened to their back and forth other than that one stream to really comment. So
it's Doki says John is official YouTube dumpster fire marshal. Yes, that's very true. This past we were 2nd or the 3rd of October. I like twisted the heck out of my ankle, and so I was basically bedridden for 2 weeks. And I mean, I could move around. I had crutches and stuff, but for all intents and purposes, I was just like resting, letting it heal as quick as possible. And so it's part of the reason I was doing so many streams. I got addicted again. But in line with all that, Doki has now, like I said, he's dubbed me the YouTube dumpster fire marshal, because there's definitely my streams usually in the last hour and a half, it's usually turning into crazy dumpster fire.
Usually when you probably get tired and somebody else, people take over, huh?
Well,
because you moderate pretty good usually. I like your show because you'll stop, and even though there's a bunch of people, you can tone it down and do your little timer you do. I like that. It helps out.
Yeah, I don't know why the timer thing is not a more common
that's
method for live streams, like panels and stuff, because that's the only way to do it, in my opinion. If you got a bunch of people who are like, especially folks who are mad at each other and want to have confrontation, like, you've got to go into time.
It's the fire extinguisher for dumpster fires, man.
Yeah, I don't know if so. Last night
was it dark? When was Darth? Was that last night? Then I did catch. I caught some of it. I fell asleep, but he was on there
for maybe maybe 45 minutes. And
God, that
I
guy
don't
will
know.
just straight power talk you, won't he?
Yeah. I don't know if I don't think Darth likes the clock though. I'm not sure.
No, he don't even pay attention. He like doesn't even cross his mind.
No, he was actually doing pretty well with when I was running the clock. Like he was wrapping up at
Okay,
when the clock
then.
got down to 0, he would wrap up and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think he likes doing it for extended periods of time because he bounced not long after that. But at the same time, the agnostics and the atheists that were on the stream were like not wanting to engage. So I don't know if he might not be getting his fix of atheist annihilation.
He definitely has his talking points.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What's up, Iger? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Chilling, man, chilling. Can you say hi to Chris Keith real quick?
Hey,
man?
what's going on, rock fish soup people?
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
You still
man,
flat? You still flat earthing it?
Once you go flat, you never go back, bro. But I think there's bigger fish to fry than trying to change somebody's mind on that right now.
Well, that's good.
With the New World Order taking over and trying to.
I was about to ask you, what's the most pressing issue now?
Man, look at what's going on in the world today. Bro,
I see it, man. I don't even want to go into some of it because it's John's stream. I don't want to get anything flagged or anything like that. So
go to New York, go to New York, Australia, California, and you'll see it, bro. These mandates and
well, I don't have to go there. I can go on I can just watch on the commercials on TV.
Right, but you know what I'm saying. It seems like Revelation 13 is starting to play out, and we're only a hop, skip, and a jump away from a mark on your right hand or forehead in order to go anywhere. So yeah, I think that's more pressing right now, just to try to get as many people.
What do you feel about I see that little anti-syringe. We'll just say that for the benefit of this not getting flagged. But what do you feel about that? You don't think that's the mark or nothing, do you? Somebody takes the.
Oh, it's questionable, bro, but it's because it's not on your
I hope
right
not,
hand.
man.
Yeah, I heard you mention that you took it, and even you had side effects. Or
I only had one though. I didn't get two, so maybe I'm technically.
I hear the first one's not as powerful as the second one, and then the third one.
I know, and I don't want the second one.
Chris is only half a servant of the devil now.
Yeah, I'm only half, so maybe.
So Chris, so since you're like getting ready to reopen a church, are you now a false prophet?
I guess I am, man. Well, I'm just kind of like deacon right now, so I'm not really.
Precursor, bro. I definitely think it's a big precursor because, like I said, it's not on your right hand or forehead yet. So, but it's who knows what they're sticking in there, bro. Like even according to the CDC, there's been over 15,000 deaths already. So, and that's just what they tell you, and these people lie about everything. So. Plus the Bell's palsy,
I do think I've seen it where they and I even talked to chaplains that work in a hospital that they do attribute a lot of deaths that probably aren't COVID, so that's a fact. But it also is. I mean, I know people personally that have died and are really messed up from COVID, so it's a real deal thing. I don't know what's. It's part of it, man.
Too, bro. I think whatever they released from the Wuhan lab is real. So I don't think it's fake. But I think at the beginning it was over sensationalized a lot. Like they were hyping up the numbers and stuff because it didn't spread as fast as they wanted it to. I don't know why they were. Just the theatrics behind it all, bro. It's been it's the biggest psychological operation I can.
Man, I will say this. Every nurse that I talk to at any time, any office I've been to, or even way back when I was taking care of my grandfather before he passed away, and just myself, and just any doctor's office I've been to, every nurse I've asked, they've not taken it. I don't. That made me like most leery right there because I'm like, what do they know that I don't know? And I think a lot of them are just are concerned with fertility and things like that, and what it might do. So.
Yeah, bro, this stuff is crazy.
Which is, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, we don't know what long-term effects are. They say it's safe, but
yeah, they used to say smoking was safe. They used to say spraying DDT on people was safe. So they be telling you all kinds of stuff is safe. and just wait a couple of years and you find out that it wasn't safe at all.
And I figure something's going to get us. I mean, this.
I think my personal opinion is all of this is just it's the runway to the implementation of the real end game.
Yeah,
it's
John,
like this is the preface.
It's kind of like the reason behind it. Like you look at Australia and they only had like 5 deaths in the population of 5 million or something like that.
They stay locked down though.
Yeah,
Australia's had a little over 1,800, but they have a population of 25 million, and they've been on basically lockdown for almost 2 years. So
yeah,
it's ridiculous. It's a totally different dynamic.
Yeah.
I would have flipped out by now. The way they're being treated, the Australians are being treated, is beyond the pale at this point. I mean,
yeah, because what's the point? I mean, if you got to stay, I mean, there's problems, you're going to get from sitting in the house all day long too. You know what I mean? Keep mental issues and
don't get LPP started, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gyms.
I don't mean to. I didn't want to try to derail us into a complete COVID thing. We just got on it.
No. It's
probably my fault.
But it's an issue though. Let's talk about Revelation. So I think that all of this stuff, let's stop using the words. I think all of this stuff is a mental conditioning to lead up to the implementation of the real takeover on the global level. And it's just like this is the precursors to set the stage. Because I mean, at this point, the United States is guaranteed to collapse within the next couple of years.
Yeah,
John, that's what I'm.
I agree with that, bro.
I used to think, man, we're still way far off from, this, United States imploding, and it's no, we're not. It's here now. I said this last year. I said inflation is going to get bad. I had no idea that it's getting as bad this quick. Like with all these tankers and stuff sitting over there.
Well, they're straight up lying about the inflation. I mean,
man.
September only had a 5.4 year-over-year inflation mark. I'm like, bull bovine scatology. You lying SOBs. And oh yeah, we didn't factor in the increase in fuel and food cost into our calculation for inflation. Like, what? You didn't factor in fuel cost? Oh wait, that's only up 45%. That's not, I mean, I'm just saying.
We knew that was going up, man. But what about Biden getting away with being able to just not feel? They were all over Trump. They just let Biden. He don't have to answer anything. Did you see him? What he got on TV and just it says what am I doing out here?
Bro,
I was
that guy can't even read the damn teleprompter.
I think they did it on purpose, man, so they can so they can let everybody know who's really in charge, and it's not him.
I mean, anybody thinks he's
devil's in charge. Put it that way.
Far left, man,
is a naive fool if they think that
he's a puppet.
Yeah, full scale. No,
I think they're all puppets ultimately, bro. Because even if you got Bill Gates or all these top people out of the way, somebody else will take their place. Because the devil has a whole entire army of puppets lined up. So.
Oh, the devil is definitely he's doing his bidding right now for sure.
No, yeah, the wave of evil is crossing the planet right now. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. I mean,
I don't listen to rap
I like the way you put it. There's a wave of evil crossing the planet right now, and it's kind of like you guys ever seen the Never-Ending Story where there's a big nothingness? That's how it feels, bro. Like there's just big wave of evil coming across the land. It's going for your souls.
And what gets me is the ignorance of the average person, at least in the Western civilization, right, in relation to basic economics, basic geopolitical maneuvering and tactics, and basic history. Like, if you have a modicum of knowledge in those three concepts or those disciplines, you should be scared shitless, is all I gotta say. I mean, we have every single factor that's building up for either incredible implosion economically on a global scale, probably in a manner that's never been seen before, which is going to lead to mass starvation and death, which already happened to some extent in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And then usually to somehow overcome those, what do you have? You have massive war to rekindle economies and all that other kind of stuff. So we have the wars that are being like teed up as we speak on a massive global level in a way, in a manner which would surpass World War I and World War II if they're actually. I mean,
well, they're successfully, any empire, you divide it and it cannot stand. I mean, that's just common sense, and that's success. It's successfully being done in America. We're divided, and it seems like there's no hope for to come together.
Gavin Newsom of California is screwing the rest of the United States.
Yeah,
like hands down. With all the, I was just reading an article earlier that there's like 60-something containers that are literally floating in the Pacific Ocean right now because of a storm that came through. And these ships have been sitting there for so long that they were so as a fierce storm, and containers literally fell off the boats.
Or millions of containers counting all the ships. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's nuts. And here's
kind
the
of
other thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Something else I was reading a report on that they're very concerned about is like the fiber optic cables that are across the ocean.
Yeah.
The ones connecting the United States to Asia are very, very close to the ports. And they've already had multiple instances where they're having basically the anchors that are dragging from all the ridiculous amount of boats that are out there floating have already damaged the cables a few times. Had to fix them. And they're like, this is like a very significant concern that it only takes one to like really hook one of those cables that are just like not protected on the ocean floor. And you could like shut down, like literally shut down communication between the United States and Asia.
And I've thought about those cables before like that. It's crazy. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, those cables just, are very vulnerable.
Well, and here's the other thing too, is, and I'm talking about this on the global level. And I know that the Russians were actually caught testing this kind of theory, but like, there's not really all that much that prevents you from creating a little micro robot submarine for the express purpose of going down there and like severing that stuff. If you're ever trying to like take out a country's economically.
Well, I honestly think that's why, and we'll stay away from any. We'll just kind of keep it, code it a little bit. But I think that's what China did basically because Trump was putting the screws to him. You know what I mean? So something had to be done to get him out of there. So that's my theory.
I think there's definitely. I would argue that there was a collusion.
Definitely
within the United States and
the deep state, and maybe working with China.
Yeah,
that's where I'm leaning towards.
Yeah, I don't even, at this point. I don't even think that's not even like.
No, that's not even like. Yeah, that's not even like.
There's measurable evidence in line with that. I mean, especially the fact that Fauci finally got busted for lying.
God, that guy, man.
And they straight up got him. And the CDC admitted that he lied.
Which, I mean, for the thousandth time at least.
Yeah, it's like that guy is such a snake, man. I'd say.
Yeah, he is, man. He could sell some snake oil for sure.
And the fact that he's 80, is he 81 now? I think. Let me Google that.
Wow, is he? He doesn't look it. I'll give him that.
No, he's up there. Let's see. Yeah, he's 80. 80 years old.
I thought they might be prepping him to try to run him for office, but maybe not.
What's up?
How do you start a dumpster fire? What's the technique? What's the?
Well, usually you need one, maybe two atheists with a dab of agnostic, and a couple of very staunch theists. And usually the agnostic can serve as the kindling to really kick things off. And then you get a slow burn from the atheists. And then usually you can toss in a flat earther or two. And you're almost guaranteed to have implosion right there. What do you guys think about that formula for?
Definitely in general. And if it's all Christians, then it's generally.
You also need a couple of young earthers, a few old earthers, and toss in maybe like one theistic evolutionist.
Yeah,
And then
gotta have that theistic evolutionist definitely to get, because that way you can play both sides. Yeah.
Yep. And then you need one somehow young Earth or global flood is salvific issue, and one old earther who thinks that young Earth is a cult. And then in that instance, you're almost guaranteed to have full scale dumpster fire raging within 3 to 5 minutes.
How on earth do you get them all together, though?
We have them.
Yeah.
Well, I thought
it's not hard.
But they gravitate to your channel.
It takes a year or two to gather this many Pokemon.
Well, here's the thing. So, have you ever seen the movie Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner?
No.
Yeah, they did. They just sold. Didn't they just sell the field? Did you see that?
I didn't see that. So, okay, so there's a movie it was made. I think it was in like the early '90s, maybe. And Kevin Costner, he's got this land out in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, he gets this this whole vision that he's supposed to build a baseball diamond, and if he does, something's gonna happen. And it keeps hearing, "If you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come." So he eventually builds this baseball diamond, and then all of these famous characters from history of baseball come, and they play their final game, and then walk off into the cornfield that's at the end of the anyway. But the whole saying is if you build it, they will come. And so in this context of starting a dumpster fire, that means you start the stream, you see what happens, and then one of the helpful things you can do too is you title them things like Friday Night Dumpster Fire, and if you do that
quick, then
you have a high probability of getting some. Let me see here. What was I doing? Let's see if I still got these overlays. Here we go. So last night it was Friday Night Madness open mic, now in full scale dumpster fire. I added the now in full scale dumpster fire maybe an hour into it because I was like, holy crap.
That's kindling. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, man, we definitely are in dumpster fire mode, because I think I started off it was just like that. And then people started going so crazy. I was while they were ranting and going at each other, I went in Canva and created that to add it on. I was like, yeah, we're now there. And it just got worse.
It needs to flash. Ding, ding.
Yeah, well, StreamYard doesn't make it easy to do.
Or have a little bar, a power bar, on video games where it's going up and up, approaching it.
Yeah, if I was using OBS or something, you can do that. But I'm just using StreamYard normal, so it's you can't do GIFs and stuff.
You do pretty good though. I like a lot of your backgrounds, overlays and stuff. It's pretty cool.
No, I appreciate it. What are you pulling up over there, Iger? What is that?
Well, that's just a picture of the Chinese guy, the Russian guy, and the American guy, all plotting to deceive their populations so they can gain more and more power.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Where's Catholic Church? Has got to be in there somewhere, right?
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. They're probably on their way there right now, bro. They're gonna go meet the Pope. They're on the way to meet their Pope, bro.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was, it's Chris's avatar is very fitting. Chris knows how to start the dumpster fire too. He just says, "Oh, let's toss in let's toss in some Pope," and
that's it. You know it.
Yeah, little Xi Jinping, Putin, and some Pope, and you've got combustion, baby.
Yeah, bro. Well, really, that's what the synagogue of saying is, bro. It's these people that the devil has put in.
Got to give a little bit of air and fan the flames, and it's not hard.
That's it.
Man, I'll tell you what, the chat over on Germania's channel right now is interesting. So this is from one person. There is screaming. Rage quit is not far away. Simos is a mate, not a bro. And then somebody's whose screen name is Kalan's Raging Boner. I like this stream so far. It's been rage and math from the moment I got here. Louder, Smokey. I told you he would rage quit. I win. Never know what the madness is. All right, well, boys, I think it's time for us to do last words because we've been going 3 hours and 40 minutes. It's almost 1 o'clock my time. I know it's 2 o'clock Chris's time, and
Yep.
probably 2 o'clock your time too, Iger, right?
Yeah, bro. Well, no. Let me see. It's almost 2.
And then biblical discussion. It's you're 6 hours ahead of us, so it's man. What are you doing up
It's
this
7
late?
o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And,
if I ever need advice on starting a dumpster fire on me live stream, I can come to you then, John or Chris.
Jamie,
we're happy to give you a little insight on the dumpster fire starting for sure. And speak of the devil, Germania is back. What happened, Germania? We need a report before we wrap up.
I have no idea. I'm gonna have to rewatch a large portion of what I missed because I was here.
what was the topic? Open, just craziness.
Yeah, there was no topic, but apparently whatever they talked about was apparently in really bad taste, and I don't know. And then never mind, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Hey, real quick, Jamie, thank you for your super chat. He says, "Come see the True Exodus route on my channel. Challenge me."
Yeah, I haven't seen Jamie in a while. Is he doing a stream tonight?
Well, that's why I just asked him. So, Jamie, are you going to be doing a stream as well? Just let me know. Put a link in it. Link that stream, baby. Link it.
You're gonna get.
He's gonna be on Soul Sleep, I bet.
Okay,
Jamie's still Soul Sleep, and he's 7 SDA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who thinks Ellen G. White is a prophet? I've never heard such garbage in my life.
Hold on. Who say it again?
What?
He's talking about Ellen White.
Jamie thinks he has stated that Ellen G. White is a prophet, was a prophet. And it's not true. Why? I mean, I can't accept that Jamie's a Christian. I've got to say.
Well, I think Jamie's a believer. I think he's got some interesting perspectives.
SDA, I will say, man, if anybody, a lot of people has been raised in SDA. They're very, very good at putting they'll hook you. I know a lot of people's gotten been hooked. I'll give them that.
Is it convincing arguments that hook them?
Not, I don't know, but there's not. I mean, SDA to me, I don't have a lot against them, but there's a few things that I just definitely disagree with. But other than that, there's so that's where they kind of get you, because it's like maybe they don't push all that to all the stuff that the wacky stuff until you get into church, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I've heard Walter Veith, and he sounds he has come out with some good stuff.
I mean, I have. And Doug Batchelor, he's had some great sermons, you know what I mean? But I just can't get down with some of the stuff they.
He's standing for truth. There's a dumpster fire on the way.
Oh, good old standing for truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent bloke. I like standing. I like Smokey as well.
I haven't caught his stream in a while either. I have caught a few. Yeah. It's just I try to have to watch things like usually the next day or day after. I don't get a chance to catch a lot of things live because everybody runs so late. Like Standing for Truth does like 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm like out before midnight these days.
Yeah, Chris. One night I woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I was like, all right, let me just scroll through YouTube. And I saw he was streaming Standing for Truth. And I was like, what? Why is this dude streaming so freaking late?
So, Germania, you know what that was?
The Lord.
Well, I'm glad you're able to recognize that.
I knew that's where you're going with that, because that's literally what my family would say.
Yeah. Well, see, I know I'm saying it because I know it gets under your skin, but more importantly,
I'm too used to it.
Did you apostatize, Germania? Did you used to be in the faith?
Oh yeah. I used to be. I was pretty hardcore with it.
Germania had like prepper parents.
I was a true Christian.
You could be in a rebellion, man.
I was a true born again Christian. So hopefully, if the Bible is true, hopefully OSAS is real.
How did you go?
Well, man, the OSAS is. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off. No, you go right ahead. You go right ahead.
How do you? I mean, you've got to have extra information or a loss of it. How did you go from believing in the Lord Jesus Christ to not believing and rejecting?
A couple of different reasons. I wonder what you know what? I'm taking away his wrench when he gets back to my channel. No, but yeah, as far as not believing in God, basically, I just started to I started to have questions, especially when I realized that there was multiple translations of the Bible, some more accurate than others, and just kind of snowballed from there.
Well, have you
Especially
really
like
translations, the ones that you're referring to? I would argue that they're not.
do what now? I'm sorry.
There's a lot of so-called Bibles out there that I would never regard as being scripture.
Yeah, and that's probably fair. But that's not the only reason, but that's what got my gears turning.
You stop trusting the Bible, in other words, accuracy, inherency. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It started from that, and then it just eventually turned into this snowball effect where it just kept growing and growing the more it rolled downhill.
Can I just clarify? I'm not trying to be rude now.
No, go ahead.
But some Catholics actually refer to themselves falsely as being Christian. Were you a Catholic or like Christian in the church?
No, I was not a Catholic. I considered Catholics to be basically pseudo Christians. I was a Pentecostal Assemblies of God type of Christian. I believed in speaking in tongues. Although I will say this, even though I believed in speaking in tongues, I never spoke in tongues. And the older I became, the more I realized that wasn't actually scriptural, like biblical, as far as I could tell when reading the verses that Pentecostals use within context. But I still held on to other doctrines that they had.
I bet you're an agnostic, though, aren't you? You're not an atheist, are you?
What do you mean by agnostic versus atheist? Just so I know how to answer.
Well, I mean, do you take the full plunge that there is definitely no God? No,
I would say that there is probably no God. I don't know for certain by any stretch of the imagination.
I can't understand how you can say you were born
all the
again.
symbiotic relationships in nature, things like that.
Germania is a lacktheist agnostic.
Now the lacktheism is big, you know.
I think he'd let other Christians put him off or something, or just swerve him, or maybe there
It's
was
not
another-
what I was getting at. It's like evolution. What didn't have anything to do with it, did it?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So I was a young Earth creationist, and then I realized, okay, I saw a lot of the evidence for young Earth creationism to be pretty well refuted, as far as I could tell, by actual other Christians and not even secularists. And I thought, okay, so maybe the Earth is billions of years old, and maybe God used evolution. And I said, okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah, but maybe is a big word, isn't it?
Oh yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying the one thing that I mean, even periods when I was younger in doubts, the thing that I could never. It's impossible for me to believe that the DNA code could come arise by itself. So that right there would keep me from being an atheist. Period.
So, yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
But as far as like believing in this triomni God, that's to me, I find that more unbelievable for me personally.
Well, I understand a lot of people that are agnostic a lot more than I do atheists because I just.
Well, Chris, there is no God. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know that. I take that to be the more than likely answer, but I don't know for sure.
But you see, what I would struggle with what you're saying there is you've essentially gone from believing that Jesus Christ died on the cross to not believing that.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I could never, from my point of view anyway, I could never stop believing that fact that his death, burial, and resurrection occurred. For me, it's an absolute fact. I couldn't couldn't stop believing that. I wouldn't know how to. I wouldn't even try to stop believing that.
Well, I can.
I
don't know how much I can relate, but I feel like I can relate a great deal because when I was a Christian, I didn't think, hey, I believe there's a God. As far as I could tell, I knew there was a God, like in my psychological mind state. But that's not the case anymore.
But how do you go from knowing to not knowing?
How do I go from knowing to not knowing?
How do you go from believing to not believing?
Doubts. The devil sowed doubts.
Yeah. Did other Christians get on your
So,
wiki?
sorry, I just wanted to jump in a second. and
Midnight,
say
what are you
something.
doing here?
Well, okay, this is what I've been talking about, asshole. Like you leave your own stream just to.
I tried to shut it down, but they were like, "No, let's keep going." I was like, "All right, well, I'm leaving."
What the fuck?
So I left it up.
You know it's a dumpster fire.
Hey,
Your own
Midnight, so
stream.
what does it tell you that about the superiority of my streams?
Right?
No.
Hang on.
No.
Let me finish my point. The superiority of my streams in terms of the individuals who engage in them. Not necessarily that
I have better guests.
However,
and
now I have two. I have both the host and somebody who was just on his stream on my stream. So I would say the proof is in the pudding, given the fact that there is now.
Wait, so the proof is in speed?
Huh? What?
You said pudding. He said the proof is in speed.
Proof is in speed.
Oh,
Like
you on the weather report?
You walked into that one, John. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in. You know what? I'm sorry.
John, surely you get that.
Well, Midnight. I didn't. I mean, I get it, but I didn't think that you would even recognize that pudding is pudding. I mean, so are you now stating that pudding brain is the accurate descriptor for speed?
No.
No, we just know that that's how you know him.
I think that's what you just said. I mean, I think you just recognized that pudding brain is pudding brain. So I appreciate that.
Look. I'm going to get so much shit tomorrow.
You're going on the weather report Monday, Midnight. Ooh.
Look, Speed. If you hear this, I'm just messing around. Okay, don't need to call me in an hour and be like, "What the fuck?" Midnight.
Well, I'm glad that Pudding has recognized and accepted the descriptor for him. That's good.
But yeah, Midnight. I gave everyone a chance. I was ready to wrap it up because I was. Quite honestly, I didn't know what they were talking about, and I was getting tired.
Yeah, I don't know. Leo's over there talking about RuneScape and PKing and KP and whatever.
That's a good. If Leo's in there, he's a dumpster fire. That's Kimlin.
Well, Smokey came in for a little bit, and I don't know what that was.
On Saturday night, Leo is guaranteed to be dumpster fire worthy.
He's probably cracked him a couple Bud Lights.
Yeah,
probably.
But anyways, I just wanted to hop on and give Gur shit because I always like giving Gur shit because he's a defective robot. Like, get yourself fixed, man. What the fuck are you doing?
I've noticed this theme, this trend among other YouTubers. They're like, "Oh, Gur's on. Let me go give him some shit."
Well, I mean, you deserve it, you masochist.
That's partially true.
Whatever.
John.
I'm gonna go. Thanks for having me on, John.
No, Midnight. Before you go,
you know what it is?
Might as well go ahead. Let's see it. I want to see it.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh God.
Well, John, are you playing? What's going on? I'm
Hit
confused.
the play button, John.
If you get all atheists in the room, they got to have that's just. You got to have a Christian in there. It's no fun for them.
Exactly. You should come over sometime, Chris.
Okay.
I used to go to them all the time.
I think that we can, just set the stage. How much do you guys want to bet that Leo is either like holding himself back or in the process of exploding?
Oh, he's full explosion.
It's 50-50.
Hold on. You need to before you do that. You need to click the little live red button because if you press play, it'll just be, you know what I mean. You need to click the live button.
Well, I mean, I did. I mean, I'm only like a couple seconds back. Let's see.
Is the root, or is there like an interconnected like root system?
It's an interesting question.
Just
or squares more like
click,
mushrooms.
Just click the live. No, so it goes live.
It is live.
What's the root
No, it
system of a
is
circle
live,
look like?
but it's not red.
I don't even understand.
There must be some kind of
I can see it building.
Yeah, it's just words. It's the same word. But it does lead to an interesting question as to what is the mathematical or what is the geometrical representation of a square root. I think that's right. I think it's just a diagonal.
Okay, these
Okay,
two
well-
they're arguing over the geometric representation of the square root. Wow. Okay, let's
Yeah,
continue
you
this.
see, John, you're not so special. You would join your own stream if they were talking about it. Would you not?
That's what it would.
Okay, well, you know what? Thanks for having me on,
You
John.
talk like
I'm gonna go.
graphically, or yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's yeah. I understand
Yeah.
why you left. I can definitely see why you left your own stream.
Yeah, I was like, because I was willing to end it. Like I said, hey.
Well, I'm saying goodbye. Like,
Oh, you're leaving? I thought you were
Yes.
just talking trash about pudding.
well, no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Midnight.
Are you trying to Midnight, are you trying to speed away?
He wants us to
Yes.
beg him to stay.
I'm trying to speed away, John, because because you threw pudding in my face.
Well, no, I thought you were just stuck in pudding.
Good night, John.
Hey, Midnight.
Good to see you, Midnight. Have a good one, man.
Midnight.
What?
So why do you hate speed so much?
What the fuck? You're spreading rumors, you fucking
I'm just joking. Good night.
Good night.
He had a Freudian slip tonight, but it's okay.
Yeah, so
question
now you
for
see
you.
why I left my own stream. I was like, okay, this is getting not interesting. To put it
Yeah, I
mildly.
could see. Hey, what's up?
I've got a question for you, or for anybody else in the room. I've come to the conclusion that Roman Catholicism and the cults are eisegetical or eisegetes, and they bring their confirmation bias or whatever to Scripture and try and force Scripture to conform with what they believe. Would you agree with that, or is it a little bit extreme? Or
I would agree with that to an extent. I think that's probably true in many cases. I would definitely say that the atheist cult definitely does that in their reinterpretation of what the Bible says in a manner to justify themselves, which I think is, or their rejection of God, which I think is ironic, especially given the the atheist translation of the Ten Commandments. I think shows the cases that full well.
Biblical discussion. Can I ask you a question? What is your avatar?
oh, that's a so-called Pope kissing an image of a baby.
Okay, I was curious. Okay, so that's okay, because you're anti-Catholic, right?
I'm not against Catholics. I'm against Catholic teaching. I don't hate Catholics. I've been.
Oh
accused
yeah.
of
I didn't mean it
1,000
that way.
times.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just...
Sorry. Oh man, sorry for my chuckle. I just looked over at your chat and it says Leo in caps. Back up from the screen. We can see your nose hair. Jeez, trim it up, son.
All right, I gotta check it out. Hold on one second.
Hang on, I gotta share this and zoom
I'm
in
scared
real
to
quick.
go there.
Hang on. This is too good. I gotta share it. Okay, here we go. So let's zoom in. Oh dang it. Okay, here we go. Okay. Right here. Can y'all see that?
Back up from the screen, we can see. Leave it to Ox. Ox has no filter.
Oh man, that is too good. Man, I just flipped over there for a second and it's like I get hit with this. So audience, if you can't see this, there it is. Whoa. Okay.
I'm gonna tune back in just to see if I need to let anyone into the stream. Let me see here.
Leo back up. Oh, wait, even from him, little bit from him, FRONM, the screen. Oh, it's too good. All right. Yeah.
Okay,
biblical,
yeah.
That's a good point, man. I don't hate. I don't hate atheists. I don't hate Catholics. I think a lot of people have.
Oh, there's Leo Phileas. Look.
Hey, Leo's here. He said, "I don't have nose hairs."
Hey, pluck them out. They don't. That way, you don't have to. You trim them. They're going to be right back. You pluck them out. It's the way to go.
Okay, Leo is here to defend himself. Ox doesn't know anything about intense actions like PKing.
Player killing. I think.
Well, I thought he was talking about like pluck. I thought that was like his shortening of plucking of nose hair.
I can see. Yeah, I can see that.
I thought it was meant puking, but we'll see.
I think it's player killing.
Player killing.
Is that what they were discussing?
Yeah, at some point in the stream, it was. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of tune in and out. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I'll listen. Oh, it's not interesting. I think I'll go eat.
Okay, yeah, you were correct. So it's a RuneScape term, player killing other players in PvP arenas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you see, not all atheists are dumb. Just, just midnight and speed.
Hey, it's pudding brain and the gang, man. Come on now.
Gur streams tunes in and out because he did.
Okay, so for anybody who's unaware of this, apparently Germania has a crush on me and now has dreams about me calling his personal cell phone in the middle of the night and inviting him to go have pizza at the pizza shop that's right down the street from his house.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
I will have dreams about anyone I've just had a discussion with, probably 7 out of 10 times, right? Like the odds are. And so I think it was last night or last weekend, whenever it was that I last talked to John. After getting off the stream, I was like, all right, I'm going to bed. I'm sleepy. And then I had a dream that John was calling my cell phone. And I was like, how the heck does he have my actual phone number? And then he was like, yo, bro, I'm going to the pizza shop down the road. And I was like, what? How do you know where I live? What's happening? I woke up. I was kind of scared.
On him.
No. What? Thankfully, I have not dreamed about Vaughn.
Listen, Germania, we're not going to judge you, man. Okay, I know that you may think that because you have, in this context, a little man crush that somehow would be judgmental, but it's okay, man. We're open-minded. Okay,
Y'all are very progressive. I'm surprised I did not have a dream about say no to drugs over here because we talked for probably a good hour after the stream ended, which was.
No, that was last night. You guys were.
Yeah, we talked for a good minute.
It was good.
Iger, very interesting. It is Iger TV, isn't it?
Yeah, brother. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm fine, mate. Brother. Yeah.
So I think that Germania might actually be a closet flat earther.
No.
Else,
Iger can tell you. He can vouch for me that I am not.
Yeah, but listen, it's known that very often people who are actually in the closet for something, they're very, very aggressive. Like, I'm against this 100%. Anybody thinks this is crazy, and then it turns out that they actually are that. So, do you need to come out of the closet there, Germania?
Well, listen, I'm getting tired. I need to go. I don't have time for this abuse.
See, here we go, folks. Here it is. There is the proof of the denial that Germania is actually a closet flat earther.
Okay, I would. You know what? Never mind. That'd be in poor taste. No, like with me and Iger talked, I asked him to believe in a flat Earth. You necessarily have to accept so many conspiracy theories in order to uphold that belief. You have to believe that NASA's lying. Not only are scientists here in America lying, but also all around the globe.
They just don't know. No. Huge observational skills and a certain amount of reason, and I believe there's plenty of circumstantial evidence to show flat Earth, and we do know that NASA's lying. I've seen their so-called live streaming of ISS, and it's just.
Do you think that the Earth is flat?
I don't think it's what
Only
NASA's
on a map.
I don't think it's what NASA's telling us. There's never been to the moon. It's.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not talking about the moon landing or anything.
No, I'm just.
I'm no flat earther at all, but I could get behind being skeptical on the moon.
Yeah, that's fine. That's one thing. To say that one mission to the moon was, not a actual thing that happened, that's fine. But to say that the Earth is flat, you are having to reject a lot of stuff, and accept a lot of stuff that's not really. I heard roboting.
Hey, so you guys just put a quarter in Iger right here. You know that, right?
Hey, so you guys know that there wasn't just one.
Let me just say this to respond 60 seconds. You are well, you got to be woke. You're not going to come to a flat conclusion unless you know about the New World Order, the Masons, the Jesuits.
I rest my case. You have to accept a lot of conspiracy theories to accept the Earth is flat.
It's not really a lot of conspiracy
exactly my
theories,
point.
bro. You just got to look at the pyramid scheme, how it all works out, and ultimately Satan's on top. But there's a lot of flat earthers that ain't Christian. But what I was going to go with it is, you are rejecting a lot of stuff that people are telling you, like Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse. But in reality,
I don't care what they say.
Right. What you observe though, when you go to build a house, you want to make it level. You want level is flat. So you're never gonna, if you're flying aircraft, you don't take into account curvature. I was talking to two pilots here on this channel last weekend. You don't take into account curvature or spin. It doesn't matter if you're landing at the equator, we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, or New York, where you're only spinning like 600 miles per hour. None of that gets taken into account. So as far as anybody other than NASA, RASA, JAXA, and the 6 government space agencies can tell, you're never going to account for curvature or motion of the Earth.
Hey, Iger, he did have a good point, though. The conspiracy on, at least to the fact that like it would have to be multinational, if that's a word. That right there that's a new one I've not really thought about. Yeah, that'd be hard to swallow, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because
remember that picture I showed you earlier where the Putin and Bush and the Chinese guy where they're all
that's why you had that there. Okay.
More conspiracy theories you have to accept.
No, not about you had it there, but I'm just saying that's why it was there. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's a necessary condition.
Just like they're forcing the whole world to take a snake bite injection, just like they're forcing the whole world to wear a mask, just like they're gonna force the whole world into a cashless society. That's just the same way it works, and that's why I said you got to know about the Illuminati or whatever you want to call them. Chris Keith.
Yeah, you have to know more conspiracy theories to.
You have to be aware that there's
the atmosphere moves with the world as it turns.
You have to be aware that there's an elite power on top that's corrupt, and they're ultimately.
I believe that there is that elite, but I don't know how much they're connected as far as like where they get together and just like trying to pull strings but there is definitely an elite class that kind of controls everything.
They used to meet at the Bilderberg group, but now it seems like not the World Health Organization.
They've got FaceTime now.
World Economic Forum is like kind of their meeting spot these days. But there used to be like the Bohemian Grove. There used to be the Bilderberg group. They had these names.
Yeah, they did some weird stuff up there.
They just changed their names. When you start catching on to them, bro. When people start catching up to them, they just change their names. They have the money. They're printing it, so they can just change their names.
Iger, I asked you this last night. I just don't remember what your answer was. But what's the point in all these different governments and all these different fields of science convincing us that the Earth is round when it's flat? What's the benefit in that?
I think probably this is the ultimate thing where they're telling you to suffocate yourself and not allow you or your kids to breathe oxygen. Where they're telling you these.
Okay, you're referring to masks that were just introduced like 1 to at most 2 years ago. All this time they did not say any of that.
Yeah, but it's basically
sounds
just
like
to get
post-hoc
people
to me.
Get the people to trust the authority. So just because NASA says they discovered a new planet, you don't know. You can't see it with your own eyes. Nobody you know can see it with your own eyes. So you're
Again, what benefit is this to them to convince us that the Earth is flat?
It was to
Yeah,
condition
we can't
you.
see germs with our own eyes, but you know what I mean.
Oh, don't get him started on germs. We had that discussion last night, and he
Oh,
doesn't-
really? I missed it.
Well, Keith Cree, I'm gonna tell you what I told him last night. Just Google up germ versus terrain theory, and it's another discussion that's been going on for a long time. So,
Are you saying that? What's your conclusion on? I mean, what's your point? There's
all right.
no
Well,
germs.
I'm not an expert. I'm not a
If
doctor.
it's science, he doesn't like it.
No, I mean, I'm serious. What's your
Okay,
point?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a cheap shot. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not true, bro. Because I do like science, but I looked as far as I can, you know, to my understanding, look into both sides. But with the terrain theory, the best way I heard it put
Yeah,
is,
he likes the science that backs his flat Earth.
listen, the best way I heard the terrain germ theory put is if you walk into a pond and all the frogs are dying, you're not gonna draw blood and look at their DNA. You're gonna assume there's something in the water that's poisoning the frog. So that's the germ terrain theory, where it's not an infection from the inside, it's that you're being poisoned. So whether it's the chemtrails or the food we eat or the lack of sunlight, where they're telling you to stay indoors or to, you know, not breathe in oxygen, wrap your own mask.
Yeah.
in.
Well, what about like what about the
conspiracy
bubonic plague
theories.
and things like that before, way back when they had, you know?
You know, when you start looking into history like that, bro.
We still have bubonic plague today. I think there's something like 18
I'm just saying, in the
cases a
Dark
year in America.
Ages. In the Dark Ages, there's no way these people could be connected. Well, maybe I guess they could have. Silk roads were around. I guess I take it
I
back.
never looked into the bubonic plague, but when you start looking at like a lot of things like autism, for example, then you find out that there's a connection between the mercury and the aluminum that's being injected.
I'll give it to you. Viruses are very weird because I don't even know if they know what to classify them. If they're not alive, I don't know what they are. Be honest.
Iger, I don't know if you know this, but there's
once
more.
they're in animal reservoirs, they're there forever.
There's
Can't
more
get rid of them.
aluminum in cheese than there is in a single shot, if you will. I don't want to say the actual word
Yeah, I messed up earlier. Yeah, I'll try.
and risk of getting this channel.
Yeah. I think I went off the deep end there because we went on.
But yeah, there's more aluminum in cheese than there is in a shot. You can look that up if you don't believe me. I would encourage you to look it up.
In 1,000-ton of cheese or one slice.
When you eat something, it doesn't affect you the same way as it would if you're injecting it into your bloodstream.
Okay, so like, how do you mean? Like,
you could probably
can you
get
tell
away
me?
with some aluminum. It wouldn't get into your brain. It will have to go through.
That's not true.
Well, it will have to go through a lot more than if you're sticking it right into your bloodstream.
How do you know that?
You don't have vaccinations every day either, or every week.
Yeah, exactly, Jason.
Well, you're
Like,
gonna poop it
people
out.
eat cheese every day. People take one shot once, maybe twice a year, with no ill effects.
Most of the people don't take shots.
Yeah,
bro.
I know people that's been exposed to heavy metal. Like I did construction for a long time, and people got exposed to lead. And we used to do lead debate. I had to do OSHA classes, but and you had to get tested, and sometimes you'd have to not be able to work because you'd have too much in your system. But then it would, so you can actually test.
Oh
you can
yeah,
test how much.
that's actually another thing. Like, your system will naturally flush out.
Yeah, if you just it'll clear out. It just takes a little bit of time. But now overexposure to heavy metals can kill you, and it will mess you up. That's
fine. And there's still more in cheese than there is in a shot.
But that's the thing. That's why I said I'm not going to keep taking anything. I did the one just to kind of shut them up. If you were listening or anybody was here earlier, but I didn't like the way it made me feel. To be honest with you, it did cause some. It wasn't in my head either. So that's just me. Everybody, I know a lot of people that's had no problems with it. So I don't know. I don't think we'll know for sure till like 10 years down the road.
Yeah.
If we're here, if we make it that far, and I agree with you, man. I was like, maybe we're a little farther away than I thought, but we're rapidly moving with this. Look at the last 10 years, just how fast things have progressed, and even the last 5 years, really.
Yeah. Well, especially the last 2 years, bro. You could see how.
Or 2 years, even. Yeah, you
look at
can even go
Australia,
ahead.
They Jason's from Australia here, bro. Tell us.
They haven't moved, have they? In 2
Wait,
years.
I thought
there.
Australia didn't exist. To some
That's what
flat
you
earthers.
thought. Yeah, that's what you thought, bro. Not everybody else.
Dominion, can I just say that
What
you don't need
about
to
Australia?
believe in the conspiracy theories to believe that the Earth is flat, or at least to have doubts about what NASA's telling us. You just have to use your observational skills, get a decent pair of binoculars or a camera. You know, you can sit there and work it out in your own house. You know, you don't need to. It's not necessary to believe in.
I always
the
thought it was that they didn't want. I always thought that it was because they didn't want. As far as the flat earthers, they believe that in the Bible it says the Earth is flat, so they didn't want you. They're trying to discredit the Bible. That's what I always thought. So I guess maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
they don't care what
Bible
lies.
does make it-
They just want us to believe lies. That's it.
They want to discredit the first page of the Bible where it tells you the earth was here first, then the trees, and then the sun, moon, and stars. So they got you believing in this Big Bang evolution thing where it's backwards from what the Bible describes on the first page. So if you doubt the first page, you're gonna doubt the rest of the Bible. So it is a satanic plot just to get as many people, because you know in the Bible it gives an explanation. The devil knows his time is short, so he wants to bring as many people down as he can with him. So he's pulling out all the tricks, not just flat Earth. He's evolution.
Well, to be fair, I do think that the Bible does allude to a
any
flat
TV
Earth.
show. Pretty much every TV show. If you watch a TV show from today, like what's the name of that show with the family with Al Bundy, you know, and they push
Married with Children.
No, well, the newer one he had.
Yeah, Married with Children.
No, he's talking
like
about
a
the
gay
one.
couple and
The
Modern
newer
Family.
one.
yeah,
Modern
Modern Family.
yeah.
So if you look at Modern Family and compare that to Leave It to Beaver from 50 years ago, you could see there's been the
What's
devil's
wrong with Modern
corrupted all of
Family?
society.
Like what's the issue with Modern Family?
Just, you know, the way I guess our mother culture is to say we're abortion is okay nowadays.
But I've watched every episode of Modern Family. I never once saw an episode dealing with abortion.
I was using that as an example to compare it to
It's not a good example if it's not about abortion, because you brought up abortion.
I'm saying well, they push the gay marriage, for example, but I haven't seen every single episode. I'm just using that as
Oh
an
yeah,
example.
it definitely pushes.
What I'm saying is, if
gay
you watch
marriage.
TV today, to where if you watched it 50 years ago, you could see how society has drifted apart from God. And
How so?
God values per se.
You do know that even Elvis was considered controversial because he would
married
shake
a
his hips.
15-year-old, so yeah, he was very controversial.
Yeah. So do you think that should still be a controversy, or do you think people grew up?
I think it's very controversial if you're going to marry a 15-year-old.
That was not asking about that. Where did pedophilia come from?
Or you said Elvis
how do we go
is
from?
controversial? He married a 15-year-old, so yeah, that's very controversial.
No, maybe you didn't hear me. I said that Elvis came out shaking his hips on national TV, and that was controversial at the time.
Yeah, bro. I mean,
should that still be controversial today?
Well, look at Elvis Presley.
Yes,
and,
no,
and
maybe.
Nicki Minaj, bro. Like, yeah, it's.
I'm not talking
it's
about
not
Nicki
considered
Minaj.
controversial anymore. It's all just accepted as, well, yeah. This.
I
is
don't
just the way
see
it
what
is.
Nicki Minaj and Elvis.
Yeah,
shaking
selling
their hips have to do
sex
with
should
anything.
be controversial.
It should be, bro. Like, it really, if you get down to like biblical values, then yeah, all of it should be controversial. But
What
but
about
again,
Elvis
it's
shaking his
accepted by-
hips is
by the majority
controversial
of
with the
population.
Bible?
Still selling sex.
Yeah, there you go. Good way to put it.
So Elvis was selling sex.
Abortion in the USA is a Jesuit inquisition, in my view. It was legalized. It got legalized by a Jesuit, Robert Drinan. 53 million dead in the USA, dead babies, because of the Catholic so-called Church. I think most governments are genocidal. I
All
dare
of them,
say
bro.
those bubonic plagues were.
Well, I'm with you as far as the Catholic Church being full of a bunch of
pedos.
Yeah, I don't know how to word that exactly, but yeah, what you said.
Yeah,
I think we're in agreement there.
I call them nappy snappers.
I like that. Yeah, the Catholic Church is definitely full of them.
Yeah, bro.
Well, it was brought in by
I
Constantine.
think personally the Vatican is the Antichrist because I was a Catholic most of my life, but yeah, bro. Anytime somebody wants to look at Christianity, they probably go to a Catholic church first, and they're just gonna be misled and I don't know. They're not gonna look into a true Christianity where they're reading the Bible by themselves and talking to Jesus Christ by themselves. They're gonna be giving all that authority as well to the Pope or the priest or whoever they look up to in the church. So, but yeah, bro, there's something weird too. Like if you look at movies from Hollywood, which is controlled by Satan,
of course,
all they do is present the Catholic Church as Christians. Anytime they
I've noticed
watch
that.
a movie,
Yeah.
it's always the Catholic Church. Presented as Christians.
No, it's also fellowship. Nobody should be talking to Jesus by themselves. You locked out fellowship. That's a big part of it.
I think you should talk to Jesus Christ by yourself. You could talk to Jesus Christ with
Well,
other
no,
people,
prayer, absolutely.
Yeah.
But,
But I agree with the fellowship part too. And
Seriously, where can you find decent? I mean, I live where I live, obviously I do. But I can't find decent fellowship here where they have a reverence and a love for God's word. They're all using the NIV, NASB, NET, and all that stuff.
What translation should they use out of curiosity?
Well, the King James Bible. When I say King James Bible, people just say, "Oh, just the one." But well, no. I mean, there's a lot of Bibles that led to the King James Bible, including manuscripts from Antioch. The King James Bible is God's word. The Catholic Church, so-called, hate it. They've murdered millions over it.
Are there any other translations that are as good or kind of good compared to the KJV?
No, I wouldn't trust any.
Just the King James only?
Yeah, plus antecedents. I mean, when I mention the King James Bible, you've got to think of the Coverdale, the Great Bible, the Geneva Bible, and the other Bibles that the King James translators use to bring about the King James in English. And look at the fruit of the King James Bible.
So God's
Those
word
men that did that translation were literally risking their lives and being burnt at the stake, and their Bible being chained around the neck while they're burning.
So God's word is only valid through the King James version?
God is able to preserve his word, and he's done that from Antioch all the way up to the present day King James Bible. All the others are from Alexandria and Oregon and, I mean, it's a big subject that. I mean, I have read stuff on it, but yeah, the King James Bible.
Is there a translation that you think is the worst of them all?
The NIV, I think. NASB, possibly. There's a few others.
The NIV, that's the...
it's Catholic.
That's the... what is it, National...
New International version.
International,
At the front, it says it uses the Sinaiticus and Vaticanus manuscript, so-called. It's a Roman Catholic so-called Bible.
If you had the option, like hypothetically speaking, to give someone either the NIV or no Bible at all, would you give them the NIV? If that was the only two options you had.
Man, I would. I would recommend reading any Bible over watching.
No, but hypothetically speaking, and this is all hypothetical, not saying it's going to happen, not saying it's even practical, but hypothetically speaking, if you had the option to give someone the NIV or no Bible at all, what would you do?
I think it's better to read any Bible than it is not to read.
Again, in this hypothetical, those are the only two
Bible
options.
and you're not content with it, read a different Bible.
Again, it's simply a hypothetical.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be. I don't even want to hear those words come out of my mouth that I would actually give someone that.
So you would rather withhold God's word, even if it's not the best translation?
No, I don't accept the NIV as being God's word. I believe. I mean, when I first
so the NIV is
the argument.
The NIV is not God's word.
I was actually using the Gideon NIV, but I got onto the King James. Once I got the King James, I dumped the NIV.
So would you rather not give someone the NIV versus no Bible at all?
I could share the gospel with you from the NIV. The problem is there's other parts of the NIV that will give you the twisted understanding of God and His word.
The gospel is
verses
Jesus
missing,
is-
there's words changed. Virtually whole chapters have been taken out. The NIV is a mess. It's disgusting.
Hey, real quick, guys. Arjuna from Theology Unleashed has just joined us. What's going on, man? How are you doing?
Hey, not much. I don't know if it's using my Bluetooth mic or not. I'm actually just about to go for a drive. Hang on, I've got to go pick something up from the chemist. I sent you an email yesterday because it's a public holiday tomorrow, so I could do an interview with you on your channel tomorrow if that works for you. I don't know if you saw the email.
Oh, I know. I didn't. Sorry. Let me check on that. Let's see. What?
It's a funny way to do that scheduling.
No, who did?
Jumping on stream.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. Okay, so what time? What days are we on right now?
That's like 12 hours from now.
Okay, so, let me see.
I mean, it's kind of last minute, but if it works, it works.
Let me check real quick. I'm checking the time right now. 12 hours from now, so 1 o'clock my time. Maybe. Let's see. No, I will not be able to do tomorrow.
All good. Try another time. Maybe in a month or two.
Hey guys, hang on. I'm trying to schedule something with Arjuna right now. So, by the way, man, earlier at the beginning, I was telling everybody they need to go check out your channel and definitely go watch the
sweet
Igor and Soul conversation. That was phenomenal.
No, he said don't check out your channel, don't subscribe, you don't have any good content. That's what he said.
Sure.
No, hey, everybody listen, I am dead serious. You need to go check that out. It was phenomenal. And the Dillahunty debate. Actually, you've had Dillahunty on like 3 or 4 times now, haven't you?
3 times now, yeah.
Yeah,
he did one with me.
Yeah, I saw that. We guys were talking
2
about
others.
his skepticism versus Hare Krishna, right?
Yeah. That's the tagline for my channel too. Eastern theology meets Western skepticism. So I just called that video that because it's kind of what was happening. He was just learning about Krishna consciousness, but of course he's got his like logical positivism and everything. You got to prove. You can't just like explain a view and how it's like consistent with itself and with experience. It's like, yeah, but how do you prove that? How do you prove this? How do you prove that? It's like you don't have proof for every little detail of every part of your worldview.
Yeah. How did you? You also did that tag team debate on MDD on Reincarnation. How did you feel like that went?
Oh, that one was fun. Yeah, I think we did really well. I'm going to do that on Capturing Christianity with Seth Hart and like about.
Can we have a link to his channel, please, John?
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Get it real quick.
Is it going to be a dumpster fire?
Seth just doesn't accept it.
Sorry,
Seth Hart's like a proper scholar. He's doing a PhD.
Everybody seems to be very against the premise of reincarnation, which I understand why they're against it. Hey, folks, I'm putting Theology Unleashed link in chat right now. Make sure you go and check it out. Phenomenal content on there.
Cool. Thank you.
I don't know why. I mean, to some extent, I understand why Christians have such a problem with it, but at the same time, it's also one of those things of if reincarnation on some level is available, even if it's for a finite period, reincarnation actually solves quite a few of the objections of atheists, in my opinion.
That's why you like it.
Well, honestly, it makes sense to me on a limited level. And I find it ironic, Germania, as an atheist, that you don't want to accept it as being a potential workaround for some of your standard talking points, do you?
What, reincarnation?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see any evidence for it, but I mean, sure.
Well, I mean, I guess you need to go over to Theology Unleashed and listen
actually,
to
I'll have you know, I just subbed to his channel less than 10 seconds
Oh,
ago.
appreciate that. Yeah, I've got two videos on reincarnation on there. One's a debate, and one is just me presenting a little survey of the evidence.
Can I just say that if you want to give a King James Bible to somebody who's Spanish, just get a King James Bible in Spanish.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Because the English does use a lot of Spanish words and Dutch words and even Latin, Hebrew.
Yeah, English is a very hybridized language in many ways.
Well, hybridized, but I mean, English is sort of it's
the newest language that's ever been invented.
English. It's quite an old language. I mean, it's derived from Gaelic, isn't it?
I believe you're right, actually.
No, it's not. Not in any way is it derived from Gaelic.
There's some Gaelic words. There's some Gaelic words,
Gaelic words and
that have come in. Just like there's French words, there's German words, there's Italian words. There's a hybridization of many languages that have turned the English.
It's a world language anyway, isn't it?
Well, it is now.
Speak English.
If you look up the origin of words, a lot of time, and they go back to like, you know what I mean, like Dutch, like you said, German, and so.
But it's how God has preserved His word. You know, He's very able to do that. He has done.
I like the King James version myself when I'm looking at English. In Spanish, I read something called the Reina Valeria, which is
I've heard of that. Yes,
about the 1500s as well. But they do have some newer versions, and just like everything else, like you got the NIV and all these other Bibles. But I like the King James Version Bible when I'm looking at English, and then I like in Spanish. I like the Reina Valeria. I also do find some like if you really wanted to get to the bottom of it, you can always learn Greek and Hebrew and read the Septuagint or the Masoretic text and you know.
Studied Hebrew and Greek. I've done courses in it.
But back to the Bible thing. You know, any Bible you read is better than watching MTV or CNN. So.
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself for a minute. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back.
All right.
Hey, Arjuna. So when did you say you're having the reincarnation conversation with on Capturing Christianity?
If you just search Capturing Christianity or Reincarnation, you should find the YouTube event. It's already scheduled.
Oh, it is? Awesome. Let me see on that.
So what do you think of Yankee Arnold?
Who?
Yankee Arnold.
Yankee Arnold. I don't know. Who is that?
Pastor Yankee Arnold. I only heard of him today. Oh, I've heard of him before. Never did listen to him. So I'll check him out. Supposed to be, I think he's some sort of Baptist preacher or something. I don't know.
I can't say that I've heard of him.
All right.
I don't branch out as much with pastors as I used to. I kind of stick with the same ones that I've listened to over the years, and of course my regular pastor.
Hey, so congratulations on getting this thing on Capture Christianity. That's going to boost your sub count big time. I'm folks. I'm putting in the side chat right now.
Yeah, apparently Capturing Christianity. Sorry, Cameron spent 2 days binging on my channel.
Oh, nice.
That says a lot.
Hey, so folks, I just put another link in side chat. That's the link to the event on Capturing Christianity where Arjuna will be talking to, that's Theology Unleashed host. Theology Unleashed host will be talking with Seth Hart over there about evidence for reincarnation. So that should be a very interesting.
How come I'm not getting any more subs while I'm on here?
Copy and paste that.
Hey, so as far as reincarnation goes, I take it you're of the opinion that that's a thing and also a biblical thing. I don't know how to pronounce your name.
I'm a Hare Krishna, so.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Arjuna.
Okay. Huh. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm a Hare Krishna, so it's Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, and it's very explicit that reincarnation is the case in those texts. You could argue that early Christians believed in reincarnation. It's debatable. I kind of stay out of that a little bit. Maybe I'll make some side points about it in the debate.
I doubt it. I used to think I had all my past lives, my major ones mapped out, and then the basic pattern of my minor ones all mapped out. It's an interesting view.
I want to come back as a sloth.
Well, out of curiosity, if reincarnation is real or true, I take it that would mean, if you're a good person, you come back as a better person, or a person who is probabilistically going to be a better person. Can you kind of explain it to me?
You get karma. So you're what you get in this life. You have unlimited stockpiles of karma, which you'll never spend out, burn through, and you're always creating more karma. But you can destroy all of your karma by taking to pure love of God in various religious processes, because God's too big for one religion. Although religions have more accurate understandings and more beneficial processes. But you'll find that the core bhakti practitioners in any religion will have a lot in common. So from lifetime to lifetime, you'll get different karma. So if you whatever, and the karma is it's not necessarily just a punishment for misbehaving in a past life. It's what you need to learn, because the mentality which created that karma still exists in you, and the karma is meant to teach you to overcome that, become better. And then when you develop pure love of God, then you go back to Godhead and into the spiritual world, where there is no karma. It's not mechanistic there, but there's form and like everything there is here, except in this material world, it's the perverted reflection, whereas the material world is pure.
So let me ask you this, and I hope this doesn't sound disrespectful, but hopefully you at least understand the question. So let's just say that let's make it better. We'll say me. Let's just say I was a dog prior to me being born as Germania, as a human. Is that like a thing that could be or is likely to be the case, or maybe a germ or bug? Like,
you can be a human and then become an animal again. If you behave like an animal, have the consciousness like an animal, then you'll become an animal, which is, frankly speaking, most humans fit that category. The dog's running around on 4 legs, the human's running around on 4 wheels, but both are eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. The human form of life is meant for inquiring into the greater meaning, what's the purpose of life, all that sort of stuff. Why are we here? Why are we suffering? And
yeah. So we live in a fallen, broken world.
Sorry?
We do, yeah. Because we live in a fallen, broken world.
Fallen, broken. I mean, this is the material world. It's like it's where rebellious souls go. It perpetually exists because there's unlimited souls, and some of them are always.
Let me ask you this: when you came into the world,
matters eternal, right?
When you came into the world, either as a dog or some other animal or human, whatever the case might be, were you at some point an original soul? Like before you were you like before? Let's just say before you were born, you were just for the sake of hypotheticals, you were a dog. At what point were you an original being?
So there's no beginning. We've always existed. The beginning doesn't exist. That's kind of inconceivable, but when you're dealing with infinity, our minds are going to struggle to grapple with it. So there's different views whether we've been in this material world eternally, whether we were in the spiritual world and we fell down, or whether we were in some tatasta, which means marginal region, and we chose to come here. I haven't got into the debate on that, but it is a debated thing within our tradition.
Well, the reason why I ask is because at some point, if things are being recycled and some are going to heaven or the afterlife, whatever it may be, at what point does it run out? Like, at what point does the universe run out of souls to reincarnate? Or how many souls did it have to start with?
It's eternal.
Okay.
So I'm not sure the exact words used in the scripture, but I think they might be translatable as infinite. But you could question whether it's an actual infinity or whether it's just hyperbolic language. But there's, if every living entity in the material world were to get liberated, as described, the whole material world would just get repopulated. That's how many souls there are.
So what's the point of anything?
Well, yeah, because if the whole world was wiped out, does that mean there's more souls coming from heaven or God or some sort of essence to repopulate?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I've got my head around, whether there's souls hanging out in atoms and then, when there's a chance they get a higher body. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the scripture's really explicit on this subject. It's kind of, I don't know, it might be one of those questions, how many angels can you fit on the head of a pin?
I got a quick question. It's off topic, but it seems like it's kind of like a Hindu or Buddhist type of theology. But what's the creation story behind that? And is it Hindu or Buddhist, or are they both the same? Because I know Buddhism takes a lot from Hinduism. What's like the creation myth? Was it made in 7 days? Was it lotus flower? What's it like?
It's more that Buddhism takes a lot from Hinduism. The creation story would be, so I mean, it's cyclical, so it's always coming and going. So there's partial devastations where, our solar system might get destroyed and then another one gets recreated, and then there's total devastations where the entire material cosmos, maybe it's like a Big Bang, Big Crunch scenario. Everything gets sucked back in the body of Mahavishnu. So then he's sleeping on the ocean, the causal ocean. He breathes out, and all the universes come out of his pores. Universes here might mean solar systems. That seems to be a reasonable interpretation based on what I've seen. And they all expand outward. And then you get creation. There's the Lord Brahma for each universe. Lord Brahma comes out of there's a lotus that sprouts out of Mahavishnu's navel. He comes out of the lotus, and that's his planet. He's in the lotus flower that comes out of the navel of Mahavishnu, and he oversees the creation. He's like a secondary creator, not God proper, but an empowered creator. And then creation goes on. The Prajapatis, which means the populators, they have tons of wives and tons of babies, and their wives produce all the different life forms.
I got a real quick question. So, does this coming from Revelation of who or what?
Oh, this is from the Vedas. So,
the Vedas,
there's various revealed texts within the Vedic canon. The main one that we focus on is Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. But there's Puranas and the Upanishads.
Okay.
Primarily.
Is there like an end time story where Brahma comes back and just destroys all evilness, or what?
So we're in Kali Yuga right now. Kali Yuga runs for 427,000 years. We're 5,000 years into that. This is the Dark Age. Just things get progressively worse, except we're supposed to be in the beginnings of a mini golden age where there'll be a revival of spiritual consciousness, which will run for something like 10,000 years. And then at the end of the 427,000 years, things will be so degraded. Humans will be tiny. Many of them will live in caves. There's a whole darkness explained, and we can see how things could be heading that way. Although it looks like there's some hope if people wake up a little bit. And then Kalki will come around riding a horse, chopping heads off to wipe out all the degraded people. And then some pure devotees who've been living on the earth all the way through all of that time will come out of their caves or wherever they've been mystically hiding out and repopulate. And then it's Satya Yuga. Again, Satya Yuga is 4 times as long as Kali Yuga. Then there's Treta Yuga and Dwapara Yuga, which are each progressively shorter than the other one until we get back down to Kali Yuga. And there's, I can't remember, so one of those cycles is called a Chatra Yuga, so it's like 1 point something million years long. That's a Chatra Yuga. I can't remember how many there are of those in a day of Brahma. And then a Brahma, you know, lives for 100 years. And I guess I can't remember how many days there are in his year, but it's massive time scales. And then at the end of 100 years, it all gets there's a complete annihilation. And everything gets sucked back in the body of Mahavishnu.
Doesn't
religion
reincarnation lead
is
to
this?
cannibalism?
Sorry?
Doesn't reincarnation lead to cannibalism?
How would that work?
How does that follow?
Well, if a person dies, so you've got two people. If one person dies, it comes back as a worm. The other person dies, it comes back as a duck. And the duck eats the worm.
That's not cannibalism. By
Well, that's not
definition.
cannibalism because it's a dog eating a worm, and the jiva, the soul in the worm, is not eaten. Only the body's eaten, not the soul. And every life form, the soul in a plant, a tree, a worm, a human, is the same kind of soul. It's the same quality. The difference in expression is just because of what the body makes possible.
Reincarnation is a lie. Jesus Christ.
We're going to debate that. I'll argue with your own comments under my video where I've argued for it. We can do that.
You have a link to your channel, bro?
I just got to go into the shop. Hang on.
He's interesting. I actually like to hear somebody who's not just a
Talk
Christian.
about diversity.
So
bro.
Iger, I posted links to his channel twice,
And I've subscribed
right.
the first
My
time.
bad. I went to the bathroom. I might have missed it.
That was before you went to the bathroom.
All right, listen.
bad, I missed it. All
Listen,
right.
I'm gonna do it again. I'm about to post it again. But listen, you better pay attention this time because I'm about to post it.
Hey, Iger, I have to ask.
All right, it's going in private chat right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Germania.
So
I'm posting it inside chat as well, so you better not miss it. It's in 2 places, Iger.
If a Christian does not believe that the earth is flat, is that like a salvific issue?
Not at all, bro. Not at all. It's like
because I've met some flat earthers who took that to be if you either believe it and you go to heaven, or you believe the earth is round and still be a Christian.
But are a Hindu that don't even believe the earth is 6. There's flat earthers that are atheists, so there's all types of flat earthers, and you know, you got it's just like anything else, bro. There's Steeler fans, and they can be all types of people, and same thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
Good. Well, John has met one of them on my channel one time. I thought they would get along because they were the only 2 Christians in the room.
Yeah.
Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, no, but to be fair, the guy was a
nut
complete nut job. Because go ahead, John.
Friggin' snakes are eating the planet, and
yep, that was it.
And that was some bizarro world stuff, man. That guy was
some Richard Madison stuff, and I really like Richard. Don't get me wrong, I love Richard, but some of his takes.
Wait, does he? Wait, what does he say?
Chris, no, Richard is like a straight-laced, like, you know.
I like Richard.
I do not dislike Richard.
No, I'm not bashing Richard. I'm saying compared to this nut job.
Oh, compared to this guy, yeah.
Richard is like the most straight-laced, you know, by the book person of all time. Okay, compared to this dude, I mean, it was like some straight up like. There's snakes that are surrounding the planet and eating it, and a tree, and I mean, it was just. We're also talking about somebody who literally puts tape over the camera lens because he thinks he's being hacked by the NSA and stuff, like full scale.
Oh,
he's right about that, though, bro. Come on,
no, but
spice on everybody.
I do keep black tape over my cameras.
But still,
I was playing chess. I was playing chess once.
I asked him. I said, John Maddox is a Christian just like yourself, but he does not believe that the earth is flat. Is he going to heaven? And he said, no, he's going to hell because he believes in a false doctrine.
Oh no!
Just believing that the earth is round.
How's that even a doctrine, though?
Yeah, I know. That's what me and John were saying. Like, I don't believe in any of that stuff, but I'm like, okay, that doesn't make any logical sense.
All babies are gonna go to heaven if they, for some reason, pass out, get aborted, or whatever the case may be. I think all babies go to heaven, and I don't know what they believe in, so who knows, bro?
I could ask a question, but
We're all indoctrinated at this point. Every single one of us.
well, never mind. Yeah, true.
We all have, I'm sure, have our own biases. I mean, that's probably a fact.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. I think most of us are biased, and I do think we all have biased blind spots that we're not even aware of.
That's probably true too. Not probably, it is true, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be aware of them, of my biased blind spots, but you know, if you're aware of it, you probably wouldn't be biased. But
That's why we rely on Jesus.
Yeah,
yeah, and not emotion and try and walk into the faith. Yes, that's for sure. I do that. I've been doing a lot more this year. Is just trying to rely less on how I feel emotionally and stuff, and just try to be led by just faith in Christ. And it's actually surprisingly easy thing to do. It's hard to do, but it's easy to do if you just do it. But it's I'm very I don't know, man. I get I got Italian in me, and go ahead.
If you don't mind me asking, what made you become a Christian?
I got my great grandfather was a preacher, so my grandmother was a preacher's daughter. But I wasn't around when I grew up. I wasn't really around them a lot. But my stepmother, my dad got remarried and took us started going to church. Me and my brother started walking to church. We just loved the church, and I was being drawn to it. And then I was in there. I was about 12 or 13. I started going to the adult, into the worship services, and just heard the gospel. The straight gospel is what got me saved, and I just convicted me. The Holy Spirit convicted me, and that's why I said I've never been the same since. I mean, ever since then, I've my whole outlook on life's been different.
Okay, I got you. I was just curious.
Yeah, I had a personal relationship with Jesus. I've always had. So I mean, I couldn't go back. I couldn't leave the faith if I wanted to, because I've had too many personal experiences, and that's why I'm trying to do what I'm doing now, is because I just know how it changed me, and the seed that somebody helped plant in me, and how it's grown, and how the things I've done. And I'm not bragging on anything I've done. I'm just saying a lot of the things that I've done, it's because of that one act that somebody did, taking me to church and making sure I was being.
Chris,
go ahead.
How can I convince you to be a Satanist with me?
Well, I believe. I believe
glad you finally
Satan
admitted that you're a Satanist, Jermaine.
I only say that because so many Christians say that to me. You're just a Satanist.
I don't believe you're a Satanist. I mean, you could potentially be like a prodigal son. You never know. I mean, you don't know where you might be in 5 or 10 years. What might happen? You don't have to be your exact age, but like, are you in your 30s or under 40?
19 and a half.
I'm just saying,
I'm late 20s, early 30s.
Okay, you're going to go with another change if you're 40.
He's somewhere between the age of 27 and 31.
Yeah,
he's somewhere in there.
Or am I?
Well, unless you're a lying SOB, which wait, you are an atheist, so that would make sense.
I was just about to say I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in morality. So naturally, I could be lying and feel no conscience about it.
Well, that's very true, except the fact that it's obvious that you feel guilty about all sorts of things. So
yeah, but that doesn't entail theism.
Anyway. But so you don't have any. Oh wait, so hey, folks, ladies and gentlemen, what was the rant from the beginning of this stream? It was about the 10 Commandments.
Wow, you had it on standby, didn't you?
So we got to just bring it back up here for him. Yeah, we just got to bring it back up for him. So,
I've got stories on those too, man. 10 Commandments.
You shall not murder.
Yeah, thou shalt not bear false witness. It's supposed to be a lying little SOB, but here we go.
Not steal.
Here we go. This is the atheist. Chris, I don't know if you saw this. This is the atheist translation of the 10 Commandments.
Oh, no, I haven't seen it. Oh.
Yo, bro, don't lust over your neighbor's wife, bro. That's my translation of it. That's the cool hip translation.
I was having some fun talking about how atheists get so worked up over the 10 Commandments. and reject
Well, the Catholics muck about with the commandments, don't they?
Yeah, they changed them all up, bro.
So anyway,
yeah, John, they changed them all up, bro. It's just
well,
the
what's
Catholic
crazy
thing.
is like
no,
it's like
I'm talking
I
about
understand like what's
can
I don't
compare
understand. I don't understand it is like and it's not all it's some hate just groups that just hate some extreme group. I don't want to use the word feminist, but it's just some groups that seem like they just specifically pick different ones that they just want to attack. But I don't understand. Like I'll see them in the signs that like the ones that said like something about if Mary would have aborted Jesus or something, we would. I don't know what we would have to go through.
Yeah,
it's like what who can be like find fault with, even if you don't believe you like even exists, just the teaching, just you read it. Who can find fault with what Jesus did? You know what I mean? It's like you have to be like really got a lot of hate in your heart to just like hate Jesus. You know what I mean?
If Jesus was around today, he'd be a conspiracy theorist, anti-establishment, like he'd be smeared all over the media.
Yeah, because the media's not controlled by the same establishment.
Well, remember, Jesus was killed by religious people, though. To be fair.
Even YouTube's controlled by the.
I mean, just the clever, just like no one spoke with the authority he did. Like when he was talking, like it's just too many things. You know, like he was in front of Pilate. You know, he's the embodiment of truth, and Pilate's asking him what is truth. Just so many little things there. And then I'm big into topology. So you look in the Old Testament and the topology all through the Bible. It's just like it all ties in with me. I see it so clearly. So when somebody just like says they just, I mean, sometimes I chalk it up to maybe they just they haven't read enough of the Bible, or I don't know, or they haven't prayed enough or something, because I just don't see how somebody that's in the faith could leave the faith.
I do find it interesting how a lot of these atheist channels like Godless Engineer and so on and so forth, Steve McRae, even the Non-Secular show back in the day, how they spent all day talking about Christianity, bro. Like, what's wrong with these people? They don't have Netflix. They don't have they don't have a Hulu Plus or something. Like, all they talk about.
They're being convicted. You know what I mean? It's just they're just denying it, suppressing the truth for so long. Once you do it for so long, then you
okay. I am convicted by the devil.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it, bro.
Hey, so real quick, Arjuna, what's your perspective on like how do you guys view Jesus as a historical?
There's different views. Prabhupada, who's the founder of the Hare Krishna movement in the West, so our primary guru authority, said Prabhupada considered Jesus to be like a guru, like a great pure devotee, but not God. You find it's a less common view, but there are Hare Krishnas who think Jesus is a form of God known as Balaram or Balaram.
Interesting.
He broke up there at the end. You said Jesus was called what?
So the road back to my. So Balaram is the second expansion of God, and some Hare Krishnas think Jesus is Balaram. If you read the ontological description of Balaram and of Jesus, there's a lot of overlap. Like Balaram's the original guru.
Hey, I do have a question. How does your view or religion or whatever you want to call it account for evil, like rape, murder, genocide, and so on?
They even got that Hindu god. What's that god that's in front of CERN? Is it Krishna that's in front of CERN?
No, that's
Christianity. But yeah, obviously bad things happen. But Christian.
What's the god with a lot of
personality
arms?
of Godhead.
Shiva. Yeah. Is Shiva the god?
Shiva's in the one.
Yeah, that's the one in front of
the
CERN.
dance.
Trying to open up the
form with 4 arms.
Okay. Let's let him respond to the question of Romania.
Dumpster fire.
Go ahead.
So yeah, why? Basically, why is there suffering in the world? The suffering is there to teach us lessons, and we're suffering according to our previous misdeeds. So it's not evil per se. I mean, I can go and punch somebody in the face, but I can only punch somebody in the face whose karma it is to be punched in the face. But if I punch somebody in the face, I'm earning myself bad karma. So it's not a justification to go around doing bad things to people, because we have duties, and our duties are, generally to do things compassionate. It's very rare that you'd have a duty to attack somebody unless they're attacking you. So it's not a justification for doing bad things. to other people, because you could say argue that it's their
What
karma.
was the origin? Where did it originate from? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I won't forget to ask that. Where did it originate? The first sin.
Well, if you consult the tradition, then it would.
Oh, you're roboting.
After millennium, and I come whenever there's a decline in religious principles to restore them. So he came 5,000 years ago and spoke to a June.
You sound like you're coming out of the Matrix.
Previously to the.
Hey, I don't know how do you pronounce his name? Ayana?
I'm God, be this one.
Ahana?
Shiva keeps cutting him off.
You're roboting. Is he roboting for anyone else?
Yeah, he's roboting. The question was just the rigid. Where did if there's karma, where did the first if you're suffering, you're getting paid back for being suffering. Where did the first acts of suffering come from? That was my question.
Chris, that's a beautiful question.
There is no beginning.
Oh, okay. So suffering would be like it's like a duality or something.
It never began. It's always existed. We at some point entered the material world because we had some envious desires or selfish desires. I don't know if you guys can hear me still because I'm on this dodgy.
Yeah, we can now. You're coming in good now.
Road.
Put the rules in place there.
Well, we suffer because we perceive we're in this illusion of being separate from God, but we've chosen to be in the state because we turned our back on.
So, out of curiosity, speaking of karma that you mentioned just a few moments ago, if I go and punch somebody in the face, does that mean someone will also do me wrong because of me doing bad karma to someone else? Maybe not in that exact scenario, but I do something bad, therefore someone will do something bad to me.
And if a pure devotee doesn't suffer because even in suffering, once Prabhupada was asked.
Oh, we lost him. Damn it.
Yeah, but I didn't really. I still didn't figure a satisfactory answer to that, but I've heard a lot of people.
Yeah, that was a good question.
But a lot of people do still. I know a lot of people that believe that, or not a lot of people, but some people believe that we chose to, even like Christianity, like we chose, we were like maybe an angel or something. I mean, not an angel, but something similar, and we chose to come into the world. Go. Okay, I was just filling dead air there for him to come back.
Yeah, the typical explanation is we were in the spiritual world and we were thinking how God's always the center of attention. I want to be the center of attention. And the only way to do that is to leave the spiritual world and enter the material where we can have our little apartment where we can be king for a day, have our 15 minutes of fame, and you get a whole world full of people who are all universe. But true happiness comes from having God in the center. And eventually we figure that out and return back to God. But so the whole point of this is that it's by choice, right? If it's just like there's no option to leave and try to enjoy it in another way, then it's not love and it's not free. So, that desire to enjoy separately, we can come and express it here. Ultimately, we'll be frustrated because there's no happiness being the center of the universe itself.
I do have a question. So if someone does you wrong, is it because you had previously done someone else wrong?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So,
but also, I mean, it's not necessarily that clear cut. It's not like everything that ever happens to us is directly karma for something we did in the past. I mean, part of it is just like it's a material world. It rains sometimes. There's summer. There's winter. This is just what this world's like. It's a place of suffering.
Yeah,
that happens to everybody.
So the reason why I asked that is because if, for example, let's say there's this man at the store and a year ago he abused his wife, and then I come into the store, and for whatever reason, I get a bad vibe, and I just start cussing the dude out. And for the sake of argument, let's say I do that, and that meets the criteria of he's reaping what he sowed. If that's the case, would you think that would be maybe a scenario? Like I would do something wrong to someone because not unknowing to me, that person did something wrong to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like
you're
you
somebody's
need to do something
karma.
bad in order to give
someone's-
somebody else their bad karma, because somebody else can just do it. You don't have to be you. So you can always just be only the instrument of good in other people's lives if you choose to live your life that way.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, but someone is going to do this person wrong based on their bad karma. I'm just saying, let's just hypothetically speaking, we'll say that I am the instrument of karma. Is that like, is that like a thing, or like, I don't know.
Yeah. That's totally a thing. Yeah.
Did Buddhism do Buddha any good?
Sorry?
Did Buddhism do Buddha any good? Your so-called, whatever you call him.
So according to Bhagavad explains that Buddha came as an incarnation of Krishna who came to bewilder the atheists. What was going on at the time is people were following the Vedas, but just using it to justify their own sense gratification. So they were killing animals, but like actually killing them and stuffing the animals, whereas the Vedic thing was animal sacrifice. It was actually a way of testing mantras where the animal would go into the fire and come out with a fresh body. There was no suffering for the animals. So Buddha came because there was all the sinfulness going on in the name of the Vedas. He said, just throw the Vedas out, forget about all that. And he gave what's described in Bhagavatam as Upadharma, which translates as sub-religious principles. So it's very simple. It's just, basically you're suffering. There's a way how to stop suffering. Here's how you stop suffering. And then later Sankaracharya came and gave a version of an interpretation of the Vedas, which is in line with what Buddha's teachings are. So it's basically Hindu impersonalism. And then later Madhvacharya and Ramanujacharya came and revived the original theistic understanding of the Vedas, which is the true understanding, according to us at least.
Hey, can I ask you one quick question? Have you ever heard of a Mandelbrot set?
Name's familiar, but no.
Okay, well, there's a Buddha bot set, and I will say one thing that's pretty fascinating. If you look at that, you can just simply type it in online, and it fractals out, and it actually does make it a perfect. It looks just like a little Buddha, and it's pretty crazy. But maybe I can find it. I'll throw a link in there or something. Bother John.
Another day, Diva.
Hey,
does he get 2 or 1?
So who?
Maybe you can send me a link. I can check it out.
Yeah, I will.
Who put the gods in charge?
Hey, how do you pronounce his name, John? How did you pronounce it?
It's Arjuna.
Arjuna. Arjuna, I don't know if you're busy or listening.
Yeah, I can hear.
Is there, in your view, is there one or more gods that are worthy of worship?
Well, there's one God, but he's known by many names and many traditions. There are other personalities who are like, we call them demigods, or they're you can worship them, but you don't get the same benefit as worshiping the supreme personality of Godhead.
Okay, I got you.
What's the name for Jesus again? That you said it compared to this guy.
Oh, Balaram.
Balaram. All right. I'm just curious. I never heard of him.
So I think Germania is searching for reasons to be a jerk under the necessity of inflicting karma on other people. I guess that's what just happened.
Yeah, John, you're a smooth talker, aren't you?
How do you even get that? I'm trying.
Well, I mean, Germania,
the
Ger,
logic.
listen, bro. I could hear it in your voice when you kept because you asked the question twice, and there was like there was a desperation in your tone as you searched for the answer. It's like, so are you saying that if I punch somebody in the face, that actually means that I'm being a tool? I'm being a tool of karma, right? Right.
Well, I was trying to connect the dots.
Well, I understand that, but you were
because I want to know: do I have free will? Because that's where I was going with that. Because if someone does something bad and I do something bad to them because they did something bad to someone else, do I have free will in my action?
I know, but you asked that question twice to Arjuna after he had already stated that you don't have to. You have the ability to not do the evil.
But someone else is going to do. Does someone else have that free will?
It's the other person who didn't use their free will. It's the other person is the one who didn't utilize their free will to overcome the desire to do bad and to only do good. So you have the free will to only do good and to not submit to karma as a tool of retribution. Is that the literal definition? If you have the ability to not do what would happen if you don't have free will, then how are you not having free will by default?
But if everyone chooses their free will to not do bad upon someone who deserves karma, does that erase karma completely? That's where I was going with this.
No, don't worry, that won't happen.
I was just using me as an example.
Listen, Germania, you don't get to listen. As an atheist, you don't get to bitch and moan about the problem of evil if you think that everybody just not doing it is actually a plausible problem.
No, it's hypothetical. Hypotheticals is how you follow the logic.
You know what? Your atheist mental gymnastics and thought experiments for hypotheticals it's your way to
I keep thinking
actually finding a solution.
I keep thinking I'm in my room and I keep looking for the mute button, and then I remember, oh yeah. I'll just be muting myself.
Listen, Germania, you came over here for the masochistic reasons that you have for being beaten down as an atheist. We all know this.
Well, I guess I am the only atheist here, aren't I? So that's nothing new, I guess. But no, I appreciate however you pronounce his name. I already forget. I
think it's Arjuna, and I put that link in the chat for you, brother.
Arjuna, yeah.
Buddy.
Think about the month June, and then put an A on the end and an R at the beginning.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate your perspective because even though I'm sure we disagree on a lot of things,
everything,
I appreciate that it's a different perspective versus what I'm faced with day in and day out, especially here on LPP stream.
Yeah. Plus the fact that you probably talk about Christianity all day, every day. So
it does.
Listen, Gerd, just because you're obsessed doesn't mean that it's our fault for what you subject yourself to.
It's not that I'm obsessed. I'm surrounded by it, so I have to vent.
Well,
That's my channel.
No, how are you surrounded by something? You insert yourself into being surrounded. So again, it goes back to free will that you're trying to dodge. You have the free will to be surrounded by all of this. And just like you have the free will to not be a jerk to somebody because of karma that you were trying desperately to find as a solution to the free will problem.
No, I was following the logical dots.
I think he was just trying to understand the view.
Yeah,
it's a good way to understand it with giving practical examples.
No, Arjuna, I agree.
Thank you, Arjuna.
Arjuna, Germania and I have an ongoing we give each other a hard time.
Germania dreams about him literally.
Yeah. Ger confessed earlier tonight.
I dream about
he has dreams about me now. So I'm giving him a hard time about the free will problem. I agree with everything you're saying, and I know that he's actually searching, but I'm using this as an opportunity to give him a hard time.
Sweet. I gotta read to my son now. It's nice chatting, guys. Nice questions.
Have a good one.
Man, it's hard to find any info on Valorant, bro. I'm trying to find some up, and
hey, I gotta run. I gotta get sleep. I gotta be up early. John, man, thanks for welcoming me back into the internet.
Of course. I think we're at 4 hours and 50 minutes. I think it's time to.
I think I helped keep you over.
I got
If you want to read about
over there.
If you want to read about the Balaram idea, look up Bhakti Ananda Goswami.
Can you put that on the chat?
I'll put it on the chat on here because that's easier.
Yeah.
Somebody can throw it in the YouTube one if they want.
But capturing Christianity, you're having or is it Is that what it was?
Yeah, capturing Christianity.
Yeah, on capturing Christianity. Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
I stuck there, so I'll look at that.
But before we end this stream, we need a good dumpster fire. So, Chris, why are you wrong about everything?
Why am I wrong about everything? This is just hey, I'm gonna be right when you wake up out of this dream. I'm gonna be right. So
yeah, that's clever. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so I'm putting what Arjuna was just talking about in chat right now.
You better say it twice for everyone, because apparently some people don't realize it when you post it.
I'm already looking at it, bro. I never heard about Valorant, and then I try to look into it, and it's pretty hard to find information on this Valorant character. And,
Every time I hear it, I think of Battle Ring, like Battle.
I think of Babylon, bro. That's what I think about. That's just me. I think all these pagan religions come from a fallen angel mythology mentioned in the Book of.
I have to give it to you. Iger. You're pretty well for a flat earther. You're pretty well studied up.
You know it, bro. I didn't come to this conclusion lightly, bro.
Even though Iger is wrong
it.
on everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
just like German terrain theory hasn't existed for hundreds of years, bro.
Well, at least
1800s, so
at least Iger is not in a never-ending conflict with free will.
Yeah, Chris. Exactly what LPP
I don't
said.
have no problems with free will. You've got issues. Is there even a such thing in your worldview?
What's your problem with Chris, John?
I mean, my problem with Chris is your problem with Chris,
which is what? Remind me.
Man,
so
I
we
like
can be
Chris.
on the same
Chris
page.
is awesome. Hey, Chris Keith, it was nice seeing you today, bro.
You too.
No, it wasn't.
I missed
it wasn't
you, Chris.
nice.
I'm gonna be back around. I'm gonna be around. It hit winter time now, so I'm fixed to be running out of projects to do outside. It's gonna be too cold.
Yeah, I've been only logging in late nights, bro. That's why you haven't seen me either, because I'm spending.
Yeah, now
time
I have
with
been going to
family.
bed a lot earlier too. I've been making sure I get in bed usually by midnight.
Truth
Same.
Defenders.
That's
Truth Defender says free will is an illusion. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Truth Defenders is a Calvinist.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. The thing,
I didn't even know what a Calvinist was till last year, bro. Like, what is a? I never heard of this thing.
We might as well be in a play. You know what I mean? And I just what I just said was scripted, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, my main question for Calvinists is: what happens when babies die? Are they predestined to go to heaven? So they were.
Well, it's not predestined; it's pre-written as a play.
Well, yeah. For the sake of analogy, yeah.
Well, I think they're guilty of Adam's sin, and we're all guilty of Adam's specific sin. Therefore, we're all just worthy to go to hell automatically, as opposed to being affected by Adam's sin, which is what we see in entropy and all that sort of thing. And then we still have our own sin, but Christ's death actually paid for all sin anyway. And the only reason anybody goes to hell is because they don't believe in Christ.
I actually did have what's the guy's name? Friar Casey of Breaking the Habit or something like that. He did actually reply to one of my community posts saying pretty much that just because you're born, it doesn't mean you have the right to go to heaven. And I took that to mean, so if you die as a baby, you go to hell?
Truth Defender says define a Calvinist, but first define free will. We'll play that game.
Well, I mean, a Calvinist is basically just someone who believes in predestination. I think that's probably bare bones of the.
Well, then they'll
definition.
argue there's different Calvinists. There's hyper Calvinists and 4-pointers and.
There's a way to reconcile the two and call it compatibilism. But
some parts of Calvinism is true. Are true. But
quick time out. So I know Chris is leaving. I'm passing out. Do the rest of you goobers want to keep going? And keep talking? Because I'll let you guys keep going for a bit if you want.
I
Yes,
mean, we
Noah.
can go backstage. It's fine. That way you can just end it. Because
Yeah, you
I'm
can-
up for talking some more because I've got all night, bruh.
Okay.
There we
Well, actually, you know why?
He's done
Germaine?
burned down
Hey,
one stream.
hey, you
Yeah, I know.
hey,
It's probably still going.
hey, you guys know why Germania wants to keep going?
Yeah, I'm down, bro. I'm down. I can shut
Because
it
he's
down.
afraid
Well,
if
somebody's
he
already
goes to
sleeping. See,
sleep.
this is what I don't like. There's
I knew that's where you're
this guy
going,
muted.
John.
Gur is now afraid to go to sleep, man. He's like,
No, I'm talking about the guy right on top of me.
will my dream be of Iger?
What
or
about
LPP?
Kelkuya?
It'll be of Iger annoying
but-
me with his flat earthery.
Listen. What about this guy on top of us though? Because if he's sleeping, then even if we can't leave, or the stream is just gonna go on endlessly. That's what I didn't like last time, where Jamie Russell fell asleep. Like
Yes, Jamie
nobody
fell
ended the
asleep.
stream. It's just an empty stream. It doesn't make any sense. But maybe it's good. Maybe it's free advertising for you. Who knows? It might be good, bro. Maybe it all works out. People come look at this page. They come to Jesus Christ, truth, the Gospels, and maybe we could say more people. But that's why I didn't like that.
Listen,
I tell you what, John. Why don't you
you
give me
going
control
on.
of the channel and I'll mod? You can trust me,
no.
bro.
Nah.
So here's the thing. I'll let you guys keep going. I'm going to bed, but Germania, I will check, and you better not impersonate.
But what about this guy on top of me, bro? Is he sleeping?
Who? Oh, you're talking about Kelvy? No, he's been talking.
Are you still there,
Germania.
bro?
Yeah, man. Shows how much you pay attention.
All right, good. Nah, yeah, just checking because last time Jimmy Russell
Don't make me do it.
went on forever.
Okay,
He's gonna
all right,
pull your
audience,
picture.
Listen, I know he is. Listen, I will check, and if you do, Bond gets to keep a wrench, and you get to lose it. All right,
Dude, that's messed up.
That's crazy.
Well, don't be impersonating
I'll
the
probably
host
lose
then.
too,
How about
I'm
that?
gonna give you 30 minutes. I'm sure you'll be asleep in 30 minutes, and then I'm doing it.
Honestly, I'll
Okay.
probably.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to bed. Y'all have fun. Continue on. Everybody in the audience.
Good night.
thanks so much
Thanks for having me.
joining us.
Thanks for having me, John. I'm going to bed too. You guys have a good
Great to
night.
see you,
Chris, don't go.
All right, you too. God bless everybody.
Don't go anywhere, Chris. Stay.
I gotta go. I'm already actually I'm about 3 hours past my normal bedtime now.
I feel you. All right. Good night.
Take care. All right.
And then there were 4.
Bam.
Kelvy, how do you pronounce your name?
Telviquayo.
Can I call you Kel?
It was my Final Fantasy character from Final Fantasy VII back in like 1997. That's where that name was.
Can I call you like Kel or Kelvy?
Kelvy's fine.
Kelvy.
That seems to be what everybody does.
Yeah, Kelvy. I think
It's
you and
fun
I have.
seeing if people try to pronounce it every time they do try to pronounce it though.
Yeah, I figured I better just ask. Kelvy, I think I've chatted with you before, maybe a few weeks ago. I think
maybe
because your name sticks out to me because it was unpronounceable.
Nice.
Or is it impronounceable? I don't know. What is the word I'm looking for? Anyway, so are you a Calvinist?
No. I don't know. I generally tend to hang out on non-Calvinist channels. So if you've been on any channels that are kind of anti-Calvinist, then you may have seen me on any of those.
Oh, anti.
Yeah, I supremely dislike Calvinism.
Somebody said, Germania, have you been drinking? Just wondering. Yes, I have. It's Saturday. I've had a few drinks. Hey, is out of curiosity, is drinking, as in drinking to get drunk, a sin? According to everyone here, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do it every day.
Is it okay to get drunk like every once in a while?
If you're saved and you go to heaven, anything that you've done that's not for the glory of the Lord is going to be burned away, and going to be any memory you have of being on earth is going to be a void of anything that you've done on earth that's not for the glory of the Lord.
Okay, so like if you struggle with sin but you have a hard time overcoming, that'll be burned away when you get to heaven, basically. Maybe. Is that what you mean?
If you're saved. Well, you're
yeah, if you're
Christ,
saved.
your sins are forgotten. God looks at you and he doesn't see your sinful self. He sees his son, Jesus Christ. And then that's why you get in. And then when you get in, as you get in, there's the transformation of having the salvation, which has already begun while we're on earth with the Holy Spirit. Is so some people say you don't have free will when you're in heaven because, oh, if you can't sin in heaven, then your free will must be taken away. And it's like, well, no. If I like quit smoking, then I didn't take away. Well, I guess that's not a good example. But if like, when I grew up and didn't want to play with He-Man anymore, then that doesn't mean I don't have free will anymore. It just means that I've been transformed into something different, like an adult.
You no longer desire to play with.
Yeah, just like Paul says. Paul in the, and when I thought I was a child, but then when I grew up, I thought, I think it's talking about the same thing. Like when we come to mature.
As far as angels go, do you think angels do have the free will to sin, or in other words, rebel, or do contrary to what God wants them to do?
I think they had their chance. So, like when they were created, whatever point they were created, that they were in the direct presence of the Lord, because we're born in sin.
Mm-hmm.
So we're never in the direct presence of the Father. Otherwise, we would just be destroyed by his judgment automatically because.
Well, I mean, but if we were born,
they rejected him outright. So they don't get saved by believing in the word.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So I think they have free will for sure. Otherwise, they're like animals. And I've had someone argue that they're like creatures, like beasts. And I'm like, no, I mean, if they're worshiping, you have to have free will to worship, I think.
Well, so, like, do you believe that Satan used to be an angel in heaven and became rebellious in heaven? Or sinful?
Yeah, well, I don't know if like heaven would be like the right word for it. But yeah, more or less, I do think that.
Maybe created, but not on Earth is a better way to phrase it. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know in what kind of like dimension or whatever you want to call it that the angels and all of that sort of because I think the universe as it is created right now, because I'm not a flat earther, and I think that space exists and that there's like a large, wide expanse, and that but all time and space is part of creation as we know it, and that's where we're living. But I don't think that angels and demons and devils and like those spiritual beings, but I don't think they were created as part of this creation. So I don't really know, and I think that void is used by a lot of people.
Well, do you think that when you or any other Christian gets to heaven, being a sincere, true Christian, whatever that is, do you think when a Christian gets to heaven, they can choose to sin or rebel against God, or do you think do you think that free will is taken away, or what say you?
No way. No, I don't think free will is taken away at all. I don't think that there is going to be any desire. I think we're going to be filled with such joy that it's just not even going to be in us. It's like going to be like Christmas morning. You're not even going to think about.
I got you. Yeah. So yeah, when you get to heaven, you presumably won't even have desires that are sinful or against God's nature.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I do. It's not. It might be a cop out, but I don't think it's something that we can even imagine right now.
Yeah, no, I got
if
you.
If we could, then it wouldn't even be worth it, right?
Well, the reason why I ask is because to me, the atheist, the outsider looking in, if you will, I look at at that sort of theology or whatever you want to call it, and I think, well, why didn't God just make it that way to begin with? Like, why did Adam and Eve even have a desire to disobey? When if we go to heaven as Christians, we don't even have that desire. That's what I find confusing.
They had the desire to rebel, bro. They already rebelled. The angels, anyways.
Yeah, I mean,
the worst
but-
going to rebel
Yeah.
already rebelled.
But if we get to heaven and we don't have those desires, why would we have those desires when, like, why did Adam and Eve have those desires?
So
when God
this is
created them.
So you said you grew up in like Pentecostal?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you must have heard a lot about the blood of Jesus, right?
Oh yeah, a lot.
Now, I didn't grow up in any kind of Christian way. I mean, my grandfather was into it, but all my aunts and uncles and my mother just like mocked him and were like, "Oh, here he goes again," you know. And so I grew up just whatever,
Mhm.
and I got into pagan stuff. I mean, I was into like a lot of Celtic paganism and stuff like that. But I always believed that there was something, because for me it just made sense. Because I had experienced stuff that was pretty much was supernatural. So there's nothing that I could, even thinking back, be like, well, whatever that was, unless I was like really hallucinating or something crazy. But I've experienced stuff that's
Yeah, well, I can understand anyone for that matter, believing that there might be some sort of higher force or thing, essence, whatever you want to call it. But
the point of the blood.
Yeah.
So I was free. That's the whole the reason. So you asked why, because it's a good question. Because it's why didn't God just make everything like perfect, like the way it's going to be? Why didn't you just make it anyway?
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
and you could think of some options there, because I have to believe, because this, even before I was a Christian, I had to believe whatever a God is, it would have to know everything, and it would have to be all loving and all good, because I would have to believe that love, whatever that is the pinnacle of all human or of all consciousness, whether it be human consciousness or any kind of consciousness. Whatever love is the pinnacle, the highest type of that. And then it's either got to exist only in the human brain, or if there's some other higher something out there that can contain love, then that would have to be God, something that where all that came from. And then I could never believe that humans, and so I could never really be convinced that there wasn't something else besides the human consciousness that this kind of thing came from. So for me, being an atheist was never really an option. I mean, as far as the way I was living, I mean, but I was still like pagan, so I could find any excuse that I
well,
wanted.
so basically, even if you were not a Christian, you still wouldn't be an atheist, because there'd still be some reason to believe in.
Yeah, like one of my roommates was a Catholic once, and he always called me an atheist, which is funny as hell. I think he just did it just to like troll me. He's like, oh yeah, because you're an atheist, right? And I'd be like, no, man, I believe in.
That sounds like something.
Arguments with atheists about, like, because I used to, my whole thing was trying to teach people that they could do magic and stuff like that. Talking about reincarnation, I used to give people like past life readings. And people would be like, yeah, and people would tell me that they talked to psychics who had told them the same thing that I told them and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I think it's totally demonic now. Like anything, I mean, a demon can whisper in anybody's ear and you wouldn't even know it. You'd be like, yeah, I got power. And a demon's like, yeah, this he's got power.
How long you been a Christian, Kelly Quayo? Kelby Quayo. How long you been a Christian?
12 years.
12 years? That's a long time, bro.
Yeah, I'm 44. I just turned 44,
brother.
Kelby, do you think?
But yeah, the blood is about redemption. So
yeah,
because God, his very existence is goodness, which means anything that's wrong with anything that exists can't exist near him. Then when he creates anything that can do anything wrong, it naturally, by God's mere logic, must be destroyed. But if he wants to create somebody that can exist and love him, then that's how he's going to do it. Now, the option would be, all right, only create the people that are going to love him, But if he does that, that kind of refutes the whole thing. It's a contradiction. If he only creates few, then they're not really choosing. So that is does that follow right there? Because if he didn't create, if he only, it's just, so then he could either do that or never create anybody, as far as I can see.
Well, out of curiosity, this is kind of changing gears a little bit, but to me, this is kind of fundamental. What do you believe happens to a non-Christian when they die? Is it eternal hellfire, or what would you say, based on these scriptures, of course?
So there, I don't know, but based on scriptures is the only thing that I can point at.
Yeah, sure.
Because, and my reasons are this, because God created time and space, and I have to believe God knows everything. And if somebody does something wrong, God can never forget anything. Now, he does forget our sins in Christ, because he's God, and the blood has covered the sins, because that's why death is the wages of sin, because it's payment and wages for justice, because that's God's, that's how sin is, the balance is out. It's the closest thing that I would ever point to for karma, but that's way beyond that. But what was the question again?
I do that too. Oh yeah, what happens to a non-Christian when they die? What is the
Jesus at some point says their worm never dies. So I don't really know what that means, but there's a part in the book of Daniel where he says that some will awaken to everlasting glory and salvation, which is in the presence of the Lord, and others to everlasting aberration, which the Hebrew word, I forget what it is, but it means like a shrinking away, like when you hold up like a piece of grass to a flame and the grass shrinks away. And
it's like annihilation,
everlasting. Well, I don't think so, because if it's everlasting that's happening, then you're constantly shrinking away. But I think it's existing in some form of state or dimension that I can't even imagine. Again, just like talking about heaven. So I would, but the problem with me teaching annihilationism is I know somebody who was a friend of mine, and then later on I found that he was basically a freaking, well, I don't want to say.
Say it. John's not here. You say whatever you want to say.
But at some point talking to him, he basically got to the point where I was like, yeah, if you could do this stuff and get away with it, come on, and he was like, yeah, okay. And he admitted it. He was like, yeah, I would, if I would do these things, if I could get away with it and knew that I wouldn't get caught. And I mean, he was just being as honest as hell. And he's like, well, and so the idea of annihilationism brought him comfort. So that's the only reason that I would veer more toward. So that's a very personal reason. But anyway, that's beyond the subject. But no, but my closest thing biblically is whatever that means, that everlasting aberration, whatever that, if that's conscious, I can't imagine. But here's the problem: if somebody is, if we're talking about eternity, and if somebody is doing wrong or right, this is from C.S. Lewis. And if you look at this timeline on, if you only look at something that's like an inch long and it's like something veering like from left to right, like just going sloping downward just a little bit, it's not even that bad. But if you put that on an eternal scale, it's going to eventually get to the lowest depths.
Well, let me just ask you this: do you think it's eternal conscious torment? Yay, nay, or I don't know. Do you lean one way or the other? That might be a simpler question.
I lean more towards conscious torment.
Okay, I got you.
But I'm not really dogmatic on it, just because I don't think I understand what consciousness even is at that level.
Yeah, biblical discussion. You said that you're leaving.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things to do that I really want to do. Get sorted. I've got some reading and things.
Any closing statements?
Yeah, share your final
nice
thoughts.
prayer for us or something.
Yeah, I'll pray for you later. Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Well, you have a good night. Biblical discussion.
Oh, it's
Good night,
9 o'clock,
brother.
10 to 9 in the morning here.
Oh, well, have a good rest of the day.
Yeah.
All right. God bless you, Iger.
God bless you too, bro. Nice seeing you, man.
Thank you. God bless you, brother. Right, I'm off.
Peace.
Okay, so Kelby, okay, so it's probably eternal conscious torment, as far as you could tell. Now,
Well, 'cause a soul, I mean, exists. So the other thing is that when God creates something, I think it would kind of be a logical contradiction for it to become uncreated.
How so? Because can you not destroy a creation that you make if it's
Well,
just
then you
yourself?
have a creation that's been destroyed. So then it's still logically kind of a progressive thing that's happened. It would be illogical. I don't think God can be illogical.
Well, I don't know if I follow that, because if God can create a thing, I feel like God can deconstruct and basically, for lack of better words, uncreate a thing.
Well, I guess that would depend on what a thing is, because if you think of a thing as an idea, then once you think of something, I mean, how do you unthink of it? It's like trying to think of nothing. Like, you can't really do it. You can't.
Well,
and the more you try to not think of something, the more
the more you think. Yeah. Well, I mean, to put it simply, I feel like if God can give a being consciousness, he can take away that consciousness. Even if he still leaves the being as is, he can still at least take away the consciousness, so they don't feel the misery that they feel. I feel like that's logically possible.
I don't know. I could argue either way, because I could argue there. I mean, this is a good line of thought. I haven't thought of it before, but I mean, I could still argue that for God to actively be making somebody, like, so we're still on the line that somebody still has to exist logically, but that God can actually do something to them to make them eternally not conscious or not or eternal. I mean, it sounds like heaven. It sounds like that's what, like if we're talking about it, like if somebody can either be with God or away from God, then because in order for God to be doing that, he'd have to be with them, right?
Well, to me, as far as consciousness goes, I feel like that's simple for us to do, even though I guess according to the theistic worldview, it's not as simple as I can put it out to be.
The other problem is, biblically, like, everything is being held into place at all times by God.
Would that include the eternal conscious torment of a soul?
What's the question?
Well,
if there's still a state going on, and I think there is a difference, though, between a created kind of container, something that contains some form of, because there's nothing that's like God, right? Like God is outside of any kind of dimensional stuff. Now we have height, length, width, and time. So we have motion through space and all in these particular dimensions. But I think there are other dimensions that you can get into string theory and all that kind of stuff. But God's beyond that stuff. Angels and devils exist probably somewhere in between there, right? That's where Kabbalah and stuff comes from. People trying to explain all that, acting like they can know.
That was a good rant, bro. Keep going.
And
it just, like, as far as conscious,
there's nothing outside of that, right? So you're like, well, where's the soul? What does God do with these souls that don't want anything to do with him? There's nothing else. There's no like outer space outside of creation. Because there's no outside. There's nothing there. Everything in creation is all time and space, and God is the only other thing that holds all thing in place.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. For me, and I know I'm not God by any stretch of the imagination, but as far as my limited mind can tell, if I had two groups of people, one group of people loved me and did as I instructed them to do. I would put them on the side of the field where they could eat, they would have access to water, and all their needs would be met. And then the other group who did not love me and rejected me and did not follow my instructions, they might be put away from that, but I wouldn't send them off a cliff. I just feel like there could be some
He's not
sort of
sending us off a cliff, though.
Well, it's worse than that, really.
Though.
Though, like I'm using the cliff as a soft analogy because with God, it's no. I'm not sending you off a cliff. I'm sending you to a volcano where you will suffer forever. So I was trying to make it easier. Like the analogy softer, basically. I just feel like there could be some sort of middle ground where, okay, instead of me sending you to the volcano, let me set you over here where your needs will be met, where at least you won't consciously eternally suffer, but you'll at least get your needs met, and maybe you can come back for reapprovement.
So I'll give a kind of Calvinistic answer here, which is, why would God owe any of those people anything?
Well, I mean, He created them. If you create a conscious person, and then you say, I don't owe you shit, or excuse me, I don't owe you anything, the conscious person probably would be like, well, why don't you make me to begin with?
So that you could just believe in him. I mean, it's not hard.
Well, okay, that kind of opens up a different can of worms. I could go a few directions with this, but I'm gonna set that to the side for now. As far as, like, for example, when God,
my yoke is light, and I'm not talking about easy believism. I mean, believing in the name is just believing in the name, and then nobody believes without the Holy Spirit. But that's why the Holy Spirit's there to guide us.
Well, okay, I guess I will go back to what I was pushing to the side. As far as beliefs go, I don't think you could consciously choose to disbelieve in God any more than I could consciously choose to believe in God. I feel like we come to our beliefs based on what we're convinced of or not convinced of. Would you agree with that to some degree or fashion?
Well, like you right now are looking out from your eyeballs, right?
Right.
Like, and so essentially you are the center of your existence.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But that's not true. There's other existences.
Right. Yeah.
So the only thing the closest thing that you can actually call God is yourself. Now, I'm not saying you're like, oh yeah, I'm God, bitch. I'm not. I'm not saying taking that attitude.
No, I follow.
But that's what naturally falls into place, and I think that we were naturally created to have that external aspect of belief in something. And you can see in history that everybody's started to believe. That's what you ever see Lord of the Flies?
Oh yeah.
Where all the kids, they start worshiping a pig head,
Yeah.
And it's like,
it's been a minute. I think I remember that. I remember the movie. I don't remember the pig head specifically, but yeah, I remember it doesn't matter. But
the movie kind of played it down a bit, but the book was more of a religious allegory for like humanity. Like we're just children, then we're all just trying to kill each other. And then at the ending of it, the one kid that never gave in and started just like joined in and became all like tribal. Like they're like just trying to kill him at the end, and they just set the whole jungle on fire. And then the big man comes from the sky and like saves them. It's like total allegory. But yeah, that's the Lord of the Flies is that's Hebrew is Beelzebub, which is because all the altars back then, they all had the buzzing flies around them, all the dead guts and stuff.
But still, there's as far as I can tell, at least, there's no choice in what we believe. I will agree that we have the choice to look into what to believe, but the psychological state of believing or not believing is something I don't feel like we have control over.
Well, that's the thing. So again, I know Bible doesn't prove anything to you, or that, you know. But going off of that,
look, and you shall find, bro. If you knock on the door, it shall be open. So, if you don't want to know, then you don't want to know. You've been given to
never
a
failed.
reprobate mind.
I thought it was gonna fail. I came to believe trying to disprove the Bible. I got it on CD just because my friend invited me to Bible study, and I got it on CD just and listened to it just so I was like, I'm gonna tear these freaking, because I was like, I was so tired of them inviting me. And the Lord had other plans.
But yeah, but like again, as far as the active choice to believe or not believe in something, I just feel like that's I don't think you can just say, you know what, I'm gonna choose to disbelieve in God. I don't think you
the Bible
can do
says it's
that.
written. So the Bible does say that it's written in everybody's hearts to know good and good from evil. Now, I don't know if it specifically means like that we're supposed to know the difference or know which one is which, just to know that there is a or a B and which one is good. Or, you know,
I follow.
Because again, you also asked the question, why wouldn't God just like hide the tree, right? Because you know, I would assume that means that we have that was kind of, that's what that means, is that.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah.
I got a quick question, bro, because I feel like you're just asking questions, you know, trying to like get them to slip up, and you know. so I got a quick question for Germania, because since you don't have like, what do you believe in, bro? Like, how do you think we came into existence? Like, what do you think? How are we made?
As far as I could tell, I don't know a whole lot about that. I just know I just have to defer to the experts. Like when it comes to humans,
that's
me, man. The experts are always right. They figure that all out for you.
Yeah, like when it comes to
12 years, I'm an expert.
Right.
Well,
yeah, that's a good point, bro. Because I was talking to Germania last night, and I was like, bro, you're almost 40 years old, and I only say that because I'm almost 40 years old. So
I was about to say, I corrected you last night about my age.
You're almost 40 years old. You think Copernicus and Darwin, they figured it all out, and you got to rely on them to figure it out, and just whatever they say is true, and just discredits the Bible.
Iger, did you want to hear my answer though?
Yeah, what do you believe in, bro?
Okay.
Like, what's your foundational truth? Like, you don't believe in the Bible as your foundational truth anymore. You don't believe in God making the earth in 6 days, or you know, what do you believe in, bro? That way we can have something to attack back, because you just keep asking this man questions, you know, picking at him, and just to see if you can break him down.
I'm not picking at him at all.
That's what
I hope he
and you just
Kelby, I hope you don't feel that way.
Trying to poke holes here.
I don't know, man.
You've been doing a great job, Kevin. you held your ground, bro. But I was just curious, like, what do you believe in? So we have something to fight back. You believe in evolution? You believe in the Big Bang? Like, how do you think man came into existence?
Before I begin, are you finished with your
I'm done
question?
With
Okay. As far as humans go, I would say that natural selection is probably the best explanation as far as I can tell. As far as the universe goes, and us included with it, I would say that the Big Bang model, or the rapid expansion of space and time, is probably the more likely scenario.
So Darwin figured that out in the 1800s, and Georges Lemaitre figured it out with his Big Bang, the Jesuit priest, in the 1950s around Einstein's time. They got a picture together. So they figured it all out for you. So that's what you hold to, even though you probably don't understand that. Nobody really does. But you're just going to say Lemaitre and Darwin figured it all out, and that's what I hold to. That's your answer.
And that was a whole lot there. Let's try that in segments.
Believe in the Big Bang, just like saying believing in God?
Well, no, because the way I see it is, and let me just see if
And I
y'all
think,
agree with
I mean,
me.
I
So we
personally, I kind of do believe the Big Bang, but I think it was,
that
God did it.
Yeah, I get that. I hear that from Frank Turek a lot. If there was a Big Bang, there must have been.
I mean, that's the
a
thing,
big
though.
banger.
And I don't just say like I have been looking into this stuff for a while, and it's because before that it was a lot of like physics and that sort of stuff. But I mean, I don't say that just kind of illogically, because just looking at it completely within a spatial, temporal.
To give you my answer though, as far as the beginning of the universe goes, either the universe has always existed in some form, or it was started by something that has always existed. Would y'all agree with that so far?
I don't agree with the Big Bang at all, bro. At all. I think that's all.
I know you don't. I agree.
It's a Jesuit fairy tale. George Lamet. Just look him up, bro. Put George Lamet and Einstein. These were puppets. Like just now we got Fauci and etc.
Well, I mean, I think the very basic way most people understand it, I think it's just kind of a placeholder for just like whatever did it, like I don't think people put too much thought into it. Like I said, I asked my mother if she thought the world was flat or if she thought it was round. She didn't even know what the hell I was even talking about by the shape of the earth. I had to sit there and explain, like, look, if you're on the beach and you're looking out and you got an airplane, like what she didn't even, I had to sit there. It took me like 30 minutes to explain to her that about just anything about it. Like, so I think most people in history were like that. They didn't even, she was like, I was too busy trying to feed you,
Yeah, they don't care. You're right. They don't even know George Lamet. I'm sure they heard Charles Darwin's name before, but they never even know that he went to the Galapagos Island and saw that finches had different beaks, so he concluded they were related to bananas. Most people don't know that, bro. Most people don't know that. You know that, Germania, but you still.
Okay, well, let me try to hopefully put this in perspective. Well, let's see. What's a good analogy? Let's say there's a jar full of jelly beans, right?
Okay.
All right. That's simple to follow, right? So far. I hope that's simple to follow.
Hurry up, bro.
So far.
Don't make me bust out the clock.
I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. Simple analogies, I feel, are the best way to convey information. Am I wrong on that?
Bro, just make your point.
Okay. You know what? Let's scrap the jar of jelly beans. Let's say we find a watch on the beach, right? And I say, look at this watch. I wonder where this came from. And someone else says, oh, this watch was put here by a invisible dragon. Now, I don't know how the watch got on the beach, but I can say with a certain degree of confidence it wasn't an invisible dragon. That's how I feel about the starting of the universe. I may not know what the answer is, but I feel pretty confident in what the answer is not.
Obviously, if something's a watch made it. Somebody that knew how to make watches made it, so there's a creator. So you know that. You know the answer. You're right. You know the answer, but
no. But how did the watch get on shore? Like, if someone were to say it was an invisible dragon, I would say, well, I don't know how it got on shore. Obviously, it is on shore and it is designed, but I think I know that that's not the answer, that it's an invisible dragon. That's all I'm saying. Well, and that's exactly how I feel about the beginning of the universe and how we got here. I may not know what the answer is, but I feel pretty confident in what the answer is not.
Well, basically,
invisible dragon isn't.
You don't know what it is, but it's anything but the Bible. You'd rather put it's anything but God or the biblical God. You just rather say it's a dragon. I think you said so. So it's kind of.
I was saying the exact opposite, that it was not the dragon.
Yeah.
Again, that's why I was trying to simplify these analogies.
There's a creator to the earth and the universe, so it's kind of. You just want
Go
to
ahead,
adopt
Kelvin.
biblical God.
Would you agree that whatever it is, if it's something, would have to be outside of time and outside of space, and if we're going with having a consciousness, because I would still argue we would have to have a consciousness, because if we can have a consciousness, then why wouldn't this ultimate force have a consciousness? And then would it have to be all loving? So all loving, all powerful, and all knowing. And then that looks like a God to me. Like that's my argument.
Well, Kelby, I've read Frank Turk's book, Stealing from God. I don't know if you've read it. It's a pretty decent apologetic book. He makes a similar argument that
he's probably right.
He says, he says that the universe must have been made by something that's all powerful. And for the sake of argument, I can grant that. But then he says it's also all personal, all loving, and all knowing. And I don't see how that logically follows. Because if I make a robot, that doesn't mean that I am all powerful. It just means I made something that can, for the sake of argument, can make decisions for itself. Doesn't mean that I have all knowledge. Doesn't mean that I control the robot. It just means I made the robot. So I don't see how that logically follows that if the universe was started by a deity, that it has all these omnis to it, omnibenevolent, omnipresent, omnipotent, and all that.
If you're going with more like positives and negatives, like perfection and that sort of thing, like if somebody said, if God can't lie, then doesn't that mean God's limited? And
no, I wasn't saying that.
Because then that a lie itself is an imperfection of truth.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So I would say to not know something logically, and if God is the source of all information and all data in general, then there's nothing that he can't know. So maybe I could be argued with on if there's something that God can choose to not know, to ignore. I'm not convinced of that necessarily, but like I said, I think I could probably, I don't know. Because I know
that wasn't what I was disputing.
But you're saying why is God necessarily all knowing?
Yes, why is God necessarily all knowing, all loving, all perfect, personal, and all that?
Because
I just don't see how that.
I'm a Trinitarian, so I think he knows himself in by his form and by his information. I think his breath is all information about him, and his word is his form of that information, and then himself is himself, that's Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But all of creation is he created it. So there's nothing that happens in creation that he doesn't have access to.
There is that verse in the Bible where it says, before you were born, I knew you. And this actually mentioned quite a few times, not only in the Gospels, but also we were looking at the abortion thing yesterday or the day before, and they were talking about that too, where God knew the baby in the womb and stuff. So yeah, bro, it does seem like I agree with Kelly Quayo here, where he kind of knows you ever since you're born. He knows everything that's going on with you.
A quick sidebar in the side chat. Truth Defender says God is only limited by his own nature. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know what that means for God to be limited by his own nature.
Well, he can't stop being God. He can't start doing evil. He won't do evil. Like somebody said, can he not do? It's not that he can't, it's he won't. It's because he can do anything, but there's things that he won't do because he won't go against his own nature. So saying can't.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, because I just saw that and I thought, okay, I'm not sure I follow this.
Well, that goes into a lot of the compatibilist view, because there seems to be two lines of thinking. One of them is that if God knows that you're going to do it, because I believe he does, he knows everything. But
right.
Their line of thinking, this is not mine, is that they think if he knows you're going to do it, that means you must do it. Therefore, you never were free to not do it. Therefore, you don't have free will.
But you have all the free will in the world.
Yeah, that's one of
I
those
don't get
things
with
I've
that at all.
that's one of those things I have wondered, because I feel like it is debatable, because in a sense you do have free will, but in a sense you don't. And what I mean by that is, tomorrow, if I'm faced with the choice of having oatmeal or scrambled eggs for breakfast, and I choose the oatmeal, if God knows what I'm going to choose, if God knows that tomorrow I'm going to choose oatmeal, then there's no possible world there's no actual world where I would choose the scrambled eggs. So I'm not saying that's not free will. I'm just saying it does.
Well, again, it's a
make things
would versus a
question.
could.
What's
Yeah.
that passage in Revelations where it talks about in the end times a strong delusion shall befall upon them, and that's it. Once we get to that point, I don't think I think I don't know,
Well,
man.
that's a
I
good
want to
point,
read it.
too.
Do you know what passage that is?
Yeah,
Who puts the strong delusion on people? Is it
Seems
the
like it's a
Antichrist?
combo, like just the Antichrist does it, but God lets it happen. So I think it's interesting in that regard. But what I find interesting is it says that can you quote me the passage so I can read it? I don't want to butcher it, but I get the sense like some people are just deceived and there's nothing you can do about it. Like they're just gonna keep on believing a lie. And
2 Thessalonians 2:11.
Yes, and that's coming from
Thessalonians.
God in that
Yes.
particular verse, Kelvy.
Yes.
God is sending strong delusions so that some will believe a lie. That's God. That's not the Antichrist.
Yes.
That's not the devil.
Yes.
That's God
It's
himself.
the exact same thing as
sending delusions.
as God hardening Pharaoh's heart.
That's another great example.
Yes.
Does that not interfere with free will?
No.
It's God is sending a delusion to deceive people.
If you are, if I want to find some if I want to find some dope, right?
All right.
And I go into if I go into a place where there's a bunch of dope dealers, I mean, I know where to go. I didn't choose where they're going to be.
Now we beseech you, brethren.
Now then, if I go and I mean, what am I doing? I'm using the undercover cop analogy that Leighton Flowers uses.
Hey, you mind if I read this real quick? The Second Thessalonians 2 is only like 2 minutes long.
I'm down if you're down, Kelby.
Yeah, just real quick. There is a part where God uses. There's the book of I think it's Habakkuk, where God.
Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things? And now ye know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work, only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him, whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. For we are bound to give thanks always to God for you, brethren, beloved of the Lord, because God hath from the beginning chosen you to salvation through sanctification of the Spirit and belief of the truth, whereunto he called you by our gospel to the obtaining of the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, brethren, stand fast, and hold the traditions which ye have been taught, whether by word or our epistle. Now, our Lord Jesus Christ himself and God, even our Father, which hath loved us, and hath given us everlasting consolation and good hope through grace, comfort your hearts, and establish you in every good word and work.
Amen.
That was it. But yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like we're really in the end times. Thanks for being here. For like, seems like no matter what you hear, Germania, you're just, I don't know, man. You're just going up against whatever the Word of God says, and it's kind of crazy. It's very crazy.
I'm sorry. What was that? I was reading.
Just
something.
like you support the Big Bang, evolution. Like
that's science
stuff for the
stuff.
Bible. Like you talk about a watch being found on the ground. You obviously know there's a creator, but it's just like it's kind of crazy to me. I don't understand how there's people like that, that just you know the Bible better than most Christians, and then you go around telling them it's all fake and fairy tales, and it's like an nihilist where you just want to decimate it. It doesn't matter what. I'm sure you got a talking point for just about every word and every verse and every chapter that's in the Bible and in every book, So it's crazy, bro. At some point, you gotta stand up for the Word of God, bro. If not, then you're kind of cast to delusion and believe a lie and whatnot. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I just think we're in the end times.
There's not really going to be any neutral territory.
I feel like we're in the end times here, bro. And there's
Iger, I do appreciate your honesty. In all honesty.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. Like I watch Godless Engineer. I watch Steve McKay. I watch these atheists in the last 4 years. I've run into a lot of them. Honestly, they've been on my channel. I've talked to them, and I don't understand how they can just go spit on the Word of God like that after they know it so well. It's what's mind-boggling. They know it better than most Christians, and it's mind-boggling how they could just, not even try to make a case for it. It's just discredit the whole thing. It doesn't matter what word, what book, what verse. You're just gonna try to discredit it all, and it's mind-boggling how you just, that's your goal in life. It seems like just go out and discredit the Word of God. It's kind of crazy. And when you know it better than most of us,
you can have the Word and not have the Spirit, and that's what that looks like.
Yeah, and Iger, I get what you're saying.
But
there are definitely reasons why I make the content that I do.
Is it money,
an
bro?
analogy.
I get it when you're getting funded by atheists, you gotta kind of like make them happy, but that kind of comes.
I couldn't care less about that.
Like that. So you know what I mean. You gotta pick if you're gonna go to heaven. And
I did not start an atheist YouTube channel to make friends. I'm surprised I've made the few friends that I have made because I was expecting hate and criticism. So I did not do this to please people whatsoever. So that's not why I do what I do at all. Not even in the slightest bit.
Well, what's the last time you defended the Bible and told somebody about it? Like, this is what it says. It talks about giants. Man, when you start looking at the giant stories of the Bible, those things are amazing, bro. It's kind of cool. But atheists will just spit on them and say it's all fairy tales or written by cheap herders or whatever.
Yeah, it's funny. I used to say that very sentence. Yeah, the Bible was written by sheep herders, and I've come to realize that I was wrong with that assertion, and that's thanks to another atheist, Dr. Josh, because he really he really enlightened me on that one. And I actually, not to selfishly plug my channel, but I'm hoping to finish up a video that I'm working on about the dumb things and dumb arguments that atheists make against Christians and theists. Because just because someone's on my side in this particular issue of atheism versus theism that doesn't mean I agree with everything that they say. I like when I realized I was an atheist, I thought that all atheists were smart, rational people.
That's
but
what I used to
boy,
think.
did I realize that I was wrong. Because
Well, I mean, David was a shepherd, so I mean.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying but you know, the Bible was written by literate people, not illiterate sheep herders.
Oh, yeah, what's amazing is you can read the Bible and you see them writing about an inkhorn. I mean, you can read the Bible and read about the customs of hookers in the Levant in like 3500 BC. Like,
also you can read about Jasper. You can read
the
about
history
trees.
is more complete
You can read
than
about
anything else you can ever.
You can read about measurements. They had cubits back then, so it's it's really a scientific book. You can read about Noah's flood. There's so much good stuff that you can read about. That's how fossils came to be, by the way, Germania. They when the flood happened, water buried a bunch of people, animals, and buildings and trees, and they got fossilized, and that's where we get all our fossils from, most of them, because there's been other floods since then. But in general, you need to be buried and pressurized to be fossilized. So most things that we call fossil right now, it all came from the flood, and you know that because you've debated a bunch of young Earth creationists. You know what I mean? You know all about them, and so you know this stuff, and it's crazy how you go against it all the time.
No, well, in all honesty, I don't really go after young Earth creationists, simply because young Earth creationism versus evolution was not a big determining factor in my walk away from Christianity.
Were you a young Earther ever?
Oh yeah. No, I grew up as a young Earth creationist.
That's what boggles the mind, that you know all about Noah's flood, and then you decide to just make believe that an animal can die on the street right now and get fossilized over millions of years, when you know that whatever animal dies on the street today is just going to dissolve and become dirt.
Well, what happened was I looked into it for myself, and ironically, it was Christian websites that were debunking the young Earth creationism, which was disheartening for me as a Christian, because I thought, wait, you mean this isn't real? And I found the arguments for old Earth creationism to be more convincing than young Earth creationism.
What's the best argument for fossils being found all around the world? What's your best argument for that?
As far as fossils go, I don't know. I was talking about the age of the universe, or not the universe. I'm sorry, the Earth.
What's your best argument for the fossils? Because that's a big part of how you come to your conclusion that the Earth is.
I don't know anything about fossils or geology.
You know about the young Earth side of it, where they were all made in Noah's flood. Most of them, 99.9% of them, or whatever.
Iger, if the Earth is flat, wouldn't the water run over the edge?
I'm not gonna switch the topic tonight, bro.
But like, if God flooded
about
the world,
or the old Earth and Jesus Christ and the Bible.
Well, but you brought up the flood. If God flooded the world and the Earth is flat, wouldn't the water just run over the flat Earth?
We're in the snow globe, bro. We're inside the snow globe. It could be square, cube, triangular. Who knows, bro?
Basically,
it could be pear-shaped, just like Neil the Snake in the Grass Tyson says. So who knows? You got it right, bro.
All right. Well, listen, I would stay in chat, but it is 4:30 in the morning here, and I should probably go to sleep. I have enjoyed talking with both of you.
I enjoy talking to you too, bro. Hopefully you find out that Jesus Christ is the truth again. Maybe you gotta be born again. Yeah, maybe you got to be born again, bro. That's what they call born again Christians, where you accept Jesus Christ again, because you know the flood is real. You know that's how fossils come to existence. You know the giant stories, all that Marvel, DC comics you've been reading all your life. You know half of that is true.
I do love those
and
Marvel
movies. And it coincides with the Bible, the half that is true. But half is a lie. The other half is a lie, because they got to mix in
those stories are the same thing as the Nephilim stories, and they're just
so he knows about the Nephilim. Bro, Germania knows about this Nephilim story, but
Yeah.
tell us about the Nephilim real quick before Germania leaves.
Wait, me or Kelby?
Oh, me?
Yeah, Kelby, tell us about the Nephilim. You know, Genesis 6 or the Book of
Angels
Enoch.
of the Lord.
Armenia.
Yeah. Oops.
You
Go
know
ahead.
about
Sorry.
Nephilim? Oh no. Well, I mean, if you're talking about like the flood, I mean, if you just go by off what the Bible says, if there's some sort of infiltration, I guess it would be. I mean, because it can either be spiritual or biological, right? Like it says they're coming into the daughters of men. So now there's an argument that every single person except for the families of Noah, because the Hebrew says that he was pure in his generations. So everybody else, it could be argued, because I mean that's a long time for people to be living. And so
you don't know what their wife
time
Gianna.
for people to just be just I mean it's so if there were, and if you put that in with because Nephilim just means earth dwellers, those who dwell, those who, and so you would imagine for some reason it would have to make a distinction, like, why would it have to, because of course they're earth dwellers, of course if somebody's on earth then they're on earth, so why would it have to make that distinction?
Right.
So if everybody's wiped out, now later on you have these Amalekites and these particular Canaanites, along with, like, talks about Goliath, and talks about, like, so it also talks about giants later on too. So where do they come from? So in that sense, it would seem to be some sort of demonic thing in general. So in other words,
It's probably the fallen angels mentioned in Genesis 6.
for me, whenever anybody says,
and
like,
also if you read the first book of Enoch, it talks about
secret
200
societies, like, I think all that
mixing
kind
down
of
with
thing
mankind.
is actually spiritual. Like, I don't think that, like, I'm sure there are people that get together and do all kind of crazy stuff, but I think the real conspiracy is demonic, and like and behind the scenes, and there is a Satan, and he does have minions, and he is just like run stuff beyond what people can even understand.
Most people are probably deceived.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, we all are in some way, shape, or another. We're all watching.
But most people that are serving that don't even realize, they're not like, they don't even need to be like
good night, truth
sacrificing
defenders.
babies and
Good
stuff.
night, Germania. Nice talking to you again, bro.
No, truth defenders, I think, is leaving, and I am too. I'm sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I do need to go. I have enjoyed this. Both of you are very pleasant to chat with, and I hope I haven't offended any of you.
No, it's all good, man. It's like 4:30 for me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna regret this tomorrow morning when I wake up. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man.
Crack a noon, bro.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna bounce out too.
All right, bro. Me too.
All right, man. God bless. I'll see
God
you
bless
around.
you too, bro. It's nice to meet you, man.
You too. Peace.
All right, peace.
Second Thessalonians 2. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things? And now ye know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work, only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him, whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness, For we are bound to give thanks always to God for you, brethren, beloved of the Lord, because God hath from the beginning chosen you to salvation through sanctification of the Spirit and belief of the truth. Whereunto he called you by our gospel to the obtaining of the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, brethren, stand fast, and hold the traditions which ye have been taught, whether by word or our epistle. Now, our Lord Jesus Christ himself and God, even our Father, which hath loved us, and hath given us everlasting consolation and good hope through grace, comfort your hearts, and establish you in every good word and work.